Chapter 2173, Li Qiye smiled at Taihe in response, then so be it, I shall trample all of you. I hope that some strong foes will come out, just your group alone is so weak, not interesting at all. Do your worst now so that I can warm up. The Qin disciples didn't take this comment too well. Some of them were famous experts, not used to such contempt and disrespect. Alas, they needed to restrain themselves until an order is given. At that point, they would be the first to rush forward to take this guy down. The Qin is not to be trifled with. Even saints have a limit to their tolerance. Taihe was naturally furious now and scowled. His aura erupted like a raging dragon, a symbol of his fury. Strands of light exuded from the camp to form a massive wave engulfing everything to the astonishment of the spectators. In the blink of an eye, it was as if all could see an invincible existence before them. Everyone wanted to kneel before the aura of a true god. The Qin clan has a true god here. An older expert murmured. The crow then realized why the Qin was so confident. So they even brought a true god along. All the other sects here would need to think carefully before messing with them now. How many true gods from upper faction are here then? Another old man wondered. There weren't that many of them in Insane Court due to its declination. Moreover, the majority of true gods were from the four great powers. Anyone would feel respectful towards these beings. Though a true saint is only one realm below a true god, this particular gap was immense, like the distance between heaven and earth. Only a true god would be eligible to see the peak of 3 immortal worlds. Anything less was trivial. What was the biggest difference between these realms? A true god was a god, while all the realms below were mortals. This was also a necessary step before one could become a true emperor. I don't think Li Qiye can do it. It didn't matter which true god was here from the Qin, but one was enough. The crowd was aware of his might but didn't think he was a true god just yet. The only person in their system right now that could do so at such a young age was Chu Qingling. This so-called fiercest might be fierce, but he can't take on a true god. If he's smart, he would come up with an excuse to de-escalate this situation. An older expert thought. In fact, it wasn't shameful to back down before a true god at all. No one would mock Li Qiye in this situation. Chu Qingling wasn't capable of fighting against an older true god. She still needed more time and experience. That's all. Li Qiye remained calm. A true god is still only an ant before becoming an ascender, eternal, or true emperor. Anything less is insignificant. Everyone took a deep breath. He had a wonderful display of strength earlier, but he could be overstepping his bound with this statement. Who does he think he is? A true emperor? A person snorted, unhappy with the arrogant statement. An ascender true god is already unbeatable enough. An eternal true god is eligible to enter immortal lineage and more than enough to look down on myriad lineage. They are very important and influential in emperor lineage too. I don't think anyone in this world can make this comment with a straight face. Another elder felt the same way. A regular true god was strong enough, but ascenders and eternals were supreme existences. A statement like this virtually offended all the true gods in myriad lineage. Humph. A thunderous scowl came from the camp with a destructive presence. The weaker experts in the crowd bent their knees, unable to resist this power. The crowd became frightened. The power of a true god far exceeded their own. Clearly, the true god from the Qin was dissatisfied with that comment earlier. Nevertheless, this god wasn't in a hurry to take action. I'm merely stating the truth. Li Qiye ignored the scowl and smiled. In 3 immortals, progenitors are at the apex. Eternals are only the starting point. Ignorant fool. Chen Shuwei shouted, you're not qualified to challenge our ancestor. Beat us first, then try saying that again. Li Qiye gave him a glance and said with a lazy tone, just a punch or two is enough to take care of your group. Shu Wei has never been treated like this before. As the grand tutor of the court, so many nobles would bow towards him, taking pride in calling him brother. His face turned red from the contempt. Very well, we'll see just how strong you are. He finally took out a weapon. An imperial aura engulfed the area with strands of might tearing the clouds and sky vault apart. An imperial weapon. People shuddered at the remnant energy oozing from it. Shu Wei was holding an unreasonably long whip with both hands. They looked like two whiskers from a dragon. Thus, this resulted in him being the head of a dragon while the two cavalries behind him were the body. These strands of power were as sharp as heavenly swords. The whip itself emitted a draconic aura. A foreign Dao weapon at the imperial level. Someone else had a better evaluation of this weapon. Dragon Whisker Whip. One elder even recognized its name and murmured, "A true emperor from the Qin refined a dragon's whiskers into this weapon." The Qin naturally had produced some true emperors before. Rumor has it that one of them killed a dragon and turned its whiskers into a whip. People were naturally in awe at this sight. Though Shu Wei was only a minor true king, he turned into something different while holding this imperial weapon. It would allow him to challenge a grand true god, or even fight against a true saint without a similar weapon. These weapons left behind by the true emperors were too powerful. It's nice being from a big clan. One spectator noted with envy. For many clan members, just having a true god's weapon was amazing enough, let alone an imperial weapon. Chapter 2174, Boom. 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 The two groups behind Shu Wei armed themselves with shields. These shields were onyx in shade, created by ash steel refined many times into true metal. They resembled the scales now on a dragon with flashing glimmers. "Let's see what you got, Li." Chen Shu Wei shouted and lashed forward with his whip to initiate the formation. Boom! The shields behind him exuded a dazzling radiance with Dao runes. These runes came together to form a blindingly bright formation. Ra! The mad roar of a dragon scared all the beasts and birds nearby, rendering them paralyzed on the ground while trembling with fear. A gigantic dragon came into being, black in appearance with chilling metallic scales. It had a long and thick pair of whiskers, seemingly containing the entire strength of the beast, capable of sweeping through everything. It presided in front of the camp like a great mountain. When it showed its sharp fangs, the ground was as fragile as paper, evident by the 5 deep marks. People were naturally frightened. This dragon had the power to easily kill a minor true king. Remember, Chen Shu Wei was at this level. Even his 2 legions didn't have anyone above this realm. However, their combined effort created a being far more powerful. He relied on the Dragon Whisker Whip to create a draconic formation, nearly multiplying their strength by 1,000-fold. Strong indeed, funneling the power of several hundred experts into an imperial weapon. Even a true saint won't be able to take it, this is something capable of fighting a true god. A clan member was aghast. "Eat this." Chen Shu Wei roared and the dragon imitated him before smashing its claw down at Li Qie. Space was shattering like glass even before the final impact. This was enough to crush the world itself to the horror of the crowd. Some grand true saints weren't confident in escaping unscathed. A bit interesting. Li Qie smirked without any batting an eye. Ra! A draconic aura also crazily oozed from him in the shape of a wild dragon. It was strong enough to crush the sky vault. Raging dragon. The experts and ancestors here recognized the merit law. Some were still shocked despite it being his second time using the technique. They thought about it and knew that it was impossible for them to reach this efficiency using the technique. Boom! The raging dragon stopped the claw from the gigantic one. The world quaked by the impact. It was a successful defense, but the raging dragon exploded into multidirectional gales that cut through the trees nearby. "Die now, brat!" Xu Wei didn't expect for Li Qiye to easily stop an attack from their formation and imperial weapon. The whiskers came down again from the sky. At the very apex, the two suddenly became infinitely larger, like two mountain ranges slamming down, capable of crushing all of Ivory Gap. Rumble. Their size wasn't the scary part compared to their imperial aura pouring down like a waterfall. The strongest things in the formation were the two whiskers, containing both the power of the whip and the formation. Boom! The crowd was astonished by this star-moving power. Some people couldn't help screaming. "That's too much." A true saint murmured before this attack. It was impossible to run from the two whiskers slamming down on both sides. Just a child's play. Li Qiye casually raised his hand and created numerous sword hymns. Countless swords flew to the sky and sang their song. Eventually, these heavenly swords expanded to a massive size, able to cut down the celestials above. They culminated into a gigantic sword Dao that could reach anywhere in the world. Boom! The whiskers suddenly felt insignificant before this sword Dao. It pierced through the whiskers and even gained more momentum. The gigantic dragon was the next victim to this dragon-slaying thrust. The dragon was falling down, but Li Qiye didn't stop there. The monstrous swords behind him slashed downward. Not to mention a dragon, even an army of gods would die instantly. The beast was cut into countless pieces, resulting in a rain of flesh and blood. At the same time, heads were flying in the sky. The experts from the Qin couldn't dodge this massacre. The swords decapitated virtually all of them as blood gushed from their open neck. The heads could actually see their severed body but couldn't say anything despite opening their mouth wide. Insane sword Dao. Han Feng from ancient temple was amazed. Even the ancestors here gasped in response. The name of this technique was too much to take. Boom! Xu Wei was cut down from the sky and fell heavily into the ground, grievously injured. He was the only survivor in this formation thanks to the timely protection of the Dragon Whisker Whip. Nevertheless, his head was nearly cut off, so the pale youth was stricken with fear. Chapter 2175. The bloodied Xu Wei ran for the camp and his father, Chen Taihe, immediately helped him inside. The world was robbed of all sounds. Everyone was shocked by both the scene and the sword technique. They stared at him, agape, unable to regain their wits. How does he have it?" one ancestor blurted in astonishment. This was the strongest sword technique and merit law in Insane Court, an invincible Dao left behind by Insane Ancestor. It was unique and majestic on top of being exceedingly hard to learn. No one among the young generation could do it, not even Chu Qingling. She herself wasn't qualified to start this training. Furthermore, this was one of the most guarded secrets in the system. Few could make contact with it, let alone being eligible to train. Only a tiny number of ancestors had this privilege. For example, the Qin clan had ancestors at the true god level, but none of them could learn this sword technique. But now, this nameless youth had demonstrated his mastery over it. No one knew where he learned it from. Of course, they didn't think he stole it. Not to mention that the merit law was guarded in the safest location. Even if he could get it, how could a junior like him grasp the profundity of this sword Dao without a teacher? At the same time, they didn't think that an ancestor had secretly taught it to him. This was a huge deal. Someone who knew this technique wouldn't dare to teach it to his disciple, for it would be disrespectful to the forefathers. The consequence of this action would be grave. His identity became even more of a mystery while the crowd thirsted for an answer. Just who are you? Chen Taihe was stunned too. There was a disciple in Insane Court eligible to learn this technique that he didn't know about. In theory, all the ancestors in the system should be aware of this. You're killer. Li Qiye chuckled. Chen Taihe's expression became ugly due to the difficult situation he found himself in. If they were to concede, it would be a great blow to their reputation and prestige. The clans in upper faction would stop relying on them, they would lose their advantage in the competition for the throne. But if they were to keep on fighting, they would need to pay a great price. The worst thing was that they still didn't know of this guy's identity and background. Our clan isn't easily bullied even if you have the Wang as your backing. We're still someone in insane court. Taiha uttered coldly. He wasn't actually too confident in this threat. Nevertheless, such strong rhetoric was necessary for this situation. So what? Chen and upper faction? Just nobodies in my eyes, waiting to be bullied. Li Qiye smiled in response. The listeners were amazed because upper faction was made up of many clans and sections. Li Qiye wasn't only offending the Chen but also the rest of the members in upper faction. Nevertheless, these people only glared angrily at him, few would dare to oppose him at this moment. Li Qiye continued walking towards the Chen's camp. The remaining experts pointed their swords and spears at him. Alas, they kept on retreating, betrayed by their own fear of his power. This was an unstoppable momentum pushing a tide of steel back. These experts glanced back at Taiha, waiting for a command. Taiha was deadly pale, wanting to give an order to fight the death but afraid that it might be in vain. Buzz. Suddenly, a pillar as red as blood shot out of the massive abyss in Ivory Gap. Next, bloody mist and clouds instantly stained the sky red, resulting in a beautiful spectacle. What's going on? Everyone turned their attention towards the abyss. They could smell a medicinal appearance from this immortal-like brilliance. The scent of ginseng. One guy tasted the air with the tip of his tongue and commented. Smaller rays were now coming out of the abyss, different from the massive one earlier. They carried a sparkling and translucent glow just like crystals. A figure finally rushed out of the abyss, only the size of a fist. This was a ginseng root with a humanoid shape with many tendrils growing from it. It looked a bit jolted, seemingly scared of something. The strong medicinal smell overwhelmed the senses. Everyone felt as if they were on air, a sense of indescribable comfortability. They couldn't help but breathe in more. The blood ginseng. It was obvious what this item was. An ancestor instantly rushed towards the abyss in order to grab it. The rest of the crowd followed him. The ginseng was horrified and jumped back deeper into the abyss. Where do you think you're going? The first ancestor gave chase. Don't let it run. More jumped down into the abyss. It was a scene of chaos, people toppling over one another in order to catch the ginseng. Some shouted and cried, wanting nothing more than to be the first down there. They no longer cared about the battle. This fun show was not as important as the blood ginseng. Li Qiye also stopped the assault with the appearance of this ginseng king. He leaped on top of a hill in Ivory Gap and crouched down for a look, not at the ginseng but something else. He looked at the mud on the ground. It appeared normal at first, but one would quickly spot a thin line of metallic runes occasionally flashing and moving beneath. His eyes became fixated on it. He was the first to spot this thing due to the trap he had laid on the Tao Foundation earlier. Chapter 2176, Everyone rushed for the abyss in order to capture the blood ginseng with the exception of the disinterested Li Qiye. He remained on a high vantage point in order to watch the flashing golden line on the ground. It looked like this item was prudent, wily, and possessed an incredible moving ability. The blood ginseng could even be viewed as a distraction so that no one else would notice its appearance. Li Qiye remained patient, aware that it was only a matter of time. Nevertheless, someone has been watching him the whole time as well, Silver Fox Su Jijie. This youth didn't care much for the ginseng root either. In his mind, Li Qiye was far more valuable. Moreover, these great powers weren't here for the ginseng. It would be nice to have but wasn't overly crucial. The experts from Sacred Institution and Upper Faction didn't mobilize like the rest of the crowd. Their ancestors have given an order about a more important task. This abyss was actually a pit dug by so many people. Layers of earth were taken away, resulting in its current bottomless form. The ginseng was fast enough to make it all the way down there. No one knew where it ran due to the sheer size of the pit, so it disappeared from sight. Nevertheless, some didn't give up and began to excavate once more. It didn't take long before there were explosions and rocks flying everywhere. Unfortunately, even if they dug out every inch of this land, they still wouldn't be able to find it. Damn! Everyone climbed out of the abyss and lamented. One elder said, "This ginseng is probably 10 million years of age with a conscience now. A true god might need to take action." There was nothing they could do outside of leaving the pit and cursing the situation. They were here for the ginseng and only managed to catch glimpses of it. They turned their sight towards Li Qie and Upper Faction. However, he was only standing on a hill while the people from Upper Faction were just closing their camps, completely on guard and ready for battle. Are they not fighting? A spectator wondered. Poof! A virtually indiscernible noise came as something slightly protruded from the mud as if it was swimming. Li Qie's eyes became serious after seeing this development. Nevertheless, he remained as still as a statue instead of acting rashly and alarming the thing. It was only testing the water with this movement. In the blink of an eye, an arrow came flying overhead. It wasn't aiming at him, but he was still displeased nonetheless. It penetrated the hill he was standing on, and the thing beneath the mud instantly disappeared again. Li Qie's expression turned cold. He waited all this time for that thing to come out for naught. He glanced over at the camp of Sacred Institution and saw a silver fox with a drawn bow. That arrow clearly came from him. He didn't know that a death god was approaching, only thinking about the mysteries behind that hill, judging by Li Qie's serious expression. His scouting attempt had ruined Li Qie's business. This attracted the crowd's attention. People felt that the particular shot wasn't too aggressive, only a type of provocation. Li Qie was now heading for that camp with a cold glare. Their experts naturally drew their weapons. Shields formed massive walls in order to stop Li Qie. This powerful institution dreaded Li Qie right now, thinking that this fiercest was too much. You courted death. Li Qie told Su Jijie. Fellow Taoist Li, I simply shot it at the sky, not aiming for anyone. Ivory Gap is so large, you can't forbid everyone from doing what they want, right? Jijie powerfully responded. I see, and if I want to do that? Li Qie's eyes flashed. Please be reasonable, Insane Court is such a place where logic and laws win. Jijie felt that he had reasons on his side, so he wasn't afraid. Unfortunately for you, I am the laws and logic. No mercy for those who ruin my business. Li Qie smiled. Those who were familiar with him would know that this was the smile of an execution sentence. Sir, please return, we bear no ill will. An old man came out of this camp with a cloak on. He walked proudly and spoke resoundingly. It's not wise to create enemies everywhere. The Lord of Northern Territory. Someone shouted after seeing the old man. He was Su Jijie's father and the current leader of Northern Territory. His status in the system was not inferior to Qin Taihe. I'll leave after killing your son. Li Qie coldly said. The members of this camp were startled and exchanged glances, thinking that this person was too much. That's why he calls himself fiercest. A guy whispered, beating the crap out of the Chen clan earlier and now Northern Territory is next. He's going to beat all four great powers at this rate. Some were actually quite amused because if the four great powers were to be defeated, it meant that the replacements could come soon enough. It would not only be a change in the emperor but also the birth of an entirely new dynasty. People became excited at this thought, anticipating each of his next moves. A vexed voice came from inside the camp, return now or we won't be polite any longer. Li Qie, we're being respectful to you right now. You think we're made of paper, so easily torn apart? Silver Fox coldly said. He has been itching to try and defeat Li Qie. You're right. Li Qie casually raised his hand. A sword of a spectator nearby flew right into his grasp. He pointed at Silver Fox and said, "I will cut you down today." "Brat, you think we'll let you do as you please?" An expert from the camp angrily shouted. "Kill him." Silver Fox gave the command before taking out a saber full of imperial energy. First it was Shu Wei with his imperial whip. Now Silver Fox had one too. Quite enviable to be from such a background. The experts from the camp quickly formed a formation. They were also experienced in battle without any weak member. Because of this, swords and sabers erupted like volcanoes while they rushed for their foe. Idiots! Li Qiye snorted and his sword began a hymn while sending off a flood of rays. This slash cut down the stars far in the horizon. It was unstoppable and would turn all into ashes. The attacking horde suddenly stopped, the entire front line was wiped out. More than 1,000 experts became bloody mists in a single move. Even those who barely survived the slash got dismembered. One sword to slay 1,000 was no longer a sentence describing a legendary tale. Li Qiye was doing it in person. Jijie's weapon was unleashing a massive amount of energy. The void was breaking from its pressure. Alas, this imperial weapon and its waterfall-like slash were not enough to stop the rays coming from Li Qiye's sword. Retreat! The Lord of Northern Territory wanted to help his son after seeing this. It was too late. The rays continued forward and aimed for Silver Fox's head. His head was way up in the air before blood started to gush out. Chapter 2177, Su Jijie could actually watch the blood gushing from his neck. Li Qiye added another slash and the severed body got cut into 2 pieces. Internal organs and blood made a grisly puddle. Jijie was still watching the whole thing. His mouth opened, wanting to scream but no words could come out. "Jier!" The Northern Lord shouted in horror but it was too late to save his son. The first slash killed 1,000 while the second took down Silver Fox. The world came to a still, assaulted with the stench of blood. Everyone shuddered after seeing this. When people calmed down, they looked back at Li Qiye with a changed perspective. This ordinary youth was a death god now, a terrifying monster that could make oceans of blood. Fiercest. One appreciated this particular title much more. Perhaps he was the only one worthy of this nickname for it was too apparent. The pale lord trembled, thinking that he was too slow. Little animal, Northern Territory will never let this go until one side is dead. His furious roar echoed across the area. His fury wished to drown the whole world. Nothing was in his mind outside of vengeance. "Then I shall destroy your Northern Territory," Li Qiye nonchalantly said, a striking contrast to the furious lord. "Children of the North, avenge your young lord." The lord picked up his son's imperial saber. Its sharp glow fixated on Li Qiye. Boom! All the experts from this region gathered together and came behind him. They resembled fierce tigers, ready to pounce and tear Li Qiye to pieces. There was no doubt that Northern Territory was quite influential in sacred institution. He could gather enough men with one call. The legion was full of bloodthirst, all enemies would tremble before their torrential rage. Fools! Li Qiye glanced at this army of more than 10,000 experts. "Brother, our upper faction has your back to eliminate this guy." The army of the Qin immediately made it to this area as well and surrounded Li Qiye from the back. Chen Taihe personally led an army of a similar size to the northern region. They have made up their mind to kill Li Qiye at all cost. In fact, Sacred Institution felt the same way. It didn't matter whether he was from the Wang clan or not, he was way too big of a threat now. As long as he was around, they should stop thinking about competing for the throne. The scarier part was that when he fully matured, their factions wouldn't even have a place to stay in Insane Court. Thus, the ancestors from these two powers agreed with the current course of action, whether it be to avenge the dead disciples or to destroy a future threat. This was the only way to have peace of mind in the future. The experts from the two factions surrounded in a perfect manner. Murderous energy permeated the air, ready for an eruption of battle. Meanwhile, Li Qiye coolly stood there and threw away his sword as if he didn't need it. The two armies were nothing in his eyes, just another day and another leisure stroll. People held their breath, thinking about how strong the two factions would be when working together. I can't believe these two factions are working together, and against a junior at that. A clan ancestor said. Though the four great powers were working for Insane Court, they have always been rivals or even enemies. Conflicts and schemes always happened in the shadows and in the court. The death of the emperor made the competition even fiercer. Today, they were working together. Chen Taihe himself came to help. No one would expect such a thing. The Northern Lord and Chen Taihe were putting aside their numerous feuds and grievances in order to deal with Li Qiye first. More people, more fun. Unfortunately, number is meaningless. Only more to die. Li Qiye smiled freely and said. The spectators were amazed at his nonchalant attitude despite being surrounded. Those who didn't like him before were still admiring his courage, knowing that they wouldn't be able to keep their legs from trembling. Little animal, we'll peel your skin today. The Northern Lord wanted nothing more than to taste his flesh and drink his blood. A fool is not suitable to be the lord of a clan. Li Qiye commented, your northern territory is done for. The only thing I know is that you won't be leaving this place alive. Chen Taihe joined in. Taihe was feeling much better because he didn't lose a son to Li Qiye. Nevertheless, he was still ready to go all out. Li Qiye glanced at the armies and said, you're all only walking towards your death, very well, since all you fools have made the effort to gather here, I'll take care of everything all at once so that I won't have to make multiple trips. After killing you all, upper faction and sacred institution will become trivial. Humph. A snort came from the northern camp. The aura of a true god tore apart the sky vault. It was as ferocious as a primal beast. This camp also had a true god around. This being was now enraged by Li Qiye's arrogance. The fury of a true god naturally frightened the crowd. Just this alone was enough to make people shudder. If one were to come out right now, the crowd would bend their knees. Why are these true gods here? An elder thought about something else. True gods were very prestigious in Insane Court and rarely appeared. Were they really here just for a blood ginseng? No, because they just needed to say the word and so many would work for them. Only true gods, no need to be so haughty in front of me. I'll slay these nobodies, then we'll slay you gods. Well, no, god slaying sounds too much of a praise. Li Qiye retorted. People gasped after hearing this. God slaying wasn't something so easily uttered. Even a clan would dare to say so. Chapter 2178, God slaying wasn't an easy topic. No one would dare to talk about it because it could incite the wrath of the true gods. At worst, it would bring about a sect-destroying calamity. Such shameless and disrespectful bragging towards your ancestors. Chen Taihe shouted back. Li Qiye casually responded, disrespectful towards the ancestors. Just a bunch of fake gods claiming to be the orthodox branch. Unfortunately, the dynasty is always changing in Insane Court. There is no main branch. Some of the reticent crowd agreed with this particular statement. In fact, throughout the years, numerous clans have taken charge of Insane Court, too many to count. The so-called Orthodox branch was only the current one in charge. Today, one can be the main branch and tomorrow, someone else. The only unchanging factor was the Tao source and the system. Arrogant child, will deliver justice in the heaven's stead, to rid the system of a disrespectful villain like you. The Northern Lord cried out. Both Chen Taihe and the Northern Lord wanted to represent the side of justice and sentenced Li Qiye to be a disrespectful wretch in order to obtain the moral high ground. Very well, let's not waste more words then. Make your move. Li Qie smiled, go first so others won't say that I didn't give you all a chance to fight back. Such blatant contempt made the experts from the two factions livid. Let's go. Chen Taihe ordered. More than 1,000 disciples from the Chen formed a maelstrom of a formation. It emitted a terrible imperial aura because Taihe was using a mirror as red as fire, hanging at the center of the maelstrom. Crimson Imperial Mirror, a sect elder was able to recognize its background as a true emperor treasure. After all, this used to be an imperial clan. Their ancestors have left behind amazing treasures for the descendants, not something that could be said about the rest. Boom! The Northern Lord assumed the same formation and several thousand disciples turned into an enormous scorpion, taller than 10 mountains, with claws easily capable of crushing one. Nothing seemed capable of stopping a direct strike. Its tail was incredibly long and capable of shooting out poisonous needles. Not even the stars were safe. The Northern Lord was raising an urn with both hands, it exuded enough chilling energy that could herald an ice age. This particular urn was located in the heart of the Scorpion Formation, acting as its core. People would think of it as a beating heart. Archaic Ice Urn. Another ancestor bellowed its name. If the chilling energy inside were to be released, it would definitely freeze over everything. In just a short time, these maelstrom and scorpion formations surrounded Li Qie. Of course, the fellow was still undeterred and smiling like always. He casually raised his hand and the power of the Grand Tao erupted. Clank! More sword hymns came about, resulting in countless heavenly swords floating in the sky like waterfalls. Their monstrous sword energies gathered into an ocean of sharpness. Though they varied in sizes, some were big enough to reach the celestials above. Their gradual appearance resembled a peacock spreading its tail, acting as a defensive measure for Li Qie in the back. Insane Sword Tao. The spectators were amazed after seeing this Sword Tao once more. Who the hell is he? Why is he so good at this ancestral sword technique? No, even to a master level. An ancestor wondered. Only the very top experts of the ancestors in Insane Court could cultivate this technique. They were above dealing with politics and rather traveled around as sages. Li Qie was definitely not one of them. If we were to talk about the best users of this sword technique, true masters of its profundities, they would be the guardians of the Tao source. One master stated. But these guardians simply didn't come into being and kept a low profile unless the system itself was facing an existential crisis. The ancestors from Sacred Institution scowled. It had to be said that they were jealous after seeing this art since they couldn't cultivate it yet a junior was able to. Take him down. The two leaders roared at the same time. The experts in the formations instantly activated their unbeatable formations. Boom! The maelstrom unleashed a pulsing current, akin to the fury of the high heaven itself. It also carried the flame of a true emperor. All were fragile like dried branches before it. Bam! The gigantic scorpion also attacked with both claws. A divine mountain would fall before such force. More importantly, it also fired needles straight for Li Qie's heart. Escaping was quite futile once locked on. These needles pierced through the temporal fabric and were inches from his heart before he could do anything. Both the potentially fatal attacks gave him no chance to retaliate. So strong. The neutral ancestors here were aghast. Only a true god would be able to handle this situation due to the presence of two imperial weapons. However, they would also need an imperial weapon. This was the reason why these two factions were part of the four great powers. Their power was proportional to their current status and influence. Clank! The swords behind Li Qie gathered to form walls all around him, sealing an entire world in order to stop all attacks. Boom! The pulsing current was still stopped by this wall of swords. It continued to crazily beam forward with waves after waves, causing space to tremble. Alas, the world-sealing capability of the swords deterred anything from ever breaking through. On the other side, more swords turned into a boundless sword Tao against the ferocious claws of the scorpion. Their momentum could sweep and pull a world inside. The sword Tao spread into two parts, stopping one claw each with its toughness. Not a single mark was left on these Tao swords despite the sheer force of the smash. Finally, the needles aiming for his heart were repelled as well. One sword was hovering right before his chest to stop them. Chapter 2179, As long as the Tao was around, the swords would be omnipresent. This was the fundamental belief of insane sword Tao. This Tao would represent everything, acting as the supreme. The crowd was shocked to see the successful defense and blinded by the dazzling spectacle. Damn, some started salivating with envy. This was the ultimate sword Tao of insane ancestor. Not to mention the lower worlds, it had countless battle achievements in immortal lineage as well. Everyone in the system knew of its fame, but now, to actually see it in person. This was broadening their horizon and astounding them to the core. In fact, the ancestors from Sacred Institution and Upper Faction were watching this fight with great interest, especially Li Qi's every move and technique. They didn't want to miss a single detail because they haven't successfully trained in this art before. Perhaps they could find some clues through him. Die already. The two leaders instantly changed their style while commanding their troops to add more true energy into the formations. The maelstrom now shot out an imperial flame to fuel the pulsing current with an amplified magnitude. The scorpion spat out a chilling energy, same with the urn. This coldness drowned the entire world. Everything was trapped in a freezing process, including the heavenly swords. The fire and ice attacks weren't aimed at Li Qi. They came together like a planet slamming into an ocean, creating a massive wave. Buzz. They fused together and expanded to form a massive symbol of yin and yang. The yin-yang flow could refine everything, so space and time became its first victims. All started to melt from this insane reinforcement. The swords inside the sword Tao were melting as well, incapable of stopping this process. How can this be? People gasped. One guy had a deep inside, why do these two powers know this combined technique? No one expected this combination of ice and fire to form the yin and yang because the two powers have always been antagonistic towards each other. There was no way for their formations to work together so seamlessly. I've heard of this before, the Chen and Northern Territory working together on a supreme killing technique. Most considered this to be a false rumor though. One ancestor quietly said. This scene was proving otherwise, the rumor was indeed true. The melting speed accelerated, the sword Tao was falling apart at a rapid rate. Li Qi would be the next victim with nothing left of him after the fact. Alright, even a true god can't take this one, unless they're at the grand level. A minor or intermediate true god would be refined right away. One sect master was horrified. This was indeed incredible. These two powers possessed a god-slaying power even before involving their own true gods. The ancestors there watched this whole thing. If this ace card couldn't kill this junior, he would be too devilish. They would have no choice but to join in themselves and go all out to kill him. Buzz. Li Qi was now melting. Death was certain if he didn't leave the area. I don't think he can do it, not even with the insane sword Tao. One spectating ancestor believed. Is that so surprising? He's up against two great powers, none in our system can do it without trembling with fear. It's his fault for being too arrogant, creating two powerful enemies at once. So unwise. One sect master shook his head with a tinge of regrets. Your maker calls, brat. The Northern Lord howled, finally breathing a sigh of relief after personally obtaining revenge for his son. And here I thought you all would have something special, but this is it. Oh well, my turn. Li Qi simply smiled. The sword Tao that was melting suddenly became resplendent. Strands of swords soared to the sky and broke apart the yin and yang layer. Next, immortal swords emerged and rotated around him, right below his chest. It looked as if he had a pair of wings made out of swords now. Just one flap of it could cut through all in this world. I'll allow you all to have the privilege of witnessing the real insane sword Tao. He roared as the wings flapped, allowing him to escape from the yin and yang, exceeding time and space. The cut actually tore apart the fabrics of reality and created a void zone. Clank! The sword rays were massive and stacked on top of each other as the wings came down. The maelstrom and scorpion were annihilated with haste. Pluff! Blood instantly filled the sky in quick gushes. The wings have assaulted the formations and massacred several thousand disciples from both sides. Heads started flying again, a common yet still beautiful scene today. Stop! Northern Territory's camp was the closest, and a true god finally reached out with a massive palm in order to save the two leaders. However, the two wings came together as one and turned into an enormous immortal sword to slash the hand. Blood spilled once more. The frightened true god pulled back in time, or he would have lost a hand. Despite possessing two imperial weapons with a true god's assistance, Chen Taihe and the Northern Lord still couldn't escape their fate today. The immortal sword swept by horizontally and off with their heads. They saw their own body hitting the ground, their eyes overwhelmed with fear about the realization of death. It was all too late. There was no one left alive on the battlefield. Several thousand experts were lying in their own pool of blood, bodies in one place, heads rolling to another. Indignation and disbelief were the general expressions found on these severed heads. Chapter 2180, The smell of blood permeated and worsened the atmosphere. As it lingered at the tip of the nose, the frightened and trembling crowd felt the urge to vomit while looking at the corpses on the ground. Breathing became ragged, standing became a struggle. It didn't take long for Li Qiye to take care of several thousand experts from the two powers, including the two leaders with imperial weapons at their disposal. Not even a true god was able to save them. That's the insane sword Tao. Ancestors were amazed just like the rest. Fame aside, few in the system had a good grasp on the actual power of this renowned sword Tao. They only had a general idea at best. Today, Li Qiye vividly displayed its might before everyone. They finally understood why this was the strongest sword Tao in the system. Perhaps there was no other merit law on the same level in Insane Court. Its name became a palpitating whisper, all disciples would want nothing more than to cultivate it. I've had enough of you. The short interim was interrupted by an echoing shout. The aura of a true god ravaged the region like a storm. Furthermore, more and more appeared. The gods from these two factions have been infuriated, not expecting for Li Qiye's sword Tao to be at this high level. It was already too late when they tried to save Chen Taihe and the Northern Lord. One of them nearly got their hand cut off during the attempt. Being threatened and even wounded by a junior was too humiliating and rage-inducing. The crowd lost their stance after being assaulted by this tempestuous fury of multiple high gods. Some were actually blown flying. Li Qiye remained unperturbed. So what? It's no different than killing a couple of chicken. Don't keep on hiding like cowards that can only run their mouth. Come out and wash your neck so that I can decapitate all of you. This was everyone's first time hearing such disdain towards the true gods. This guy didn't give a damn about these beings and was ready to slay them. Such a domineering attitude was unprecedented. Eyes darted around, everyone thought that his title was two apartment, boom. The camp of Sacred Institution exploded with power. A tent grew larger and larger before being turned to dust completely from the aggressive divine aura. 3 people came out of the camp, each of their steps caused the ground to quake. All were old with a pulsing brilliance and majestic true energy. Their eyes were nightmarish for weaker cultivators. The god trio from Sacred Institution, and their leader too, Thunderstorm. This power is going all out. An elder was aghast. Their reputation preceded them. The crowd knew exactly who they were despite not seeing any before. These three gods were the strongest backing of sacred institution, all at the grand true god level and held prestigious roles in the system. Thunderstorm was the strongest of the three. One of them stepped forward and released an aura sweeping through all of Ivory Gap. The beasts and birds nearby were affected and stopped moving. Junior, it doesn't matter who taught you the sword Tao or which sect you're from, you're dead. Thunderstorm coldly said. Just the three of you aren't enough as an appetizer. The rest, come out now. Li Qiye smiled and said. Boom. A tent over at Upper Faction exploded as well. 4 more great figures came out. This only added to the terrifying atmosphere. A flood of energy engulfed the area, causing the crowd to feel as if there was an invisible hand gripping their neck. The Sage Quadruple of Upper Faction. One ancestor was terrified, not expecting for so many true gods to be hiding in the shadows. Mighty Mountain Sage hasn't come out for a long time until now, is the era really about to change? Another ancestor wondered. The Sage Quadruple consisted of 4 true gods, the strongest ancestors of Upper Faction. 3 were grand gods while the last was an intermediate one. Mighty Mountain was the strongest among them, already unbeatable at a young age with countless battle accomplishments. 7 true gods have appeared out of nowhere to the crowd's astonishment. Even an imperial coronation wouldn't have so many powerful people coming out. One sect master stated in horror. Normally, true gods in this system would rarely show themselves unless there was something earth-shattering happening to their clan or sect, or the system itself. But now, 7 gathered here at Ivory Gap and have been hiding in the very beginning. It meant that they came with a plan, not just when Li Qiye killed the 2 leaders. No one would believe that they came just for a blood ginseng. The older experts readied up for the incoming storm to the system. Is a new emperor about to be chosen? One elder murmured. No one else could come up with anything bigger than a coronation. Junior, you deserve death. Mighty Mountain glared at Li Qiye with bloodthirst in his eyes. This murderous affinity stung anyone who was in his vision. The 7 naturally came with a different goal. They were the hidden ace cards of their respective power and wouldn't have taken action until the very last moment, or when Chu Camp and the Wang clan joined in. But now, they had no choice after Li Qiye's massacre of their men. If they didn't do something, he would finish off the rest. Only a grand true god, not enough to the apex, just trash before becoming an ascender or an eternal. Li Qiye didn't give a damn. There was a particular bottleneck at the true god level. After reaching the peak of this realm, it was either becoming an ascender to continue the god path or to prove their Tao, embarking on the path of the emperor. Chapter 2181. Though there were other paths after becoming a grand true god, this particular level was already mighty enough in Insane Court. In fact, even minor and intermediate true gods were awesome beings. Ultimately, Insane Court had fallen. Just having a god was amazing enough for any power. As for having an ascender or a true god, they wouldn't dare to think of such a thing. But now, Li Qiye was considering this level as trash. This cavalier comment shocked the entire crowd, for there was not another person in the entire system who would repeat this. It required both power and courage. Everyone was slack-jawed, feeling that his aggressive attitude was second to none. It didn't matter whether he could take on the 7 gods right now, his style alone was worthy of admiration. Of course, the 7 gods weren't taking this comment as well as the crowd. Though Li Qiye was answering Mighty Mountain, he had offended them all. As the strongest ancestors in the system with the power of declaring death, no juniors would dare to be disrespectful before them. Today, this had gone beyond that to the level of a verbal slap. Junior, I shall rid the system of a vermin like you by cutting you to pieces. Mighty Mountain was primed to kill. His chilling tone could freeze to the bones. The spectators shuddered and retreated even more from the battlefield in order to avoid any needless casualty. You seven are qualified to represent the system. That's more of my role, ridding the system of vermin. Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. We'll see if you can keep on blabbering after a decapitation. Thunderstorm interjected with a shout accompanied by thunderous detonations. Li Qiye waved his sleeve dismissively in response. All right, stop wasting my time since everyone is here now. Come together, I'll kill you fast so that I can get on with important businesses. The seven gods turned unsightly while the crowd was speechless. The firmaments of this world weren't enough to contain his haughty arrogance. The young generation will surpass us in time, huh? We'll see how many moves you can last against the seven of us. Thunderstorm laughed from being too angry. The seven took positions and surrounded Li Qiye while exerting pressure on him. All eyes were fixated tightly on this scene, their heart hanging on a thread. People felt that Li Qiye alone couldn't compete against seven gods. His destruction was imminent. Some grew impatient, too eager to see what's next. Boom! An explosion interrupted the tense atmosphere, the ground shook as well. It didn't come from Li Qiye or the seven gods but rather the abyss. A flood of bloody serum rushed out of the abyss, 3 times in total, akin to a volcanic eruption without lava. This serum was red with a tinge of black within. Its particular shade and uncomfortable stench certainly scared the cloud. The seven gods also turned around, glaring at the billowing serum. Everyone forgot about the conflict due to this sudden development. This looked like an ominous sign. Back then, an old ancestor was alarmed while thinking about the troubled past of Insane Court. People didn't want to talk about it later on, so the future generation remained unaware. A heavy banging came about, something below the serum wanted to fly up. That's it. The seven gods lost interest in Li Qiye as their eyes flashed brightly. Splash! Something finally floated above the serum, a skeletal hand. Each finger was as big as a pillar. However, the most interesting thing was the weapon it's holding. A completely golden spear, seemingly cast from gold, was emitting an invincible aura. It was capable of suppressing everything, including slaying gods and emperors. Even a true emperor or an eternal wouldn't escape death before its fullest might. A primordial aura engulfed the area, one of a progenitor. Everyone felt the urge to kneel. The hand finally left the serum completely, revealing that it was severed from the shoulder. Nevertheless, it was still grasping the spear tightly. As time passed, only bones were left, but the weapon maintained its oppressive cold touch and invincible presence. Progenitor. Someone in the crowd got on the ground and began kowtowing. They didn't know what it was, but that aura was unmistakable. Many younger disciples didn't dare to get up. The seven gods immediately jumped into the abyss in order to reach the spear. What is that thing? One disciple murmured. A primordial treasure, insane spear. Han Feng revealed to the crowd while feeling quite emotional. Of course, jaws dropped to the ground after hearing this. A primordial treasure? One from our system? The disciple said in astonishment. Just having an imperial treasure was amazing enough, but a primordial treasure was on a whole different level. No power in the system was known to be in possession of one. Its appearance today would cause mass hysteria. Chapter 2182, The atmosphere was somber and tense since this skeletal hand didn't want to let go of the spear. Despite just lying there, the spear still seemed so invincible, able to crush the firmaments. People were robbed of their breath and normal composure. They could faintly see their progenitor using it to sweep through the world, fighting against the masters of his era. His wonderful style came back to life, momentarily. Months and years and ages have passed since the foundation of Insane Court. It eventually fell from an immortal lineage down to a myriad lineage. So many geniuses and true emperors have disappeared in the river of time. Some emperors didn't have any vestige left behind. This wasn't the case for the unchanging progenitor and his legends. The appearance of the spear rekindled his glory in the heart of the spectators once more. They couldn't help recalling his invincible deeds. Insane spear, both disciples and ancestors were jolted. I thought this was stored inside the central court. An elder asked his ancestor. Shoo. The ancestor immediately whispered, don't talk about this classified issue. The warning shut the elder up, not daring to pry any further. In fact, the other experts here were curious as well. There have been rumors about insane court holding onto a primordial treasure, most likely this particular spear. However, no one had seen it before or who actually kept it. In their imagination, the spear belonged to whoever had the military authority at that moment, or the great powers would share the responsibility of protecting it. No one expected to see it in this place. This particular belief used to be true. The spear was indeed located in the court under the careful watch of all. For millions of years and in spite of the numerous changes in leadership, the spear had never left the system and rarely the royal court. It was the symbol of ultimate military leadership. Alas, a few things happened later, so the system lost the spear. It didn't wish to talk about this matter either, so people continued to have the misconception. As for the ancestors who knew about it, they didn't wish to divulge any information due to the bloody nature of the past. That was one of the darkest periods of the system. Go. The 7 gods had the initiative in reaching the spear. However, their majestic aura failed to move the spear. Activate. Both Mighty Mountain and Thunderstorm didn't give up and went all out, resulting in an explosion of power and radiance. This was of no avail. Who knows whether it was due to the grip of the skeletal hand or because the spear was simply too heavy. The gods exchanged glances and instantly decided to work together. All held on tightly to a section of the spear in order to raise it together. Let's do it. Their true energy erupted, causing a tempest to engulf the area. Their combined efforts still failed. It was as if the spear had taken roots on the hand, no one could move it. The crowd's mind began to wander. The ancestors from other sects slowly came forward, standing near the abyss and being quite attentive. Though no one would provoke this group of 7 true gods, treasures were still tempting all the same. When necessary, these spectating gods would work together. Who would say no to a primordial treasure? The 7 also took note of this and became slightly anxious, aware of the potential problem. If this continued, others would be stirred into action. They might be able to stop these other ancestors for now, but as time went on, the opponents might band together. That would be a threat to both upper faction and sacred institution. Furthermore, the Wang and Chu camp were still watching on the sideline right now. This is an important venue under the watch of our sacred institution. We have the responsibility to protect this primordial treasure, so gentlemen, leave Ivory Gap to avoid thieves sneaking into the mix. Thunderstorm glared intimidatingly at the crowd after coming up with this idea. He clearly wanted to seal off the area. As long as everyone left, they could move a bigger army here to guard the area, then take their time figuring out how to take the spear away. At that point, they would clearly take the reign in the system, doing whatever they pleased since the spear was the symbol of authority. Brother Thunderstorm, that's unreasonable. Mighty Mountain replied coldly, the ancestors from our upper faction have also studied the Tao and meditated here, how can you claim this place? In terms of Tao search, this place is certainly ours if our ancestors were here in the past. He attacked from a different perspective. Both sides wanted to claim Ivory Gap at this moment. If that's the standard for territorial assignment, then when the progenitor divided the territory back then, Ivory Gap should belong to us. An old ancestor said without too much force. Please, your clan has left the capital a long time ago, that's a thing in the past. True Emperor Chu had given this land to our 100-tree gate back then, it should belong to us right now. A different ancestor disagreed. Our ancestors have also stayed here for dozens of generations, we should have a part too. The crowd became unrest, no one wanted to let go of this treasure. Even the clans from far away tried to come up with ways to link themselves with Ivory Gap and the spear. "Shut it!" Thunderstorm roared aggressively. His lightning eyes swept through the crowd and the other ancestors quickly closed their mouth. He went on, "No need to talk about the past then, but now, Ivory Gap is under the territory of Upper Faction, so it is under Upper Faction's control. Brother, just one-sided words alone are useless here. Others might be afraid of Thunderstorm but not Mighty Mountain. Their position and power were relatively even, so he continued, our ancestors have toiled here, don't think about taking this place." Thunderstorm sneered in response while looking at the man, "You know full well what some of your ancestors have done in this place, don't use the word toil here so shamelessly." Chapter 2183, Mighty Mountain didn't like hearing about the dark events of the past. He became serious and said, "Brother Thunderstorm, don't forget that your sacred institution was involved as well, doing things in secrecy." The two of them were revealing some secrets of the factions, not wanting to concede a single step. They worked together just now to fight Wuxia, but this was no longer the case. This wasn't too outrageous because the primordial treasure was too tempting. Not to mention betraying other sects, one would even betray their father or son and none would be shocked at that. "Is that so?" Thunderstorm snorted, "All right, let's talk about the present now. Your Upper Faction is doing some clandestine tasks once more. Don't think people don't know. The only way to avoid people finding out is to not do it in the first place." The two gods went at it in order to seize the spear. The other ancestors naturally wanted to see these dogs bite each other. It would be best for them to fight so that they could take advantage of the situation, even gaining the spear in the process. Well said, this dog fight is quite fun and entertaining, but unfortunately, I must interrupt you too." Someone suddenly interrupted the two of them after a clap. The seven gods gave a killing glance at the direction of the voice. Right now, only Wuxia would dare to speak to them in this manner, lacking any qualm. The seven slightly shuddered since they nearly forgot about this particular enemy, being too drawn to the spear. Wuxia gave them a smile, "I apologize for destroying your daydreams, but don't think about obtaining this spear, it is mine." Tongues began to wag after hearing this comment and eyes were on the two parties again. Some in the audience wanted nothing more than for a fight to break out. Wuxia and the seven gods would have no time to worry about the spear and they would naturally try to seize it. "Fool, it's not the turn for a junior like you to claim the spear." Mighty Mountain snorted. "That's right." Thunderstorm chimed in, "Insane spear belongs to the system, a person with questionable background can't have it lest they want to suffer the wrath of the entire system." Mighty Mountain went on, "The spear must be inherited by the Orthodox branch, no one else is qualified to have it, especially not you." "Who says young Noble Li isn't qualified?" A cold yet pleasant and charismatic voice came about. Rumble. Riders and carriages rushed over with unstoppable momentum and aura. When they stood in front of the world, a woman dressed in a phoenix robe was presiding on a phoenix carriage. Next to her was the imperial seal representing authority over the system. It was none other than the current queen, Wang Han. An old man stood nearby while embracing a saber. He emitted a frightening glint of the blade as if he was one with his weapon. The Wang's cavalry, the spectators knew that this particular group was the elites of one of the four great powers. "Your Highness," many cultivators kneeled and bowed. After all, before the coronation of the next emperor, Queen Wang Han with her imperial seal was still the orthodox branch of the system. Because of this, disciples from any sect would need to perform this greeting ceremony. Only the big shots like ancestors and true gods were spared from doing so. Mighty Mountain and his peers simply stood there and watched. Fierce Blade God, Su Haodong. Nevertheless, their eyes narrowed from seeing the old man by her side. This name certainly caused a stir in the crowd since it was quite famous. He was considered the #1 expert of the clan, a grand true god. Though Mighty Mountain and Thunderstorm were at this level as well, Fierce Blade was far stronger. These two have tried to take him on but lost in the past. The appearance of the queen and Su Haodong personally protecting her made the ones here understand that the turmoil in the Wang clan was over. Wang Han had won. There was news of ancestors there wanting to replace her with someone else, someone fiercer, to be the next emperor. That's why she was under attack by the Wang ancestors and risked being dismissed. Their appearance here naturally dispelled this particular rumor. It meant that she had gathered all of the clan's power, that the entire upper echelon had her back now. This allowed her to come here with an entirely new style. Not bad at all, no wonder why she can handle being in charge of the Wang. An ancestor from a distant clan murmured, this was his first time seeing her. She has been keeping a low profile in recent years, but the knowledgeable ones knew that she wasn't weaker than the late emperor at all. Remember, he was a son-in-law in the Wang. It was quite unbelievable for someone with a different last name to earn the support of the ancestors there, let alone becoming the emperor. Outside of his own mighty cultivation and intelligence, Wang Han also played a great part. She gathered the strength of her clan and fully supported him in consolidating his rule against the other three powers. Otherwise, a foreign emperor wouldn't have lasted for so long on the throne. Everyone knew that this was the climax of the power struggle. Given the current circumstances, the Wang might not be at a disadvantage facing these two great powers. Bam! A draconic throne was taken out by the queen as she walked over to Li Qia and respectfully bowed. Young noble, please. She helped him up the throne to the astonishment of the crowd. Remember, not just anyone could sit on this throne. It represented authority in the system along with the imperial seal in the queen's possession. What was the implication of this? Is that the new emperor? A young disciple asked, looking at Li Qia's leisure attitude while sitting on the throne. Queen, even if your Wang clan supports this brat, he can only sit there after gaining the recognition from us too. Mighty Mountain attacked. True God, you are misunderstanding our intention. The noble queen slowly said, young noble Li is not the emperor, but he is more qualified to sit on this throne more so than anyone and more qualified to rule Insane Court because he is a true forefather, one that had been buried in the abyss, now reborn. A forefather from the ancestral abyss? The crowd gasped with their mouth agape. All were staring intensely at him in disbelief. Chapter 2184, All eyes darted at Li Qia, this so-called reborn forefather. Befuddled the crowd was for this was something beyond their imagination. Ancestral abyss was well known and rumored to be the grave of their progenitor. Some records indicated that insane ancestor stated that he might reborn one day to become an immortal. It further stated that there could be ancestors during his generations buried here as well. It meant that these were the forefathers of Insane Court, but who knows which ones exactly. Thus, Wang Han's declaration was too much to take, the crowd couldn't regain their wits at all. What was the significance if she was telling the truth? It would change the system completely, heralding an entirely new generation of prosperity back to their apex. Is this true? The crowd glanced at each other. A few cultivators began asking their own ancestors. Ivory Gap was a gathering of heroes, virtually all of the majority of important powers in the system were present. Thus, Wang Han left herself no room to take it back. Success was necessary and she needed to establish his status then. Maybe it's possible. One ancestor said with uncertainty, but he was inching towards the possibility. He knows our merit laws so well, especially Insane Sword Dao, a complete master. I don't think anyone else in the system can match him. In fact, more ancestors believed this as well. Ultimately, Li Qia was showing pieces of evidence and had the power to do so. From Insane Force to Raging Dragon to Insane Bladestorm and finally, Insane Sword Dao. He exhibited such perfection with them, especially the last one, capable of using it to the limit. Many disciples were able to cultivate the former laws but not this last one. Few ancestors had access to it, so his Sword Dao was a cry of his status. The 7 gods were alarmed after hearing this, and rightfully so if Wang Han was telling the truth. They found that there was indeed a possibility. They would definitely know a user of insane sword Dao, but not in this particular case. It meant that he could be a reborn ancestor. Your Highness, isn't it too early to say this? Thunderstorm snorted, picking a random person and telling us that it is a reborn ancestor. At the very least, our sacred institution won't accept this. There was no way these great powers would ever accept this under the current circumstances. The Wang would take over and they would have no place to go. The crowd hesitated once more. This was a matter of grave importance, they couldn't rely on her opinion alone. How can we make a joke out of the system's well-being? Upper faction also won't accept this without ample evidence. Mighty Mountain chimed in, Your Highness, the royal court isn't only under your clan's control. Because of this, no one can take the throne before a consensus is made. Not up to your upper faction. A cold voice powerfully asserted, Our Chu camp recognizes the ancestors' identity. A bloodthirsty cavalry with an intimidating aura and surging true energy came about. Chu Qingling. Someone exclaimed. She had left earlier to chase after the ginseng but now, she came back to recognize Li Qia's status. All 4 great powers were here now. Though there were others who participated in this power struggle, these 4 were still the main ones. If all 4 agreed on this matter, then it became a sure thing. No one else could do anything about it. So right now, there was a stalemate because 2 were in support and the other 2 rejected this notion. Just Chu camp and Wang clan aren't enough. Mighty Mountain said, the Wang has also violated our system's laws, so they aren't qualified to discuss this matter. If they want to establish their authority once more, they need to reveal the death of the late emperor first. The shocked crowd all glanced at the queen and tongues began to quietly wag. This matter was concluded long ago because the emperor had passed for some time now. Furthermore, the great powers didn't talk about it so the rest followed suit. However, some skepticism and doubts were born after Mighty Mountain brought it up. The late emperor was still very young, more than 30 was considered nothing in the system. Someone at this age should be vigorous and brimming with life with a limitless future. However, he suddenly died without warnings and any known illness. Though the royal court didn't directly address his death, the Wang sent out a message, he died due to a problem with cultivation. Instability led to an internal explosion. People accepted this in stride. After all, cultivators often died in this manner. Nevertheless, they began doubting about the circumstances behind his death. Was there really more to it? His Majesty cultivated the insane blood law. The blood assaulted his heart and he eventually died on his bed since treatments were useless. Wang Han's expression darkened, you have other questions? Mighty Mountain smiled implicatively, Your Highness, that's hard to say. Blood attacking the heart is not a common occurrence during cultivation. I actually heard someone was cultivating heretical blood devour in the Wang clan, and as you know, this is a great crime. Heretical blood devour. The older characters were startled while trying to read the queen's expression. What is that? A young disciple quietly asked his senior but was shushed right away. The ancestors, in particular, were greatly jolted. This merit law was forbidden in their system for a reason, its return might herald the dark days once more. Though Mighty Mountain didn't say any name, the implication was clear. Keep in mind that the emperor might not be the strongest in the system, but he represented its authority and orthodox line. Chapter 2185, If the late emperor indeed cultivated this heretical art, it would be a sky-piercing event. No one wanted to talk about the dark days of the system back then, especially the taboo merit law. The ruling authority had burned everything related to this law. When Azura Heaven Battler took down Virtue True God, he established an iron order forbidding anyone from cultivating it or it would be considered treason, a crime punishable by death. If this was the case, it would be a great blow to the Wang. People would begin to question the legitimacy of their rule. Cultivating that heretical art wouldn't result in qi deviation. Was it the Wang clan doing it or you personally, Your Highness? Either way, this is regicide. Mighty Mountain laughed. The crowd gasped in response. At this moment, they were questioning the emperor's death. If the heretical art wouldn't result in qi deviation, then he must have been killed. The circumstances behind this remained a mystery. You know this heretical art so well, don't tell me that you also cultivate it, or someone in upper faction. Wang Han wasn't affected at all and retorted. Don't accuse us of such a thing, you need to be responsible for your words. Mighty Mountain's expression shifted as he gravely answered. Mighty Mountain, I'm responsible for my words. Wang Han said, if you don't cultivate it or have no access to this merit law, how do you know qi deviation wouldn't come of it? Humph, I've read an ancient scroll about it from my sect. Mighty Mountain snorted. So you're telling me that upper faction still hasn't given up on it? Wang Han pushed on, back in those years, many top experts from your sect were Virtue True God's followers. As an ancestor, you should know that the God refined blood in this very abyss. Do you dare to swear that you're innocent in this place? Many in the crowd weren't aware that Virtue True God refined blood for cultivation in this abyss. The older ones knew that this was called a blood seed. The true God captured people and took their blood, refining it into his own true blood. In order to reach the apex of this merit law, he had refined tens of thousands of people. Few here right now knew that this used to be a sacrificial pit for this merit law. Your Highness, you're pushing it. This darkness is laden with dust, we don't wish to talk about it yet you bring it up again. Thunderstorm attacked. You're also pushing it. Wang Han didn't relent, everyone knows about His Majesty's death, but now, you're ruining his good reputation with nefarious intents. The two gods initially wanted to use the late emperor's death as a way to lower Wang Han's credibility. They didn't expect for her to fiercely bite back. Ultimately, no evidence, we won't accept this thing about a reborn ancestor. Mighty Mountain changed the topic. Mighty Mountain, you also need to shut your mouth without any evidence. I'll be the first to slash you if I hear you talk about the late emperor's death again. Fierce Blade God shouted. Others wouldn't be courageous enough to say this, but Mighty Mountain actually relented this time around. He was imperious against others but had no courage against Fierce Blade. This was someone who had defeated him before, there was nothing he could do. Are all of you done? Li Chia leisurely said after the quarrel. He had his eyes closed, resting on the throne earlier but now, he opened his eyes and joined in. Everyone looked over at him, nearly forgotten about his existence just a bit ago. He looked at the crowd and smiled, I need recognition from foolish dogs like you. Just my name alone, Li Chia, is enough. I don't care for your approval or refusal and will do things my way. He paused for a bit, if you are willing to follow me, I welcome it. If not, that's fine too, but block my path and be ready to face death. Now, I have said my piece. Where do you stand? Obey me or oppose me? I'm ready to listen. My Wang clan is ready to follow you, ancestor. Wang Han spoke without hesitation. My Chu camp will follow suit. Chu Qingling also represented her faction. There was no doubt that this power had come to an agreement prior or she wouldn't dare to say this right now, regardless of her status. Now, the focus was on the seven gods. Before the four great powers showed their attitude, it would be useless for the rest to make their choice. They needed to wait before picking a side. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion echoed across the entire system. Boundless light oozed out from the source of the explosion, illuminating the entire sky starting with the royal court. Laws shot out from the large mansion of the Peng. A portal was activated with a majestic aura and energy as abundant as the sea. When a clan showed their portal like this, it was certainly a declaration of war. The Peng. People immediately recognized this portal. Who were they declaring war against? Boom! The aura of a true god permeated the area and crazily surged. Someone was purposely doing so in order to intimidate the world. Humph, rebirth. How baseless. A majestic figure with the sky above his head and the ground touching his feet appeared. Waves of energy pulsed from his very being. His eyes were as bright as two suns. The Peng's sacred ancestor. Its strongest backing. An ancestor was startled to see this. Our clan will not recognize anything about a reborn ancestor and will show no mercy for those who scheme against the system. I'm sure upper faction will also not allow for a fake to become the next emperor. Any member of the system can and should kill such a deceiver. His voice echoed. This was indeed a decisive declaration of war against Li Qiye while refusing his identity. If Li Qiye didn't do anything now, people would lose faith in him. That's right, the sacred ancestor is right. We will not allow for a deceiver to rule. Mighty Mountain also laughed and showed his support. Chapter 2186, The Peng sacred ancestor was the first to reveal his stance with Mighty Mountain right after him. No one was surprised to see this. The Peng was loyal to upper faction, not to mention Li Qiye had murdered several thousands of their elites. He was naturally their biggest enemy. Now that the other side had shown their cards, the crowd wanted to know how Li Qiye would respond. If Li Qiye failed to move, then his claim would be less credible. No one would take him seriously. He didn't bother glancing towards the Peng's direction or its ancestor. He smiled in response, like I said, opposing me means death. Since you are courting death, I'll fulfill your wish and destroy your clan lest you keep thinking that I'm a fake. I'm waiting, come. The ancestor remained unyielding. He stood above his clan with a majestic ocean of energy as if he wielded the power of the world. His confidence was justifiable, being a grand true god and the top expert of the Peng. Plus, being on his land empowered him even more. The foundation had been laid by many ancestors, so it was quite grand. It meant that he could use it whenever he wanted, letting his personal cultivation reach a much higher level, a home advantage. Only an ant shamelessly boasting before me. Li Qiye spread his hand and gathered the power of the domain. In the blink of an eye, everyone had an illusion that he was grasping the entire system in his palm, that he was the supreme master in charge of all the forces here. Rumble. His real hand was still naturally an ivory gap, but a massive palm identical to his own was condensing in the sky, capable of suppressing thousands and thousands of miles. Divine mountains looked insignificant in comparison. The world quaked before its coming. It didn't take long before it crosses through the plains and appeared right above the Peng clan. Boom! It attacked without any hesitation, wishing to annihilate the entire place. Attack! The ancestor roared and raised his palm to gather the power of the foundation. True energy and Tao power oozed out in the form of beams, all under his command. This culminated into a massive sword. This ancestor had reached the state of man and sword being one. It illuminated the entire clan. So many people were frightened by this invincible technique. The sword pierced upward in order to meet the descending palm. A firefly wanting to compete against the shine of the moon. Li Qiye said nonchalantly before moving his palm for an attack. Boom! The gigantic palm above the Peng poured down waterfalls of laws. These supreme laws crushed everything in its path as the palm continued to descend. The sword couldn't stop the laws, let alone thinking about slashing the hand. It crumbled instantly. The sacred ancestor didn't have the chance to run and was captured instantly. Activate. The ancestor mustered all of his strength to use his strongest merit law in order to escape. Alas, it was useless. The hand just needed to add some force, and that was more than enough to crush all of his Tao and laws. Crack. As the palm closed, it crushed the ancestor inch by inch before rendering him into a mist of blood, no chance to scream. Next, it loomed above the clan and pushed all of the young, old, and women out of the clan. The fingers then pierced into the earth as it picked up the clan itself. Attack! The rest of the experts, disciples and ancestors, were shocked and used all of their strength to attack the palm, wishing to create a hole in order to escape. Futile it was, for the fingers were closing. The result was the total annihilation of the Peng. Their entire territory became dust and sand, with remnants of them scattering to the ground, filling the hole that used to be there. The ground was flat again, no more buildings and businesses from the Peng. It looked as if they have never existed in the first place. What's going on? The infants, elders, and helpless women were stunned to see the absence of their clan. Weak beings like them had no idea what was going on. No. A miserable wail of lament came from Upper Faction's camp. It was from the Peng clan master, Peng Chujun. He survived this disaster unlike the rest of his clan. The shock made him spit out a mouthful of blood gushing through the air like a rainbow. He fell straight to the ground with his eyes wide open. The anger and sadness left him dead. The world became quiet. Everyone was frozen, not daring to move in the slightest. All their courage have left their body. Even the ancestors of the clans were no exception. An ascender, or an eternal. One ancestor was still trembling and managed to calm his mind. The rest of the disciples were completely pale, but first on the ground. Ant. Li Qiye pulled back his hand, not bothering to look at the result of his attack. The gigantic hand above the royal court's territory dispersed as well. The only thing left telling people that something had happened here was the newly laid soil and debris. The crowd no longer dared to look straight at him. In fact, if he were to look in their direction, they might be scared to death. The 7 gods from Upper Faction and Sacred Institution felt the same fear. Chapter 2187, The destruction of the Peng only took a brief moment. Li Qiye sat on his throne the entire time without even needing to stand up. Just a wave of his hand alone was enough to instill both destruction and dread. The 7 ancestors felt their legs quivering, their pale expression said it all. He didn't need to exert a dominating pressure or a massive amount of true energy. Just his leisure attitude on the throne let the rest of the world know how supreme he was. People exchanged glances. Though lips didn't move, they began to believe that he was a reborn ancestor. Only a being like that would be powerful to this level. Will you all commit suicide, or must I do it myself? Li Qiye glanced at the 7 gods and leisurely said. The 7 gods were naturally startled and didn't know what to do. Grand true gods like them were helpless, realizing they couldn't replicate the task of instantly killing the Peng even if they all worked together. Of course, it was possible, but not with such ease. Don't push it. Mighty Mountain roared furiously. I'm pushing it. Told you the ending for those who oppose me already. Li Qiye smiled. What kind of reborn ancestor are you? You should be ruling with magnanimity. A cold snort came about. At this moment, a person emerged right next to Mighty Mountain. No one saw how he got there, as if he only needed from one step to travel from horizon to this place. It was an old man dressed in a red robe with yellow embroidery of a fierce and noble dragon raising its claws. He looked stately, capable of shouldering the heaven. This was a lord no matter where he went. Ancestor. The 4 gods from Upper Faction performed a grand ceremony while the 3 from Sacred Institution bowed their head. The youth here didn't know who he was, but judging by the god's respectful attitude, the old man certainly had a big background. Ba Shang. Even Fierceblade became serious after seeing him. Ba Shang. The elders and ancestors from the clan were thunderstruck after hearing this name. That's the legendary number 1 in Upper Faction. One elder took a deep breath, but shouldn't he be dead a long time ago? Why is he still around? This name was too resounding for those of the previous generation. When Ba Shang was still around, he established Upper Faction's role in the system. Back then, this power actually reigned for a bit. They eventually lost this authority after rumors of his death. So you have been in isolated cultivation. Fierceblade was careful when looking at this guy. The guy was already a first-level true god back then, so he certainly would be much stronger after so many years. It's been a while. Ba Shang spoke. I met a bottleneck during the first level and now, I've finally returned after reaching the third level, not expecting to see something like this. The crowd was astonished at this revelation. Some even screamed, a third-level true god. If this was the case, he might be the strongest true god in the system, it's next number one. For many cultivators, reaching Grand True God was the end of their journey. There were two paths forward, to either eventually become an ascender or an emperor. However, the latter path was much harder compared to the former. If a cultivator could break through the bottleneck after reaching the grand level and open a second palace, they would become an ascender. Opening the third palace would grant them the title of being a first-level true god. The fourth palace would let them be at the second level, and so on and so forth. The heaven has 9 layers, or firmaments. Thus, the strongest true god was at the 9th level with 11 palaces. After reaching the peak of this level, if they could break through another bottleneck to open the 12th palace, they would become an eternal. The path of the emperor was different. This cultivation path started with the 4 symbols, or images, inside the Fate Palace. They needed to refine the 4 symbols into Tao springs before proving their Tao. That's when they could become a true emperor. After proving their Tao, a true emperor would naturally have 12 Fate Palaces. Of course, this wasn't invincibility. They still had a long way to go before they could light up all of the palaces. This was the prerequisite of becoming a progenitor. This latter path was much, much harder than godhood, and going from an emperor to a progenitor was thousands of times harder. Each era could produce several true emperors. A prosperous one could create more than 10, but a progenitor? Who knows how many eras it would take? Due to the disparity in difficulty, at the proportional level, a true emperor was much more powerful than a true god. One would need to be an eternal before trying to fight against an emperor. In emperor and immortal lineage, a third-level true god wasn't much. But for insane court right now, this realm was virtually unbeatable. Thus, Ba Shang's presence was commanding respect and fear from the spectators. He looked at Li Qie and slowly said, "If you are indeed a forefather, you should toil for the greater good of the system and rule with mercy. It's not your place to tell me what to do. Kneel now and I can spare you from death." Li Qie interrupted him and said flatly. Telling a third-level true god to kneel? How unbelievably fierce. The crowd was shocked after hearing this declaration. No one dared to question Li Qie's identity anymore. Only a forefather of their system would dare to demand this. This was a contest between the past and present. Li Qie represented the old generation while Ba Shang the current. Ba Shang's expression turned ugly with a murderous flash in his eyes. "I will overestimate myself and see just how strong you are, so-called forefather." "You are indeed overestimating yourself." An old voice came about. Another old man holding an ancient sword came to the front. Yang Xingping was one of the few who could recognize him. It was the person they met back at Relinquished Bones. "Li Qian, it's you." The old man took one step back after seeing the newcomer. "Indeed, it's me." The sword user's presence alone was enough to deter Ba Shang, no need for a flashy aura. "Li Qian, the Tao Protector Sword God." An ancestor cried out. Fierceblade and the other ancestors all bowed to show their respect towards the old man. Xingping's jaw dropped to the ground. He knew that this old man was a big shot, but not this big. Who is that? A junior wasn't aware of this title. Chapter 2188, Li Qian was unknown to the young generation, but for the older experts, Li Qian and Tao Protector Sword God were as sonorous as thunder. Who is that? One junior asked with curiosity after seeing Ba Shang's dread. That's the strongest person among the Tao Source Protectors and the strongest ancestor of our system. An elder quietly answered. I see. Many youths were stunned to hear this and stared at Li Qian with reverence. Everyone in Insane Court knew about the Tao Source Protectors. The Tao Source located in the royal court was the foundation of the system. If it were to disappear or weaken, the entire system would crumble alongside it. Because of this, all Tao sources had protectors who were an irreplaceable part of the system. The ruling dynasties and orthodox branches might change, but this particular defensive institution would stay the same with its own inheritance rule. These Tao protectors were rarely replaced. If such a thing were to happen, it meant that a massive change had happened to the Tao source. Li Qian's branch was currently in charge of protecting and controlling the power of the Tao source. Other lineages in Insane Court had a far inferior understanding of the Tao source compared to them. Though they couldn't directly control it, the degree of mastery was still far higher compared to the rest. Normally, Li Qian wouldn't interfere with any clan or even the matters of the court. These dynasties and rulers didn't matter because ultimately, they were still part of the system. Thus, if one were to come out, it would mean that something big had happened. In the recent generations, Insane Court has been quite peaceful due to a self-imposed isolation policy. This was the reason why few people knew the name Li Qian. However, most would know the name of the previous Tao protector quite well, or Li Qian's master, Azura Heaven Battler. Back when the heretical blood devour art troubled the entire region under the leadership of Virtue True God, the system was considered an evil lineage that should be eradicated by all. Because of this, many systems banded up against it. Later on, Azura Heaven Battler and his branch of protectors decided to purge the system, killing both Virtue and his followers. They eventually came to an agreement with the other system in Myriad lineage, resulting in the current situation of being blocked off from the world. Heaven Battler saved the entire system that had fallen to an evil art, allowing it to have a chance to recuperate. After his death, Li Qian inherited this position to become the protector of Insane Court. His appearance here today naturally shocked everyone because it wouldn't be about the current political strife. There was no difference to these Tao protectors whether upper faction was in charge or the Wang. Thus, his presence here was unexpected even to Ba Shang. The old man looked at Li Qian and maintained his fierce demeanor. Li Qian, if you choose to interfere with the royal court as the Tao protector, you will need to be impartial and reasonable. Our branch has no interest in politics. Today, I am only here for you. Li Qian uttered coldly in response. It's an honor to win the attention of a Tao source protector. May I ask what crime I have committed for you to come out here with such great fanfare? Ba Shang snorted. Li Qian was ready to kill, evident by his chilling tone. You know what you have done. Obediently surrender or must I make you? Such confidence. Ba Shang laughed. Others might be afraid of you, but not me. We'll see just how strong you are. The crowd glanced at both of them. One ancestor calculated with his fingers, the last time Li Qian showed up was 10,000 years ago. Now here he was for Ba Shang. The two of them shouldn't have any grievance with each other, but Li Qian is calling for Ba Shang's death. Just what did Ba Shang do? All the elders and ancestors had this question on their mind. Boom! Ba Shang released his true energy while his vitality howled like a dragon. A short-legged dragon appeared before him. This was one of his best techniques, Roaring Dragon Turtle. Kill him! He ordered, and the dragon began attacking. This particular dragon was different from the rest. Its claw resembled the leg of a turtle. Its flesh was tough and heavy. This was a force encompassing the immensity of countless mountains. Its sharp fangs could tear apart the world. The void shattered from this power while people dropped to the ground. Boom! Numerous peaks and mountains collapsed in Ivory Gap. Clank! A sword hymn resounded. Li Qian instantly created multiple heavenly swords of unbelievable size. The entire world turned into an ocean of star-cutting swords. Insane Sword Dao. People were familiar with this technique since Li Qie had just used it prior. These swords combined together with his physical one, leaving only one in the sky, resplendent and seemingly refined from the heaven and earth. Everything else paled in comparison. A slash came down, eliminating the yin-yang and reincarnation cycles. Blood from the dragon squirted everywhere and painted the ground red. Ah! Ba Shang cried out and retreated with haste, but it was still too late. The slash had severed his right arm. The two sides went all out right away, roaring Dragon Turtle versus Insane Sword Dao. Unfortunately, he wasn't as strong and his technique was inferior as well. The bout was decided in one move. People gasped in astonishment. One elder murmured, "That's why Insane Sword Dao is our best technique, the choice of cultivation for the protectors." The crowd had heard of the strength of the protectors before and Li Qian didn't let them down with this first showing. In their eyes, a true god was terrifying enough, but a third-level one was even more so. Today, Ba Shang didn't even stand a chance against Li Qian and lost his right arm instantly. Chapter 2189. This first exchange had shown that the fame of a protector was rightfully deserved. Ba Shang took several steps back and stopped the bleeding from the wound. His complexion lost all color since the exchange left him depleted energy-wise and grievously wounded, even more so than just losing his right hand. Li Qian wasn't overconfident after doing this. He stared coldly at his foe and declared, "Your ace card still won't do anything, just give up or I will take you down." "Huh, I see." Ba Shang laughed. A protector is worthy of their fame, but it's not over just yet. Insane court shall change. R.A. He roared and spewed out blood like a monster. This bloody shine illuminated the entire sky. Pluff. The cultivators closest to Ba Shang instantly evaporated into blood. Their vitality got devoured by his monstrous jaw. Heretical blood devour. The horrified crowd felt their soul leaving their body after seeing this. They hastily backed off. After swallowing several hundred combatants, Ba Shang glowed red with floods of blood surrounding him. His eyes were also red with a billowing, sanguine aura to him. A bloody mist engulfed the entire region next. He seemed to have turned into a devil. No one in the crowd could maintain their composure. Some made a big gap between themselves and him. Though this was a forbidden art and a taboo subject, many of the older generations still knew about heretical blood devour. This art had now appeared again on Ba Shang. Everyone finally understood why Li Qian was targeting this guy. The leader of Sacred Institution, Thunderstorm, also ran away from fear. So stubborn. Li Qian uttered, "I will rid the system of evil like you." The scared crowd was still interested in watching. They didn't dare to get close to Ba Shang because he might go crazy and turn them into food again. Rid the system of evil? Ba Shang laughed and retorted, "Li Qian, you're quite meddlesome. What is our purpose? To strengthen the system, to revive it once more. Back then, so many disciples died for this goal, but you protectors actually did the opposite, appeasing the enemies in order to have peace. Ha ha ha. Future generations only know that virtue true God had refined blood in this abyss, but they don't know about how your master massacred thousands of the system's disciples and buried them here for the sake of ridding the system of evil. If we have fallen to the heretical path, you protectors are also hypocritical murderers." While he was laughing, his severed arm started growing again from the stump. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that they didn't know the whole story. But it wasn't surprising at all. Virtue true God wondered the support of many ancestors. He even had control over Insane Spear at one point, and his particular merit law made other cultivate at a wind-like pace. Numerous cultivated this art and devoured blood, not only the enemies or cultivators from the other systems but also their kinsmen and sect members. When Azura Heaven Battler killed Virtue, he finished the rest of the disciples in this place in order to sever this line completely. This part of the storyline was purposely left out until today. No mercy for those who cultivate that merit law. I will not let insane court be destroyed in the hands of short-sighted fools. Li Qian was unmoved. He wasn't a man of many words, but he got to the point in a powerful manner. The majority agreed with this viewpoint. The heretical art could produce a large number of experts in a short time, but it wasn't a sustainable plan. If all the cultivators in the system were to use it, the place would truly become evil. All the other systems wouldn't allow this, and it wouldn't take long before Insane Court's demise. No one can stop Insane Court from rising again. Those who have the heart to help the system will cultivate heretical blood devour. They are heroes, willing to sacrifice themselves. The late emperor was also a hero like this, much more courageous than cowards like you, willing to take the next step and disobey the forbidden law. Ba Shan laughed crazily. More and more in the future will cultivate the art, no one can stop this. All eyes were on Wang Han now. A while ago, Mighty Mountain implied that the late emperor had cultivated this heretical art before, but the queen denied this. If this was indeed the truth, then Ba Shan wasn't the only one who had broken the rule. The emperor represented the orthodox branch of the system and had sovereignty. Ba Shan cultivating it was one thing, but if the emperor also did it? It would be a great blow to this iron law, destroying the order that had been kept for many eras. That's why His Majesty is dead now. Wang Han coldly said, no one is allowed to violate the iron law of Insane Court, no exception. Otherwise, demise is inevitable. Your upper faction gave the heretical law to His Majesty, that alone is enough to sentence all of you to death. She had no emotional fluctuation when stating this because she was well prepared. One day, the world would find out about this, so she wasn't caught off guard. When her husband secretly cultivated this art, she tried to persuade him otherwise. After all, the Wang's effort and her own would be in vain. Her clan would be pushed into the abyss and suffer eternal damnation, never being able to rise again. Alas, he didn't listen to her. Though he represented the Wang to become the emperor, he still had a different last name and faced opposition everywhere. The other three great powers didn't follow his order again, so his actual authority was limited. He refused to accept this, knowing that as long as he was personally strong enough, he could finally rule over the system like Virtue True God back then. He fell into the temptation of the heretical law and began cultivating it. Chapter 2190, Emperor Sun Yang was an emperor with a different last name from the clan of his banner. Though he had a strong grasp on authority, he still met opposition everywhere. Thus, he chose to cultivate the heretical art given to him by Ba Shan. Of course, Ba Shan didn't do it out of goodwill, only wanting to pull the emperor down the mud with him and to get even more members of the system to cultivate it for a tide of darkness to engulf the system once more. As his wife, Queen Wang Han was naturally the first to spot the changes in him and eventually found out. She was much more insightful and didn't want to falter to the heretical path just because of oppositions from the other three great powers. Thus, she convinced him to drop it, in order to save both himself and the system. Alas, the emperor had a taste of this heretical art, so how could he give it up? His cultivation rose like the wind, it was too tempting. After several useless attempts, she knew that there was no turning back for him. He had fallen into the abyss of blood. She reported this to the ancestors of the Wang in order to come up with a countermeasure. The cultivation of this art was a taboo, so it could take the Wang down after being exposed. The consequence was immensely grave. Everyone knew what happened next. The emperor passed away and a new dynasty was coming. Though her expression was cold, her heart was the opposite, full of pain and bitterness. It wasn't easy for the duo to surpass all of their obstacles since her husband was a disciple from a tiny sect. Outside of his own heroism, she paid and toiled for him in order to gain her clan's full support. She was full of hope for the future because they were still young and had a full generation to overcome the remaining problems. A cultivator would have several thousand years as the ruler, more than ample time. Unfortunately, Sun Yang only saw what was before him and ruined all of their hard work. His death meant that everything she worked for had gone down the drain. The Wang would also pay a great price because the system would pick a new emperor, the start of a new competition. However, they had no other choice. It was either to let Sun Yang continue to cultivate the heretical art and ruin the system or cut off their own hand. Ultimately, they made the latter choice. The truth behind this was out in the open, but her ready admission still shocked the crowd, causing some to gasp. An emperor, the symbol of authority in the system, secretly broke the iron law to cultivate the heretical art? Truly astounding. His early death is quite a shame. I hope his spirit is around to see the heretical art engulf the three worlds one more. Ba Shang smiled deviously. He's just like Virtue True God, an amazing pioneer. Heresy. Li Qian's eyes turned fierce as he took one step forward. I shall cut you down today. Li Qian, don't be so confident now. Ba Shang was not afraid. Boom. The short-legged dragon appeared again. It was completely drenched in blood this time around as if it had just come out of a blood ocean. R.A. The dragon opened its jaw and began to suck towards Li Qian's direction. Buzz. The vegetation, rivers, and earth near Li Qian instantly withered and cracked. It was devouring the worldly energy of this place. Even a few disciples near there got turned into mists of blood and were devoured. People quickly ran away from the battlefield to stay safe. Clank. Li Qian activated his sword Dao again with countless swords forming a wall for protection. At the same time, a sword formation descended from above. Even more swords appeared and began their assault. Pluff. One sword after another pierced through the blood dragon and severed it into many pieces. The great ancestor will never allow for evil like you to rampage. Li Qian roared. His sword Dao reached its limit and even more formations appeared to trap Ba Shang. Pluff. Ba Shang lost again, unable to stop the formations and was struck by numerous blades. The crowd became excited. This sword Dao was indeed invincible, the best of insane ancestor. Even the heretical art was no match for it. Finally, one from the net of swords aimed for Ba Shang's heart. What's left of the massive dragon couldn't protect him either. Ancestor, save me! Ba Shang shouted before the very last moment. Clank! A bloody sword traveled across the realm and stopped the penetrating blade to save him. Next, a sanguine glow swept through everything resulting in a massive tsunami of blood. Li Qian's sword formations crumbled as a response. He himself was injured and took several thumping steps backward. Three old men appeared, standing in front of Ba Shang. They dressed in bright red outfits, even their skin had a bloody shimmer, same with their hair and brows. The crowd could smell a terrible bloody stench from them. Insane blood gods. Li Qian's eyes narrowed after seeing these three. Oh, we've left our home for so long but some still remember us. The old man with a blood sword said with a tinge of emotion. Having said that, he looked at Li Qian. Azura Heaven Battler's disciple is indeed special. Li Qian naturally put on a serious face at this moment. The title of these three was unknown to the crowd, even to the older members. Insane blood gods consist of insane ferocious god, insane evil god, and insane cruel god. A very old ancestor shouted, knowing the infamy of these three, not all fish were captured by the net then. These three were strong generals under Virtue True God. Everyone knew how strong Virtue True God was, so his generals should be quite mighty and dreadful as well. These three managed to escape from insane court back then during Heaven Battler's purge and stopped showing up. Everyone thought they were dead, but here they are now. Chapter 2191, The trio has returned after so many years, but Heaven Battler was no longer here. Li Qian was the only one left to take care of the system. He had an austere expression, knowing that he alone was not enough to stop these three. The bloody sword wielder was insane ferocious god while the other two were insane evil god and insane cruel god. Unfortunately, Azura Heaven Battler's legacy is without an inheritor. He was so invincible back then but his disciple, only a 5th level true god. Insane evil god uttered coldly. All eyes were on Li Qian. No one knew that he was at the 5th level. No wonder why he defeated Ba Shang so easily. This disciple is useless and is ashamed, not able to learn even 20% of his art. Li Qian said slowly. He was indeed inferior to his master in terms of power and cultivation. Just imagine, virtue was unbeatable back then but Heaven Battler still took him down. Alas, it wasn't Li Qian's fault. His branch of Tao Source Protectors went all out to fight against the heretical cultivators. It was a tough victory since the majority of ancestors died. Even his own master passed away several years later on his bed due to the grievous injuries. Li Qian was too young to participate in that particular battle. He was only a regular disciple back then but Azura Heaven Battler decided to fully groom him using his last years. Ultimately, it was too little time to truly teach Li Qian everything. The youth ended up having to learn by himself later on. During those dark years, Insane Court had fallen. There was no one to teach Li Qian. It was simply incredible that he was able to reach this level by himself. Not to mention a 5th level true god like you, even if there is a true emperor with 3 palaces here, he still wouldn't be able to take us on. Surrender now. The evil god said. The crowd became worried about Li Qian after hearing this. After a true emperor grasped the Tao Spring and has 12 palaces, this was still only the beginning. They needed to light up their palaces in order to have the spring pour energy into them for empowerment. Because of this, an emperor with 1 lit-up palace was referred to as a 1-palace true emperor. After lighting up all 12, the Tao Spring would turn into the source, allowing them to create a Tao lineage as a progenitor. Right now, these 3 brothers claimed that they weren't afraid of a 3-palace true emperor. One could see how strong they were just from this particular statement. 9th level true gods. Li Qian was aware of their power. In his eyes, this was an impossible battle. As the leader of the protectors, he was the strongest ancestor in the system. If he couldn't take them on, no one could. Go back to protecting the Tao source and ignore everything else. We won't pursue this matter or there will be new protectors. Insane ferocious god added. Everyone looked over at Li Qian. His choice right now affected the fate of the system. Alas, the outcome was pretty obvious. Darkness would engulf the system once more. This is a matter of principle, there is nothing to talk about. I will perform my duty today and live up to the expectation of my master. Li Qian powerfully responded. Very well, as you wish then. Insane ferocious god declared. Boom. Li Qian became resplendent as non-stop explosions detonated. The entire system was shaking as runes appeared below him. The power of the Grand Tao poured into him like an ocean. Clank. A heavenly sword broke out from his body. It was exuberant and seemed to wield all the forces in this world, the might of the progenitor. He wasn't only one of the sword but also one with the entire system. The power of the Tao source, I see. Unfortunately, you are far inferior compared to your master. Your understanding of the Tao source is a grain of sand in the ocean. The ferocious god roared and the bloody sword flew to the sky. It loomed over everything with waves of blood rampaging towards Li Qian. The ferocity of this attack could tear through everything. The wounds caused by this bloody sword were virtually impossible to heal. Boom! Under the one with the sword state, Li Qian unleashed a slash. It cut through the ocean of blood and came crashing down. People were breathless at this sight. Rumble. The two sides exchanged dozens of blows. Li Qian was only a 5th level true god yet he was fighting against a 9th level true god. This was indeed unbelievable, or even a miracle. The power disparity was too great between the two. However, as the leader of the protectors whose branch had protected the Tao source for generations, he still had a better understanding of the Tao source than the rest. Though the crowd knew that his defeat was inevitable, they still wanted him to win or it would be the end for the system. "Big brother, I'll lend you a hand." The other two gods grew impatient at the stalemate. They took out their own bloody weapons and rushed to the sky. These brothers have always fought together on the battlefield, so they had impeccable teamwork requiring zero communication. The techniques used were perfect and a bloody ray pierced through Li Qian's sword Dao. Pluff! Li Qian couldn't handle the two newcomers. The ray pierced through him before the physical weapons were even there. Bam! His sword Dao couldn't stop it either and shattered. The actual physical weapons were now aiming for his head. It's over. Li Qian closed his eyes, awaiting death. In this perilous moment, Li Qiye, who has been sitting on the throne, suddenly spread his palm. His 5 fingers acted like swords. Multiple heavenly swords appeared and Tao laws poured down like waterfalls in order to protect Li Qian. Bam! The attack slammed into the wall of swords and failed to break through. Li Qian calmed down and looked over, surprised that Li Qiye was the one who saved him. "Get back, you're not their match," Li Qiye nonchalantly said. Li Qian bowed towards Li Qiye and retreated in order to recover. Ever since Li Qian got here, everyone had forgotten about Li Qiye. Now, he had regained the spotlight. "Who are you? Why are you able to control the power of the Tao source?" The ferocious god gazed at Li Qiye. The other two looked over as well. They were powerful enough to tell what was going on and became surprised at this person who was able to fully master the Tao source. All of this time, Li Qiye had been watching the fun show. Saving Li Qian was too easy for him earlier. "You're killer." Li Qiye leisurely smiled in response. The 3 gods' expression darkened while their eyes flashed with murderous glint. "Ancestor," he claimed to be a reborn ancestor from ancestral abyss. Ba Shang quickly told them. "Nonsense." The evil god snorted, "Our system has been built for so long ago, these ancestors from the founding generation have turned to ashes. If they could reborn, they would have done so long ago, no need to wait till today." The 3 didn't believe this at all, unlike the crowd. The members of the system all wanted Li Qiye to be the real thing. Chapter 2192, The disciples in the system wanted Li Qiye to be the real thing now more than ever. Only such a being would be able to defeat the 3 gods ahead. "Treacherous brat, daring to call yourself our ancestor." The cruel god snorted. Li Qiye ignored the 3 and only smiled, "A bunch of fools, wanting something for nothing. Insane ancestor left you a supreme grand Tao, but instead of working hard, you chose the heretical path and threw away your ancestor's face. With descendants like you all, it makes perfect sense why insane court has declined." The 3 gods turned fierce. The ferocious one said, "No laws are better than others, only the most suitable." "That depends on what it is." Li Qiye said flatly, "Your heretical blood devour is definitely an unqualified and evil path. Being proud of drinking blood to increase your cultivation. Foolish. All you will become are parasitic maggots, never being able to reach the apex of the grand Tao. Existences like you are shameful." Bold words. The 3 gods were naturally angry after being shown such disdain. They viewed Virtue True God as their hero, so this infuriated them even more. "Junior, come fight me then," the evil god shouted. Li Qiye simply glanced at them, "You alone is not enough to be an appetite. All 3 together now." Their expression turned unsightly. At the very least, they were still 9th-level true gods who weren't afraid of a true emperor. Let alone an unknown junior like Li Qiye. "Good, good, I'll see how strong a fake like you are." The ferocious god stepped up, furious. The other two followed him as well. Boom! A blood ocean filled out the sky. They turned into three beings made out of blood. Even space was being melted into this liquid form. Everyone could hear the sanguine stench, not just at the tip of the nose but permeated deep into their very soul, causing them to shudder uncontrollably. Breathing became difficult as the air felt sticky, no longer air but thick, nauseating blood now. Clank! Li Qiye retaliated by becoming resplendent. Boom! The 100,000 miles of ivory gap turned into a sword. Numerous Dao laws rushed out of the sky like waterfalls and wove together into one supreme sword. It seemed as if the entire world was under his control. This sword technique contained the massive Dao energy of insane court, capable of slaying gods and devils. So many people felt the urge to prostrate. Some younger disciples got down on their knees and shouted, "Ancestor!" The three gods were alarmed because this wasn't Li Qiye's power, but rather the power of the Dao source and their progenitor, insane. When this power turned into a sword, it was incomparably sharp and could kill anything. Rumble! The three of them worked together. The ocean of blood gathered into a massive ugly palm. This seemed to be a hand coming from hell itself, causing the timid members of the crowd to shake. The hand grabbed the skeletal one that was gripping Insane's spear. All three shouted, "Go!" It actually fused with the skeletal hand. All the blood disappeared while the latter became red as if it had been soaked in a pool of blood. Under the control of the three gods, it raised the spear. The crowd became breathless. Earlier, the seven gods from the two great powers tried to do so to no avail. But now, these insane blood gods were able to do so with this method and thrust the spear straight at Li Qiye. This weapon exuded a boundless ancestral might, rampaging all four directions. Everyone felt insignificant before its presence and lost their stance. They could see insane ancestor's awesome style once more when he used this spear to sweep through the world. "You're doomed!" They shouted as the spear crushed through the void, time, and laws, heading straight for Li Qiye's throat. In this split second, members of the crowd felt a sting by their neck even though the spear wasn't aimed at them. Their soul nearly left their body in horror. This invincible thrust was as simple as can be, devoid of variation in form. Nevertheless, it wielded the ferocity of insane ancestor. Bam! The laws from insane court in the form of the sword couldn't stop the spear. After all, this was a primordial treasure, a force of destruction. No, that spear is too strong. A few ancestors lost their mind and shouted. Li Qiye's wondrous sword was still defeated, incapable of stopping the thrust. But out of nowhere, he swung his hand and a large sword was in his grasp. He slammed it into the spear. The two weapons collided, causing sparks to go flying. The immense impact destroyed several peaks nearby and caused the spectating experts to go flying while spewing blood. Another ancestral aura appeared with the emergence of this sword. No one could move an inch from its suppressive pressure while having trouble breathing. They looked over and saw the supreme sword pulsing with an immortal glow. The aura coming from this sword was even more intense than insane spear. This was an immortal and emperor-slaying blade. Furious immortal sword. Li Qian's eyes blared in disbelief as he cried out, "Insane ancestor's favorite true treasure." The older ancestors gasped in astonishment. They couldn't believe their own eyes at the sight of that sword. This was insane ancestor's strongest true treasure, his favorite as well. It had disappeared with him. Some believed that it was buried alongside him and no one ever saw it again. Li Qian, of course, had never seen it, only knowing of its appearance from an ancient scroll. He didn't expect for someone to actually possess this mythical sword from their progenitor. Remember, it was much more powerful and tyrannical than insane spear. The three insane blood gods were astounded and staggered backward. Where did you get this sword?" The ferocious god pointed at the sword, paled. The weapon was too terrifying, representing insane ancestor and had a paramount status in the system. Chapter 2193, the three weren't the only one curious about how he got it. The rest of the spectators felt the same way. Li Qiye casually raised it, but enough pressure exuded to cause the world to quake. He leisurely replied, "This sword, Saw it on the ground randomly and picked it up. Just using it since it's a little suitable." This answer made everyone want to vomit blood. This was their progenitor's strongest sword, yet Li Qiye acted so nonchalantly about it. This particular sword would be the defining treasure of any clan or sect. No other weapon in Insane Court could compare, be it in terms of power or status. Any disciple in the system would treasure it more than their own life, so everyone was speechless of Li Qiye's lackadaisical attitude towards it. Of course, he got it from Insane Ancestor's treasury, not randomly on the street. "Come, I won't take your spear, let's see how much force you can muster from it," he leisurely said. The three gods still had control over the bloody hand with Insane spear. Alas, they weren't as confident in killing him as before. It didn't matter if he was a reborn ancestor with the power of the Tao source, the three of them with the spear should have been unstoppable. Unfortunately, their disadvantage was all gone after he revealed Furious Immortal. The three of them glanced at each other before clenching their fist, deciding to create a Madra, soul summon. Rumble. Blood gushed from their body to the sky before dropping down to the abyss, mixing with the pre-existing serum. A starry formation appeared beneath their feet with a bloody glow. Numerous runes began to flow within the formation. The three formed more hand seals while chanting, seemingly summoning something. Crack. Back at Relinquished Bones, the tablet on top there shattered along with this mountain. A massive skeletal hand reached out from the mud first, then the entire frame followed. This was a complete skeleton, only missing its right hand. Not good. Li Qian was the first to stare in that direction and became astounded. A few ancestors also felt this change and looked over at Relinquished Bones, feeling the same way as Li Qian after seeing the collapsed mountain. Boom! A bloody glow flashed from the empty eye sockets of the skeleton after it got up, signaling that it was coming back to life. It traveled through space and made it to Ivory Gap instantly, hovering above the abyss. What is that? The spectators jumped from fear, not knowing what was going on. A figure suddenly came out from the blood serum with an empty face, lacking all features. In the next second, the figure and the skeleton joined together in perfection. Boom! A majestic figure finally appeared, an unstoppable true god. He had a murderous presence. All the trees and grass nearby withered with haste. His hair stained with blood was fluttering in the air, looking quite dominating. When he opened his eyes, the touch of death loomed above everyone. "Virtue true god!" An ancestor bellowed. So many were scared to hear this accursed title. After so many years, it still made the crowd tremble. Is he coming back to life? One guy was horrified and wondered. Li Qian glared at the three insane blood gods, "So it is you three that have messed with Relinquished Bones, summoning this old soul. Ha ha ha, when your master killed Virtue True God back then, he also melted his body and suppressed the skeleton at the mountain, such evil. It is we brothers who will let the true God see the sunlight once more." The ferocious god retorted. Even after his death back then, Virtue's hateful sentiment remained. Thus, Heaven Battler had no choice but to separate his corpse, melting the flesh in the abyss while suppressing the bones in a faraway mountain. This was a necessary precaution. Alas, these three brothers still managed to summon his soul. Virtue was a monster back then, eating flesh and drinking blood along with other heinous deeds. Though it wasn't a true rebirth, this soul alone was terrifying enough to cause the cowards in the crowd to soil their pants. Boom! The severed hand carrying Insane spear flew and fused with Virtue. When he lost his right hand back then, he pulled the spear down with it so that Heaven Battler couldn't obtain this primordial treasure. Boom! Blood began to dance after he grabbed the spear, looking like a blood devil. The spear exuded a horrifying glow. The glint from the tip was as white as snow, piercing to the very soul and paralyzing all foes. His enemies would be helpless and dropped to the ground before this glow, let alone trying to resist him. From this, one could easily imagine how monstrous he used to be. Because of his talents, the system gave him the spear, adding wings to a tiger. It truly made him unstoppable. The ancestor is back, all of you are done for. Heretical blood devour will once again rule the system. The ferocious god laughed after the successful summon. They ran away like dogs after their branch lost in the past. Now, they returned in order to reign over the system. Clank! Virtue pointed his spear straight at Wuxia. He didn't need to do anything, just the glimmer of the spear could kill any true god. Can he do it? The shadow of virtue still overwhelmed the land. People were holding their breath, placing all hope on Wuxia. If he couldn't beat virtue, then it was over for Insane Court. Li Qian felt the same way. There was nothing he could do right now outside of relying on Wuxia. Wuxia simply smiled at the spear pointing at him, only a specter, can't reach the apex. His mind opened. In the depth came a brilliant light. A supreme rune came out, accompanied by a boundless ancestral aura. Buzz! Rays of light exuded from him, making him look massive in size. Chapter 2194, The supreme law coming out of his forehead seemed to be surpassing time itself, turning him into a supreme existence. Boom! A pillar of light surged from the royal court and illuminated the entire place with its immortal radiance. Particles of light began to flutter all over Insane Court. Rumble! The entire system quaked as a large Tao source revealed itself from the royal court. The Tao source. Li Qian was shocked. For millions and millions of years, the Tao source has never awakened before. Even true emperors later on such as Chu and Madblood couldn't wake it up. Li Qian has taken complete control of the Tao source to his astonishment. Their branch had protected the Tao source for so many years, so they tried to study it. Alas, the very best they could do was borrowing its power. This wasn't the case for Li Qian. He wasn't borrowing but rather, controlling. Buzz! The light particles only brightened up the system. Countless laws of the progenitor rushed to the sky. It was as if Insane Ancestor himself was returning. Boom! A faint figure appeared behind Li Qian, destroying the space around it. It carried an intense and dominating temperament lasting for the ages. When it opened its eyes, it could see the past and deep into the future. Insane Ancestor. All the disciples could feel their progenitor's presence. This was a power belonging to him, no different from an awakening. It wasn't only limited to Ivory Gap, but disciples all around the system were kneeling on the ground with their head touching the ground. No one dared to look up. Foolish dregs. Li Qian opened his voice, each of his words represented invincibility. R.A. The soul of virtue roared in response. The spear in its hand pierced through the temporal fabric straight for Li Qian. This thrust destroyed numerous stars, even the sky vault. This world-destroying force scared the living crap out of the people nearby. Clank! Li Qian retaliated with his furious immortal sword. The world turned dark with this slash, the dates extinguished and gods annihilated. Even a true emperor or a real master would go down to this attack. The two weapons collided, resulting in a shockwave capable of ending the world. The soul couldn't hold on to the spear, so it went flying after the first impact. The sword went on to mercilessly split the true god into two halves. R.A. The unwilling soul screamed once more, but there was nothing it could do before absolute strength. Poof! The invincible power also rendered the three summoning gods into mists of blood. Falling into the heretical path is throwing away your ancestor's face. Li Qiye raised his hand and sent out a boundless flame. It incinerated the soul of virtue along with the bloody serum in the abyss until nothing was left, a purification of Ivory Gap. Next, he reached forward and summoned the spear. He used the flame again to burn away all the hatred and purified it. The weapon happily glowed in his embrace as if it had just seen the sun again. Run now. Ba Shang turned and left along with the 7 gods. They knew that there was no chance of reversing the tide. Fools. Li Qiye glanced at them before using Insane Spear. The snow-white weapon broke through space like a shooting star. The outcome was obvious, all 8 were pierced and turned into bloody mists without the chance to scream. He took care of the lost soul, Ba Shang, and the 7 gods from upper faction and sacred institution so easily, all within the blink of an eye. Even the 3 9th-level true gods were simply ants before the supreme power. All spectators were frozen as the power slowly dispersed along with the figure of Insane. The immortal rays and particles returned to the world and Li Qiye was shown once more on his throne. He held Insane Spear with his left hand and Furious Immortal with his right. Despite a lack of aura and invincible power, he represented the supreme of Insane Court right now. Even a supreme genius like Chu Qingling was rendered speechless and emotional. This was a supreme worthy of respect and worship. All were insignificant in his presence. Venerable Ancestor. Li Qian was the first to drop to the ground with great reverence. Venerable Ancestor. The rest followed suit and began their worship. Li Qiye's identity as a reborn ancestor was clearly accepted. No one would dare to question this. Rise. His voice echoed across the plains. Despite being granted permission to stand, these disciples continued to kowtow. This was sincerity from the depth of their heart because this was a forefather of their system. Li Qian. Li Qiye called out. Your disciple is here. Li Qian came forward and kowtowed again. This furious immortal shall be granted to your branch of protectors for the sake of protecting Insane Court. Li Qiye gave the sword to Li Qian. Li Qian accepted it with both hands, thinking that this was all a dream. Remember, this sword was the supreme primordial weapon. Back when Insane Spear was around, it belonged to the system, not just their branch. But now, Li Qiye had given the sword to just their branch. It meant that they alone would have a primordial weapon from now on. This would strengthen their branch, turning it to the most formidable shield. Thank you, Ancestor. Li Qian bowed again. Everyone was stunned to see this, realizing that the Ancestor has decided to re-establish the status of the Protector branch. Wang Han. Li Qiye called out after Li Qian retreated to the back. Your disciple is here. Wang Han came forward and kneeled. Li Qiye got down from his throne and touched her head with Insane Spear. I bestow you the role of Emperor for Insane Court, in charge of mundane and political affairs. Wang Han was stunned as well, not expecting to have this prestigious position. She had never thought about winning the throne, only hoping that she wouldn't lose her spot in the Wang clan. Thus, his comment naturally took her like a storm. Thank you, young noble. Tears ran down her cheeks as she lost control of her emotions. Your Majesty. Everyone else, even the disciples from the 4 great powers, got on their knees and recognized her coronation. No one dared to go against Li Qiye. As long as it came from him, it would be the law. Just like that, Wang Han became the emperor of this generation despite being mentally unprepared. Chapter 2195, Wang Han's coronation signaled the end of this political contest. As long as she could consolidate her influence, a revitalization might be on the horizon. Chu Qingling. Li Qiye called out. She didn't expect to hear her name but still came forward and kneeled. Your disciple is here. Insane Spear shall be returned to the system. Today, I bestow it to you so that you can reach the apex and sweep through 3 immortals. Li Qiye said. Though the spear was in her hands, she still lost her wits since it came too sudden. It wasn't on the same level as Furious Immortal, but it was still prestigious enough. Few in history have been qualified to personally wield this spear. Today, this bestowment certainly established her status in the system and showed his high hope in her. "Thank you, young noble." She dropped to the ground and bowed, completely won over by him. No one in the crowd was unhappy about his choices and felt that it couldn't be better. Li Qian was a Dao source protector, so he should have the sword to protect the realm. Wang Han became the emperor, so her current influence was solidified, allowing her to have the foundation to revitalize the system. Chu Qingling was the #1 genius right now, so her spear symbolized Li Qia's hope that she would become a true emperor. If Wang Han could have full reign and Qingling could only focus on cultivation, it would be a good start for the future. Having a true emperor would leave the system with a good backing. Insane Ancestor was an amazing progenitor since Insane Court used to be an immortal lineage. He was definitely the best among the best. The weapons left behind by him were far stronger and more precious than those left behind by progenitors of myriad lineages. Nevertheless, Li Qia wasn't greedy about Insane Spear or Furious Immortal. Remember, Furious Immortal was stored in the progenitor's private treasury, he didn't leave it for future descendants. In the current situation, no one would say anything even if he were to keep both of them. Alas, he still gave them back to the system. This was him doing a good thing in Insane Ancestor's sake. This old man has done many crazy things later on, but he still had love for Insane Court, evident by the great effort he spent on it. Li Qia could sympathize with his worries, so he left these two primordial weapons behind. The system was definitely on a path towards demise, perhaps in the next few eras if nothing was done about it. "Alright, return from whence you came." Li Qia waved his sleeve and told the crowd. Everyone regained their wits and bowed one last time. Some disciples were still wanting to stay. After all, it wasn't easy for them to meet a real forefather. Suddenly, Li Qia's eyes became serious before flashing into disappearance before the surprised crowd. No one knew where he went. He crossed through the deeper region of Ivory Gap, straight to the Tao Foundation. As he walked underground, there was a constant buzzing noise. Golden runes appeared around him, resembling liquid gold. They continued to weave and grow larger, seemingly creating a prison down here. It didn't take long before he trekked through half of Ivory Gap and saw a tiny room made out of rocks and pebbles. It was hidden by an extremely heaven-defying law. It wasn't from a progenitor or a master but from nature itself. Boom! A blood mist stopped him from entering the room. This was the 10-million-year-old blood ginseng, originally only as big as a fist, but it continued to grow with the ambition of turning into a sky-blotting tree. Its roots scattered all around as it emitted an aura comparable to a true god. It was ready to fight to the death in order to stop Li Qia from entering the room. He couldn't help but smile while shaking his head. "You're only the bait, it's useless." Having said that, he took out his yang gourd. With a bright and thunderous detonation, the large ginseng got sucked into the gourd, unable to stop it at all. This was the amazing thing about the gourd, it acted as the nemesis of all plants and medicines, capable of sucking them in right away. Furthermore, it had its own world in order to gestate these materials. Li Qia certainly had his reasons for working so hard to make one. He entered the room, finding it to be quite ancient. Perhaps it had existed right at the start of the world. At the dark end of the room was a tiny tree. Old and incomplete it was, seemingly damaged with only a portion of the trunk holding everything up. There were a couple of newer branches growing from it. Judging by the difference between the barks of the trunk and the branches, these injuries must have been quite old. Furthermore, no roots could be found. It immediately jumped after seeing Li Qia, like a cultivating man being disturbed. It turned just like a real human and looked ready to run. Buzz! Alas, the golden runes instantly changed the shade of the room and sealed the walls into an impregnable prison. It's not easy to find you at all, too prudent. Li Qiye looked at the incomplete tree and said. The tree stared intensely at him with no way out due to the seals. Li Qiye stared at the damaged parts and murmured, "This is my first time seeing a plant of this level after the longevity grass." Others would be startled to hear this comment if they were present, since the longevity grass was one of the 9 heavenly treasures. Immortality is not allowed. Li Qiye said. As Li Qiye was observing the tree, it was also doing the same in order to find some clues. No wonder why everyone tries to find you, including emperors and progenitors, excavating every inch of the land. You do have some secrets about immortality. He went on. The old tree didn't speak, only maintaining the cautious stare. After a while, his focus turned towards the stone walls. They were full of runes, also formed in a natural manner, not engraved. Not many could understand them, but Li Qiye was one of the few. He took his time and eventually said, "That old ghost's pill refinement process actually came from here, I see. Unfortunately, it is still incomplete." Back in ancient Sky City, the ghost there once asked for Li Qiye's assistance in a pill cauldron. It was a unique type of pill, virtually impossible to finish. No one knew the background of the formula, but Li Qiye had figured it out today after seeing these runes. The mysteries were still quite deep. The old ghost only saw tiny bits of it. Chapter 2196, Even time itself couldn't erase the archaic runes all over the wall. They recorded many hidden tales. For example, eternal life, the ancient age, the origin of the end of the world. Li Qiye memorized each tale with jubilation. They were actually parts of the missing puzzles for some speculations of his. Since the start of the world were cycles of epochs. There were lucky survivors and those who fought time and time again. All of this hid an ultimate secret of unspeakable darkness. It can even be said that in each epoch, there was always a pair of eyes peering at all existences, but they didn't necessarily belong to the high heaven. That's the most terrifying part. However, few knew about this secret and the being behind it all. Those who were aware have either died on the battlefield, gone far away from his home, or hiding like cowards in the shadows. I'm here now, so I will fight to the end, no matter how many times, until the dawn is truly back. Li Qiye chuckled after memorizing the runes. Meanwhile, the old tree didn't try to escape. It wouldn't have been easy because of the golden liquid from the yang gourd sealing the room. Taking down Li Qiye first was necessary. Therefore, it focused on understanding its foe. Li Qiye eventually turned at the tree and asked, "You want to follow me willingly or what?" The tree shook. It could understand but couldn't speak. "I'm a nice guy who doesn't want to force others, but when it comes to push or shove, I'm quite merciless." Li Qiye smiled. "In that case, I might just refine you into a pot of longevity paste. What do you think about that? It might be a waste, but I'm more than willing to do it." The tree still shook in refusal despite the threat. It didn't want to follow him. He went on, "There's no logic behind giving up an immortal item. I have no choice but to use force then." Having said that, he pulled up his sleeves and warmed up, seemingly ready to give a brutal beat down. Buzz! The tree became bright with immortal rays. These rays then turned into weapons, hammers, swords, hatchets. Each possessed an apocalyptic power. Even a true god would tremble before them. This old tree definitely had enough strength to protect itself. There was no doubt that it would die fighting if Li Qiye were to use force. It didn't want to leave this place with him. Quite strong. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. "It's a shame that you're only living a borrowed life right now, an incomplete form. If you were whole, then you could absolutely run away from me and no one could ever catch you. Too bad that isn't the case." The tree's radiance intensified with rays capable of piercing through all things. It didn't need words to express itself. Li Qiye shook his head after seeing its battle-ready appearance. "Just messing with you, I know you will follow me. He took out a wooden box with a sweet fragrance. It was polished with love via tender caress so many times to give it a luster, indicative of its value. He opened the box and an immortal light pulsed instantly. He looked inside and commented, "This old man really dug a pit for me to jump in, and I have no choice but to do it despite knowing that it's a trap. A move that can't be solved." This was the gift given to him by the old man back in arrogance. After obtaining it, he took some time to ponder what it was. He realized that the old man had his own schemes, but he couldn't help taking the bait. This item was worth the risk of researching. He showed the box to the old tree and smiled, "I know you recognize this thing." The tree was startled, clearly glaring its eyes in disbelief despite not having a pair. Not even in its dream did it expect to see it, so it couldn't calm down. "Take it for a better look lest you think I'm tricking you with a fake." Li Qiye handed the box over. The tree hesitated for a moment before using its small branches like two hands to pick up the box. It looked inside in a meticulous fashion. As time passed, it became certain that the thing was definitely real. Plus, who could actually create an imitation of this level? It then returned the box to Li Qiye. "Everyone will want to jump into this pit, but who can actually climb out? Maybe we'll all be buried in there." Li Qiye took it and smiled while shaking his head. Li Qiye was someone who could casually give primordial treasures away. Thus, the old man was quite crafty to give him something tempting enough. "Are you willing to follow me now?" he asked with a smirk. The tree tilted the top portion, seemingly deep in thoughts. It eventually nodded and agreed to follow him, falling into the same pit as him. "Good choice," Li Qiye said, "Trust me, follow me and you'll have plenty to eat and shall be whole once more." The tree nodded excitedly this time around as if it wanted nothing more than to heal these injuries. As for their origin, that's a story for another day. He spread out his palm and the tree jumped up without any hesitation. He then put it away. Rumble. He actually took the whole room with him. Though there wasn't any treasure inside, the room will be useful later on. He returned back in his throne back on the surface. The disciples were still lost. Li Qian, Wang Han, and Chu Qingling all stared at him. "Little girl, come here." He gestured at Chu Qingling. She came over and bowed respectfully. "What is your command, young noble?" Her prideful self seemed quite obedient right now. "This blood ginseng is yours. Remember, stewing this is foolish. Keep it by your side for more benefits in the future, but it is up to you whether you can earn its trust or not." He took out the 10-million-year-old ginseng. A 10-million-year-old ginseng, a king among ginseng kings. Li Qian was surprised to see the sealed root. They finally understood his sudden departure, so it was to catch for ginseng. Qingling was astonished to see the root in her hands. She spent a lot of effort but couldn't catch it. Here it was now. Like Li Qian said, one this old was a king among kings. "Thank you, young noble. I will tread through the fire for you," she emotionally exclaimed. "Go now." He only nodded and said flatly. Chapter 2197, The storm was over after the battle at Ivory Gap. Sacred Institution and Upper Faction lost completely. As for Northern Territory in the Chen, Sacred Institution and Upper Faction didn't need Wang Han to say anything or for the royal court to surround them before purging their own ranks. In just a short time, great lineages like these two fell in just a short time. Wang Han was one of the few empresses in the history of Insane Court. So many sects and clans sent people bearing gifts to the court. Of course, it wasn't only to meet the new empress. The real goal was to see the forefather named Li Qiye. The news of this reborn ancestor had spread across the entire system, causing quite a stir. Though some of these powers didn't participate in the power struggle and only cared about their own territories, they still found the system's decline a hard pill to swallow. After all, as members of the system, their own prosperity was related to the overall health. As the system weakened, so would the grand Tao power within the land. All the clans and sects would decline as well. Once the Tao source withered completely, the system would break apart. No one would be lucky enough to escape this. If destruction wasn't the final fate, it would still turn into a desolate wildland where only the wailings of mortals could be heard. Because of this, a reborn ancestor from ancestral abyss was a welcome sight. Everyone had high hopes in him, bringing the system back to its golden age, all the way back to being an imperial or even an immortal lineage. Plus, he had brought back to primordial treasures, insane spear and furious immortal sword. Of course, these two weapons were priceless, so the clans were very excited. They could see hopes of revitalization now. Some ancestors came in person to see Wuxia. Alas, the guy had no interest in the rowdy events. He closed his doors and didn't see any guest. Deep in the royal court was the most important location in all of the system, the forbidden ground where the Tao source was located. No one was allowed inside without the permission of the Tao protectors, not even Empress Wang Han. The energy of the Tao was everywhere inside the source like rippling waves. Visual phenomena were everywhere inside this lake, ancient pavilions, immortal spirits, and ethereal flowers hiding behind the mist. Wuxia sat next to the lake with his bare feet playing in the water. Only someone of his level would be qualified to play with the Tao source like this, and he was the only one at this level who would actually do so. Even Wuxia didn't dare to do such a thing, but no one dared to say anything. Wuxia watched the cool scene ahead and said flatly, "The images of the Tao source are beautiful, but they are hiding a clear decline. We descendants have been useless." Wuxia smiled wryly. Wuxia chuckled, "Useless indeed. An immortal lineage, back during its foundation, this lineage was incredible. Just its title, Insane Court. Unrestrained and at the height of royal power. It was enough to look down on everyone at immortal lineage world." Wuxia felt his blood boiling as he listened. Though he never saw the glory days of past, he still knew about them from the old records. It was one of the most powerful lineages in the upper realm. Unfortunately, it had been pushed down to myriad lineage world and only barely hanging on. This was akin to an old man on his deathbed. He sighed after thinking about it. Though he wanted for the system to grow stronger, he was still helpless despite being its strongest ancestor. "Ancestor, please, revitalize Insane Court." Wuxia bowed and said respectfully. Wuxia smiled and shook his head, "I can't do much. One single tree alone can't build a pavilion. Even if I forcefully rebuild it, after I leave, the incapable descendants would cause the pavilion to crumble again. Ultimately, it is up to you all to revitalize it. Only when the descendants are strong and numerous would the system prosper." Wuxia looked at him and said. Wuxia sighed softly again, aware of this particular rationale. Alas, it was easier said than done. "I have left behind what I should and paved the path that I must. If this is not enough, then all I can say is that rotten wood that can't be carved." Wuxia continued, "You all must walk the path yourselves. Don't tell me you want me to stay here forever to guarantee your riches." Wuxia had also left more things behind for the system. Of course, they were all from insane ancestors' treasury. He hoped that they could grow stronger in the future. "We'll keep on working hard to not let you down, ancestor." Wuxia took a deep breath and bowed again. What a shame for this Tao foundation and source. No wonder why it would drop down to myriad lineage. Wuxia commented. People usually paid attention to the Tao source upon the inception of a system. The source spoke plenty about the future potential of the system and the power of its progenitor. In Three Immortals, there was a popular adage. A clear and cold Tao source, immortal lineage, a golden one, imperial lineage, one with many images, myriad lineage. All of these visual phenomena was actually a sign of decline. It's not surprising for Insane Court to drop down Myriad Lineage World. This Dao source would have depleted long ago if it wasn't for some true emperors in the past from the system working to strengthen it. Normally, a Dao source's power was proportional to the progenitor's power. Thus, one creating an immortal lineage was certainly stronger than a myriad lineage's progenitor. Of course, all progenitors were stronger than a true emperor. I wonder if we can ever get back up to imperial and immortal lineage world. Li Qian said insipidly. The lake was very pretty to look at, but it was a sign of declination. Li Qian smiled and shook his head, back to being an immortal lineage. I'm afraid that's impossible unless the system can produce someone similar to Insane Ancestor who can empower the Dao source and bring it back to immortal lineage world. Li Qian smiled wryly, knowing that he was being a bit wishful. If they could actually produce someone as strong as Insane Ancestor, this person would jump out of the path laid by Insane Ancestor and create his own Dao source and lineage. Why would he continue on someone else's path? However, there is still hope for returning to being an imperial lineage. A Dao foundation is still there in imperial lineage world, as long as you descendants can work hard enough to bring it back. Li Qian said. Insane Court was still initially an immortal lineage. This meant that it had more potential compared to the sects back in imperial lineage world. Some imperial lineages or myriad lineages there would stay at their respective level forever, unable to become an immortal lineage. Chapter 2198. In the next few days, Li Qian stayed behind closed doors in Insane Court. He actually spent more time on pill refinement than cultivation. He was practicing on how to cultivate the longevity pill. Though there were all types of pill in 3 immortals such as Source Boost pill meant for increasing strength, Golden Cure pill meant for healing, Calm Mind pill meant for breaking spells, the only thing that interested him was the longevity one. Eternal life was an ancient topic researched by countless progenitors, brilliant true emperors, and even mortals. Some have embarked on unique paths in search of this goal in 3 immortals. Longevity pill was such a path, perhaps the most efficacious currently. Many sages and talents went on to become incredible alchemists. Of course, the pills couldn't grant true immortality, just a longer life up to several 100,000 years for cultivation. This was the backup plan for people despite its limitation. Numerous alchemists took pride in creating the best pills. Back in the 9th and 10th worlds, Li Qian's alchemy was peerless. Though there were differences in 3 immortals, all Dao had the same origin and source. After being exposed to the alchemy here, he could comprehend it and become a great master right away. Pill refinement wasn't hard, but Li Qian was a perfectionist. Because of this, he started from the most simple and lowest ranked longevity pill. After several cauldrons worth of attempt, he mastered the process beautifully. Yang Xingping and Zhu Xijing were astounded standing next to him. They wouldn't believe that this was his first time refining longevity pill if he hadn't told them so. However, judging from the first cauldron and his techniques, Xingping believed that this was indeed the case. The next batch stunned him even more since he had never seen someone improved so quickly. In terms of cultivation, this was a cultivator learning today, becoming a true god the next day, then a true emperor the next, and finally a progenitor on the 4th. It was true that Li Qian's alchemy improved at an insane and unbelievable rate after just several batches. The greatest genius of all time, Xingping justifiably concluded, for this was the only explanation. Li Qian only smiled after hearing this evaluation. If it wasn't for his long accumulation and research on alchemy, there was no way he could improve so fast. Poof! The flame of myriad cauldron jumped out and revealed many phenomena. A musky fragrance was oozing out of the cauldron, just a sniff could make one quite comfortable and at ease. R.A. It seemed that there was a faint dragon roar within as well. It's at the second tribulation soon. Xingping said, there's a big disparity between the grade of the materials and the pills. These materials are barely 100,000 year old, but the pills are already at the second tribulation level. That's abnormal. Open. Li Qiye shouted and interrupted his musing, then took out the pills. Mist erupted from the cauldron with an auspicious aura and a thick medicinal fragrance. Xingping's heart was hanging on a thread, realizing that this was the key moment. Gather. A flame surged from the cauldron and acted like a jaw to swallow all the billowing mist back inside. Li Qiye then sealed the cauldron, letting this escaped mist gestate the pills. This was the moment deciding whether the pills would form or not. These longevity pills had 9 different tribulations, each with a different result. The most common and lowest grade was naturally the first tribulation pills, flame control. The cauldron's flame would go crazy. If one couldn't control it, the batch would be ruined. Doing it too late would result in the pills being destroyed. Doing it too early would stop the pills from forming in the first place. However, if the pills were to form during this tribulation, the batch would be of the lowest grade, only increasing life by several years. Listed from lowest to highest, the 9 tribulations were: flame control, pill mist, sinking metal, roaming dragon, accordance, void, all world, soaring immortal, eternal. He was at the second tribulation, pill mist. A dragon cry would happen with the pill fragrance oozing out in the form of mists and clouds. The alchemist must gather the fragrance, not allowing it to disperse completely. They needed to gather just the right amount as well in order to keep the batch. Finish. Li Qiye shouted and opened the cauldron, taking the pills out and putting them into a jade bottle with lightning speed. Finally made it. Zhu Xijing heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. Barely passable. Li Qiye took one pill out for a look before throwing it at Yang Xingping. The old man caught the pill and saw that it was as smooth as jade. He sniffed it and became quite surprised. The musk of a dragon, 10 years of life at the very least, the finest among second-grade longevity pills. To be able to create this grade with such low-quality materials, you are a grandmaster alchemist, the best in all 3 immortals, not just insane court. Xingping was quite shocked. A batch of pills was reliant on the quality of the material, not just the skill of the alchemist. In order to create a batch of first-grade longevity pill, the materials needed to be 10,000 years old or more. For a second-grade batch, they needed to be 100,000 years and up. Li Qiye used the bare minimum yet was able to create the finest level of that grade. One could see how skilled he was with this. For you. Li Qiye leisurely said. Thank you, young noble. Xingping immediately kneeled and expressed his gratitude. In the last few days acting as an assistant, Li Qiye had given him several bottles of longevity pills since he didn't need them. Zhu Xijing was young and didn't need them either. This wasn't the case for Xingping. He was old enough to die at any moment, so these pills were crucial. Normally, someone like him couldn't obtain these pills. The decent ones were too heavily contested while the bad ones had little to no effect on him. The pills given to him were just regal pills, more than enough in his eyes. Regal pills were longevity pills from the first tribulation to the third. The reasoning behind this name was very simple. It was meant for kings and influential cultivators. From 4th to 6th rank pills were called divine pills. Only true gods were eligible to use them. As for the highest level, imperial pills, reserved for true emperors and eternals. Li Qiye didn't care for these regal pills. It was only training, his real goal was the 9th-ranked imperial pills. Of course, the pills themselves weren't the main focus, he was only looking at how they were related to true immortality. Chapter 2199, Li Qiye continued on researching the longevity pills in the next couple of days, producing one batch after another. Right now, he was only creating regal pills in preparation for the eventual batch with the 9th-ranked pills. Meanwhile, Insane Court enjoyed peace, a clear lack of conflicts between the clans and sections. Boom! An explosion interrupted the serenity as if something massive was breaking through space. A powerful group came out from the broken spatial fabrics. "We're under attack, under attack." The gongs of the royal court resounded, hastily warning the rest of the region. "Foreigners are attacking." An ancestor shouted before bringing his disciples to their post. "Get ready for battle." Empress Wang Han was startled and ordered all the legions to prepare. Rumble. The group of cavalry descended from the sky with unstoppable momentum. They numbered in the thousands, all elites with no lack of true gods. Whoosh! They finally raised their banners, revealing all different types. Some had a coiling dragon, others had a yin-yang symbol, one more was a life diagram. Yang Radiance Sect, Coiling Dragon Dao Lineage, Vermilion Martial Court. One ancestor was shocked and cried out, "It's an invasion. Be on maximum guard." The royal court had 10 million inhabitants consisting of both mortals and cultivators. This sudden invasion during the day frightened everyone, leaving even the experts in disarray. One of them wondered, "Why are they attacking us? We have armistice agreement." This invasion caught people off guard because they were troops from the other Dao systems in Myriad Lineage world, and strong ones at that. Ever since the end of the heretics, Insane Court has been closing its doors, not interacting with the other systems while recuperating. There was peace for many generations due to a lack of competition for resources or territory. But now, several other systems were invading to the astonishment of the crowd. Whoosh! The invaders started heading for the royal palace, or to be more exact, the location of the Dao source. They were quite mighty, made up of experts led by true gods, capable of sweeping through the realms. It was an amalgamation of different clans and sections. Some were shrouded in flame, members of the fire tribe. One had numerous arms with incredible physical prowess, this was a true god of an 8-armed tribe. One exuded a Buddhist radiance with a great conversion affinity. Plenty of races and tribes existed in 3 immortals, but only a few were actually proliferated through all the worlds, such as the humans, the fire tribe, 8-armed tribe, and heavenly Buddha tribe. Take them down. The ancestors and experts of Insane Court at their respective posts began. Ah! Miserable screams resounded with blood gushing out. These disciples were ready to die to protect their land but failed to stop the alliance. The alliance maintained its swift course and broke through one gate after another. The system had declined already and wasn't in a position to stop such an elite cavalry. More importantly, they weren't trying to occupy any territory but just rushing forward to reach the Dao source. Their goal was as clear as day, to forcefully seize the Dao source. For a system, having the Dao source taken was the end, a complete occupation by the enemy. Stop them. Waves of experts from the court continued to stop the cavalry. The 4 great powers and their legions were the main fighting force. In this existential crisis, the internal political struggle became meaningless. The end of the system would also mean the end for all the clans and sections. At that point, upper faction or whatever would cease to exist anyway. Ah! More lamentable wails occurred as more disciples faltered. Nevertheless, this didn't stop the next wave of defenders from coming. Alas, using their flesh and blood to block the way was futile. The enemy broke through all blockades and made it to the court while leaving dead bodies in their wake. The group only consisted of several thousand experts, but they were the real elites from these factions. There was no way regular disciples could stop them. Several true gods were especially powerful. One monk with ashen hair and friendly features carried a large shield. He was completely invincible, paving the way forward like a mountain. Another was a man with multiple hands, each wielding a different treasure. When he attacked, all of the treasures attacked as well, so nothing could stop him. The 2 of them of the same horse and defeated all the combatants, splitting them apart like bamboo trees. Clang, clang. The warning gong resounded again, more urgently this time around. Halt it! Li Qian roared and led his branch of protectors to battle. Clank! A sword formation descended from the sky, killing dozens of experts in one go. They finally halted the enemy's advance. Young Radiance Monk, myriad-armed monarch, why are you invading our insane court? Don't forget about our agreements. Li Qian shouted with a cold expression. Others might not recognize the true gods in the alliance, but Li Qian did. He called out the two strongest members who were also the leaders of this group. Huh, Li Qian, you're still alive. That's good. The friendly monk snorted. Your insane court is shameless enough to talk about the old agreement. It's nullified now. The old man with multiple hands retorted. What do you mean? My master and your system clearly wrote the pact down back then. Li Qian's expression sank. That's true, but your court has violated the agreement. The king said. How so? Li Qian was lost because his sect has isolated itself from all other systems. Li Qian, if you want to solve this crisis, hand over the 3 insane blood gods, talking is meaningless now. An old man came out of the group, shrouded in holy light and surging true energy, clearly a master. Light ancestor. Li Qian was actually respectful towards him and cupped his fist. Our resting bull system can't help you again this time, I'm afraid. In order to avoid a disaster, hand over the 3 gods or the alliance will assault your Tao source. The old man said slowly. So this old man was an exceedingly strong ancestor from Resting Bull, also referred to as Light Ancestor by others. During the previous crisis, Virtue True God led his army and attacked everywhere, offending all the systems in myriad lineage. That's why people considered Insane Court to be a heretical sect, deserving persecution from all sides. Azura Heaven Battler finally purged the heretics and calmed the storm. He came to an agreement with the rest of the systems, thanks to his sincerity in personal power. Another reason was that Resting Bull fully supported Insane Court and even acted as a guarantor. This was the reason why Li Qian was very respectful of Light Ancestor. Resting Bull was a benefactor to Insane Court, the ancestor himself helped quite a bit back then. Chapter 2200, Resting Bull System had reasons for going all out in helping Insane Court. It was due to their true emperor with the title, Elucidation. This particular system was quite ancient and faced the same problem as Insane Court back then, an inevitable decline. Its Tao source was depleted completely, so the system was only in name by that point. The clans and sects there were on the verge of collapse, they needed to leave. Finally, their territories of 10 million miles were still there but completely desolated. No one lived in this great land since it wasn't suitable for cultivation. Later on, Elucidation True Emperor appeared. He was only a regular disciple of Insane Court who was lucky enough to come across the Resting Bull scripture. This was the true scripture of Resting Bull. This ordinary disciple left Insane Court and chose the path of the Resting Bull to eventually become an invincible true god. He revitalized the depleted Tao source and built Resting Bull again. From then on, the system came back to life and was world-renowned once more. During his reign, the emperor still remembered the old sentiments and memories. He decided to form an alliance between Resting Bull and Insane Court, for them to be as close as brothers. Thus, Resting Bull system toiled and persuaded the other systems for an agreement after the blood crisis at Insane Court. Li Qian frowned and shook his head after hearing this. Excuse my ignorance, I don't know what you are talking about, Light Ancestor. The ancestor explained, the insane blood gods have killed tens of thousands of disciples from various systems. We chased them all the way here, need I say more? Li Qian was speechless after hearing this. So these 3 gods have caused enough trouble to take Insane Court down with them. They were wrongfully blamed for this. I demand justice for my 8,000 disciples. Young Radiance Monk took one step forward and shouted. The myriad-armed king did the same. 30,000 disciples of our coiling dragon lineage demand justice from the graves. Blood for blood. Our 6,000 disciples will not die for nothing. An ancestor from Vermilion Martial Court yelled. In just a short time, one sect after another demanded retribution. Li Qian got quite a headache listening to all their screams. So it turned out that the three insane blood ancestors had their fill of blood after emerging again in order to replenish their vitality to reach their peak state. They wanted to go all out, so they feasted before returning to the system. Meanwhile, these sects were furious after losing so many disciples and gathered an alliance to give chase right away. They have marked the three gods' coordinates and used it to open a spatial rift to come to Insane Court, right above the royal court. These sects were going all out as well, wishing to control the Tao source of Insane Court first before dealing with the three gods. Stuck in a tough spot, Li Qian glanced at the other protectors. No matter how one looks at it, Insane Court didn't have the moral high ground. They were somewhat responsible for the trouble caused by the three gods, so they needed to give a reasonable justification or the alliance wouldn't let this go and withdraw their troops. He took a deep breath and cupped his fist towards the ancestors on the other side. Gentlemen, the truth is that the three insane blood gods have been slain by our forefather. On that day, Li Qiye only needed one slash to kill Virtue True God and turning the three gods to blood. They didn't even have a chance to resist. Who knows if your system is telling the truth or not? Myriad-armed king uttered coldly. That's right, either hand over the three gods or let us take control of your Tao source, then make a decision. Otherwise, destruction. A different ancestor roared. The evil heretics rampaged across the world once, and now, you're protecting these three gods again. The heretical art will definitely rise for the second time and terrorize myriad lineage. We must cut this off from the roots. Another chimed in. That's right, destroy the heretical sect so that light can shine on myriad lineage. The several thousand experts became emotional and let out a battle chant in unison. They traveled such a long distance and didn't want to go back empty-handed. There were two goals: first, avenging the dead disciples by killing the three gods. Second, to control the Tao source here and sweep through Insane Court so that the heretical remnants can't rise again. Blood for blood, kill. Myriad-armed king was the first to rush forward to start the battle once more. March! The cries of battle echoed across the world as the alliance rushed forward like an unstoppable flood of steel. Fight! Li Qian had no other choice but to personally put on his armor to fight with the rest of the disciples. Despite being in the wrong, they still needed to fight instead of just handing the Tao source over to others. There was no way they could just watch as the opponents take over their Tao system without spilling blood. The disciples in the system were still primed to fight despite the power disparity. They knew that without the Tao source, there would be no Insane Court. Rumble. Explosions resounded everywhere with treasures and weapons soaring through the sky, heavenly swords, divine sabers, treasure pagodas. These true god-level weapons and even eternal artifacts made the land tremble. The laws of Insane Ancestor activated as well. Runes were everywhere to protect the royal court. Otherwise, the entire court would be rendered to ashes even if the system could survive this. These laws were crucial for the court to withstand such monstrous barrages. Ah! Bodies and blood fell from the sky. Some belonged to the disciples of Insane Court while others belonged to the invaders. Of course, there were much more of the former. In spite of Li Qian's presence, the battle was still one-sided. The alliance came prepared with numerous true gods and some ascenders. Activate! Li Qian commanded. He and the other protectors activated the Tao source. A massive Tao power engulfed the area in the form of rising laws. They empowered the protectors. Boom! In this split second, the other side also took out their real ace cards, true emperor weapons and more eternal artifacts. The fiery sparks from the battle resembled the explosions of the stars. The sky seemed pale in comparison while the earth violently quaked. The fate of the court was hanging on a thread, akin to a tiny boat struggling in the tempestuous ocean. Just one large wave could capsize it. Boom! The protectors struggled, but they weren't as strong as the ancestors on the other side. They vomited blood from the pressure. Kill them, trample insane court. Someone crazily shouted and began a stronger attack. More than 10,000 disciples from insane court have fallen. With just your group. A leisure voice came about. Boom. Endless immortal light surged from the Tao source. Rays soared to the sky and pulsed, illuminating the entire universe. Clank. Primordial laws, much stronger than before, finally oozed out from the ground. Each was as large as a mountain range and began to weave together. The pulsing rays and primordial laws fused and created an everlasting sword. When this primordial sword appeared, all other beings were nothing but specks of dust. Buzz. It slightly vibrated and the stars in the sky exploded. This apocalyptic power was too much for the crowd to take. Chapter 2201, The Power of the Tao Source. Commenced the defensive barriers. Both Yang Radiance Buddha and Myriad-Armed King were aghast. Boom. The alliance formed a line of defense resembling an impregnable fortress with mighty walls. Clank. The slash came down and all turned to dust. Even the gods would be annihilated fully, for this slash could be considered the deadliest. The defensive formation consisted of true Emperor and Eternal level weapons, but that was far from enough. It crumbled instantly as blood splashed like squid ink. A rain of blood poured down. Several thousand elites were massacred. Even minor true gods fell from one slash while the stronger ancestors were blown flying. Only several hundred people were lucky enough to survive this first attack, the ancestors and true gods. Anyone weaker had no chance of surviving. The ones alive suffered heavy injuries as well. This scene naturally shocked everyone present. The slash was too terrifying, people rightfully shuddered before it. Forefather. We're saved now. One teary member emotionally shouted. Li Qian was emotional as well. He knew that Li Qie was unfathomable, but just one slash to virtually annihilate that alliance. It was as if a true emperor was present. No, he was much fiercer than the majority of true emperors. Over there. Yang Radiance Buddha and Myriad-Armed King noticed a particular palace. They commanded the survivors to rush there. Boom. The attack destroyed the palace, leaving a young man standing there in the process of refining a pill cauldron. There were an old man and a young girl behind him, acting as the assistants. This trio was naturally Li Qie, Zhu Xijing, and Yang Xingping. The several hundred true gods instantly surrounded Li Qie, but he didn't give a damn about them. His eyes were fixated on the cauldron. A dragon was swimming around it with increasing speed while howling. It eventually formed a tornado while exuding its immense draconic aura. At the same time, its golden scales were resplendent like shimmering gold bars, quite an intimidating beast. Rumble. The alliance formed gigantic shields, afraid of another attack. They also took out their treasures once more in order to deliver the fatal blow. They could see that he could control the Tao source of Insane Court. Thus, they were watching and waiting for an opening from him, not giving him a chance to use the Tao source. Fourth Tribulation Longevity Pill, Roaming Dragon with Golden Scales, this is the work of a Grandmaster. Yang Radiance Buddha realized something during this tense moment. Suddenly, one of their ancestors jumped out and rushed to the cauldron, smacking his lips like crazy. This flame control art, so unique, damn, I've never seen it in action, only in the scrolls. This was an ancestor, white in all aspects and wore a hemp robe. He had a gourd hanging on his waist and a young and rather adorable face. Pill King, watch out. The Buddha loudly warned. This ancestor was very important to their alliance. He was a high-level alchemist, capable of healing people. It's no big deal, you guys fight, I'll just do my own things. The old man's eyes flashed. For an alchemist like him, Li Qiye's flame control and pill refinement technique were too tempting, like a thief looking at a treasury. The king was only inches away from the cauldron, completely fixated on it. He took a deep breath to smell the medicinal fragrance and pushed out his tongue to taste the air. Your materials for this batch are quite bad, barely at the entry level. The best one is only 7 million years old. Any other alchemist would only be able to create a third tribulation pill at best. Strange, judging by the materials, even a grandmaster would find it difficult to create a fourth tribulation cauldron. The requirements are really too unreasonable. Only a few in 3 immortals would be able to do it, and certainly none in immortal lineage. It's not something I can do after trying for a lifetime anyway. Under normal circumstances, this comment would frighten everyone since the Pill King was very influential in myriad lineage. However, this was the battlefield and his side didn't have the mind to listen to him. You're not just trying to finish a fourth tribulation batch, but this dragon has golden scales too. The result would be superb. He swallowed his saliva and said, No, senior, you are too heaven-defying. His loss of composure was understandable. As an alchemist, he was able to see just how terrifying Li Qiye's alchemy was. The sign of the fourth tribulation appeared, the roaming dragon. This assured that the batch would be of the 4th rank. In theory, the spirits of the materials needed to be 5 million years and older to create such a batch. If they were younger than that, even a grandmaster alchemist can't do it. They would only create a 3rd-ranked batch at best. This wasn't the case for Li Qiye right now. There were signs of the 4th tribulation, especially the golden scales. This meant that it was the finest of the finest. Normally, the materials would need to be 10 million years old for this to happen. Thus, Li Qiye essentially used the worst materials to create the best pills. Any alchemist aware of this fact would be astounded. R.A. The dragon was no longer coiling around the cauldron but wanted to escape by breaking space. The Pill King found it hard to breathe. This was the key moment of the refinement process. If the dragon were to escape, then these pills would become trash. If the beast were to enter the cauldron, then success was imminent. Open! Li Qiye roared and the flame oozed out like laws to lock the dragon, pulling it into the cauldron. Now! The Alliance was waiting for this exact moment when he was distracted by the refinement process. All attacked at the same time by gathering their power on the shield. It flew like a planet straight for him, causing detonations in its wake. No, don't do it. Let him finish the cauldron first, then fight later. The Pill King was startled and jumped up to shout. Alas, he was too late to stop this. Chapter 2202, Boom. The planetary scale attack had a world-destroying force. The buildings around crumbled instantly while the ground was being scorched. The Pill King tried to stop this from happening since he wanted to see the completion of this cauldron. The resonating blow didn't mean much to Li Qiye. He used one hand to control the cauldron and made a palm with the other. Boom! A dazzling radiance came out from his palm in the form of a maelstrom. It was as if the Tao source itself was within his grasp. In the next second, a ray of light shot out. This was something that could cross through the endless river of time. No one could stop this strike. That's the Tao source in his palm. Yang Radiance Buddha and the rest weren't expecting this, but it was already too late. Not even in their dream did they expect for this guy to control the Tao source so expertly. This was something that should be impossible, but he had done it. Even a true emperor would find it prohibitive to exhibit this level of control, let alone an unknown junior. The ray of light slammed into their combined attack, resulting in a blast reverberating across the royal court. Their attack shattered instantly along with their gigantic wall of shields. Several hundred ancestors were blown flying while vomiting blood from the impact, including the Buddha and myriad-armed king. All felt their blood and energy churning out of control, hence blood gushing up their throat. Clank! Primordial laws appeared from the ground before they could get up and coiled tightly around them like iron chains. Activate. They struggled to get free, evident by the loud screams, all futile. Poof! Meanwhile, the flame was returning to the cauldron like a receding tide at the perfect time. Gather. He opened the cauldron and placed the pills inside a bottle. This fourth tribulation cauldron was done quite well. A moment later, he poured out one pill and took a careful look. There was a pill energy circulating on the surface in the shape of a dragon, occasionally issuing its roar. Even a true god would covet this level of pill. Wow, that's a good pill, the Pill King widened his eyes and loudly praised. He rubbed his palms together and smiled wryly. Dao brother, mind letting this old man take a look at your pill? His own allies were speechless. They were fighting to the death just now, but he, on the other hand, was acting all chummy with the guy. Alas, they were aware of his love for alchemy because that was a necessary prerequisite for him to reach his current level. Li Qie glanced at the guy and casually tossed the pill at him. He carefully caught it and took a look. His reputation was well deserved since he recognized the peculiarities instantly, the finest level. Even for a grand true god, if this is their first time using it, this pill can probably prolong their life by 8,000 years. It's extraordinary to be able to craft this pill given the shabby materials. Simply incredible and impossible to imitate. His allied ancestors glanced at each other since these longevity pills were very tempting at their age. The Pill King returned it and cupped his fist with a smile. He, Dao bro. Senior, are you taking in disciples? Will you give me some pointers? This vexed his allies even more. Acting friendly was one thing, now this guy was looking like he wants to find a master. Not recruiting. Li Qie refused right away. How about a worker? To do labor and such. The king scratched his head, unwilling to give up. Not recruiting. Li Qie repeated, not giving the guy a chance. The king couldn't do anything but just stand there, his old eyes continued to turn, seemingly deep in rumination. Activate. The ancestors on his side were mustering all of their strength to escape from the primordial laws. Alas, this seemed to be the toughest metal in the world. One could have 1,000,000 techniques and would still be shackled like a child. Don't waste your strength. Li Qie nonchalantly looked at them and said, this is the laws of insane ancestor that are directly connected to the Tao source. Unless you can flip over the entire Tao source, anything else will be futile. Who are you? Yang Radiance Buddha took a deep breath and asked with a respectful tone. Li Qie, only a passerby, you haven't heard of my name. Li Qie responded. The ancestors exchanged glances. Some of them were quite knowledgeable, even about the matters in imperial and immortal lineage world. This name did not ring any bell. Tell me now, should I stew or steam all of you? He chuckled, I haven't tasted human flesh in a long time, and don't I miss that taste so much. He smacked his lips, seemingly recalling the delicious taste. His act was certainly convincing since the trapped ancestors all thought, to their horror, that he was a cannibal. Do as you please. Since we dared to come, we are also ready for death. The Buddha was an unyielding man and retorted. Myriad-armed king uttered coldly, so what if you kill all of us? Our lineages and the rest of myriad lineage will avenge us. This world will not allow for an evil sect to do as it pleases. Your wanton regard for lives will be punished. Insane Court still suffered from a bad reputation due to Virtue True God's mess back then. This was unavoidable since this god and his followers truly devoured too many victims. One day, all lineages will flatten your insane court and remove the roots. Another ancestor snorted. Oh. Maybe you guys are right, I should take the initiative and destroy your sects first. Li Qie leisurely smiled. This fierce response came rather unexpected to the ancestors. This sounded like a challenge to the rest of myriad lineage. No sane man would do this. Another ancestor retorted, "You can say all you want right now in Insane Court, but wait till you leave. There are plenty of Tao sources stronger than yours." They could see that he was borrowing the Tao source's power to defeat them. His own power might not be as impressive. Thus, once he left for the other system, not only that he wouldn't be able to use this Tao source, he would also be facing the might of their own. Chapter 2203, to which Li Qiye smiled in response, "Vast the world may be, I can still carve out my own path. Only a few systems can't reach the apex. Nothing's difficult about destroying them. Plus, not to mention a myriad system, I can destroy an immortal system all the same." This one shut the ancestors up. It was too arrogant, and in fact, talking about destroying an immortal system while staying in myriad lineage? This was quite a rebellious and outrageous statement. If such words caught wind in immortal lineage, a big shot from there might descend. Any system here would shudder at that thought. Though no one actually retorted out of fear for the upper realms, they certainly disagreed with his statement and thought that he was too brassy. Clank! But right after he finished, a glint appeared by his neck, a fatal ambush. Boom! Though the technique was swift and without any wasted movement, he still held the glint with 2 fingers. Right at this second, it flashed and disappeared, seemingly escaping. No one actually saw what was going on. This particular ambusher was quite amazing, formless and undetectable. To do so on Insane Court's territory was even more impressive. A bit interesting. Li Qiye smiled, waiting for the next move. The alliance naturally held their breath, hoping that this sneak attacker could take him down. Clank! Another sharp glint appeared, aiming straight for his back with ultimate speed, instilling dread into the crowd. Boom! Li Qiye didn't need to turn around. He simply reached back with 1 finger and flicked, more than enough to stop this attack. "Come out here." He smiled and reached for the air. Space rippled like waves and got penetrated, destroying the hiding location of the ambusher. Buzz! A figure appeared, a girl with a slender figure, only for a split second. She vanished again. Not a spatial technique or any supreme art and treasure, relying only on a magical grass. Li Qiye chuckled. The ancestors on the alliance were shocked by his statement because they actually knew the ambusher's abilities and treasures. "Binger, leave now. You're not his match, go back to the martial court and report to the ancestors." One from Vermilion Martial Court warned the ambusher. "Don't think about escaping from my clutch," Li Qiye said with a smile. With that, he opened his fate palace and the primordial tree appeared. Whoosh! It penetrated everything, turning them back to the origin, including time and space. When this happened, the ambusher's location was instantly revealed. Though her magical grass was heaven-defying, there was no place to hide before the primordial tree. Changing to a different hiding spot was impossible too. "Run!" her ancestor shouted again. The girl was rightfully startled since her hiding art has never been broken before, let alone so easily. She reacted fast enough and leaped upward in order to escape from the royal court. Way too late. The amused Li Qiye pushed down with his palm. Break! The girl saw the descending palm energy from the sky and took out a dragon spear brimming with power. She thrust at the sky, wishing to penetrate this blockade. However, Li Qiye was empowered by the Tao source, so he had the strength of Insane Ancestor. Even a true emperor would be imprisoned here, completely helpless. Boom! She got pushed down to the ground and dropped her spear. Before she could get up, the same primordial laws constricted around her, stopping all movements. She fiercely struggled, albeit to no avail. As Li Qiye had said, they needed to be strong enough to flip the Tao source of the system over in order to escape. A very stubborn little girl. Li Qiye smirked after the capture. She was quite young and beautiful, certainly more so than Wang Han and Chu Qinling. Her phoenix eyes were bright like the night stars, brows like the swords, and a heroic temperament. She chose a tight robe over battle armor, resulting in a sharp and simple appearance, not to mention that it clearly outlined her perfect figure. Thin waist, round buttocks as clear as day. The laws tightly wrapped around her made her voluptuous breasts even more prominent. Yes, this was a kingdom toppling, but others were attracted for another reason, her aura, so fierce and suppressive. This was doubly true when she held her spear, the battle intent was insane. She looked ready for battle at any moment, perhaps Goddess of War was the right title for her. The ancestors sighed softly, their only hope was gone. Their entire alliance this time got routed. Quite beautiful, I am in need of a bed warmer. Li Qiye looked at her and said. Pa! Do your worst. The girl remained undaunted. Arrogant too. Li Qiye said, you should know that even a man made out of steel would beg for mercy shortly after falling into my hands. The ancestors were shocked. They weren't scared of torture, but this wasn't the case for such a beautiful girl. Tell me, how should I torture all of you? Li Qiye rubbed his chin, enjoying this whole ordeal. Senior, you must be the forefather mentioned before by fellow Daoist Li Qian. In this key moment, resting bull bright ancestor showed up and cupped his fist respectfully towards Li Qiye. He was the only one who didn't attack earlier, playing the role of a witness. Li Qian had a brief talk with him earlier while Li Qiye suppressed the rest. He didn't hide anything about Li Qiye because Bright Ancestor and his sect were benefactors to Insane Court. Got something to say? Li Qiye smiled at the old man. Forefather, as the saying goes, it is better to make a friend than an enemy. Bright Ancestor said, I talked with fellow Daoist Li Qian earlier and know that the real villains were the three insane blood ancestors, and that you, forefather, have taken care of them along with any mess from the heretical members. This storm is officially over. Though it wasn't proper for the alliance to attack the royal court, but there were misunderstandings caused by those three gods. If this escalated, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Why should we pay such a price because of those three wretches? Everyone should look at the big picture and think for the well-being of our sections. How about we forget all of this? I humbly recommend myself to be a mediator. An agreement between all of us had been signed in the past, why can't we continue it? The ancestor was being quite reasonable. He had toiled for peace in the past. The captives stared at each other after hearing this. Chapter 2204, Should we ease the tension? Li Qiye didn't quite express a stance after hearing Light Ancestor, so Li Qian had no choice but to chime in awkwardly, Forefather, well, should we ease the tension? He naturally wanted for this storm to end with peace. Insane Court needed a friendly relationship with the rest of Myriad lineage for their future. They would need to break the isolation policy eventually, or revitalization would only be a fool's dream. Outside of being strong enough, they still needed to rebuild relationships with the other sects, not quite allies, but definitely not enemies with everyone. The continuous infamy of being a heretical sect went against this goal. Because of this, Li Qian wanted to fix this problem. Li Qiye had won the battle on top of massacring the majority of the alliance. It showed the power of Insane Court. Thus, they had more room to negotiate via intimidation, to an extent. Therefore, sparing these remaining ancestors was an incredible chance for the sect. Li Qiye chuckled and said leisurely, I personally don't care about being enemy with everyone, no big deal. Li Qian smiled wryly back, only the forefather would say something like that. Forefather, you are unbeatable in this world, not afraid of anyone and is on the same level as the progenitor. He hurriedly added. Alright, Li Qian, there is a limit to flattery before it becomes insincerity. You're not good at it, too stiff. Li Qiye smiled and interrupted the guy. Li Qian didn't feel right saying this either, so he stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do with his hands. Li Qiye then turned his gaze towards the ancestors of the alliance and revealed a devious smile. I normally do not accept peace offering, but since some people are requesting it, you all will have to show your sincerity. Gentlemen, since Insane Court is willing to sit down and talk, why can't we do the same? Light Ancestor hastily persuaded, if the three wretches that have inflicted pain on our sect are dead, then we should eliminate this misunderstanding too. The Pill King jumped in, he's right. This senior is peerless, a true master, and isn't someone who would spare the three insane blood gods. If that's the case, we're all smart and successful people, no need to continue on this path. Resting Bull Light Ancestor had a good reputation in myriad lineage on top of being good friends with many ancestors, hence his success in dealing with the previous agreement. The Pill King was influential as well because of his longevity pills, perhaps the best in this realm. So many ancestors, including Eternals, would need his service eventually. Because of this, the ancestors here were certainly more tempted. Of course, the most important reason was their captivity and utter defeat. Not accepting a truce would result in their head rolling on the ground. The two choices were rather easy. How can we talk when you are chaining us like this? Myriad-armed King still put on a proud act. Li Qiye laughed and clapped his hand, giving you some face and you want to push your luck. Killing all of you right now is as easy as lifting a finger. As losing combatants, I'm already being nice by not forcing you all to kneel and talk. Everyone's expression soured, some glared angrily at him. Death before disgrace. Come and kill us, you think we're afraid of your SYST, an ancestor shouted. Pluff. His head went flying before he could finish speaking. Not even in his dream would he expect Li Qiye to kill him over one retort. The scene became silent, everyone felt their scalp tingling. Appreciate your current situation. Li Qiye said, you're not afraid of my system. I'm not afraid of you all either, a bunch of prisoners. Must I personally go trample your systems before the world realizes my invincibility? No one wanted to die meaninglessly, so most of them were thinking about the truce. Even if your progenitors come out, I will still kill all of you just the same. Just myriad lineage, 3 immortals can go at me and I still wouldn't give a damn. Li Qiye continued on with his carefree attitude, I'm taking care of Insane Court for sentimental reasons, so I'm giving you juniors some face, do not take this truce for granted or think that I'm afraid of the combined might of myriad lineage. He had made his tough stance clear, not giving a damn about the lives of these ancestors. Just one wrong word and he could decapitate them all like he did the Alliance earlier. Slow down, let's not be too hasty. Light Ancestor quickly intervened, I believe the ancestors bear no ill wills but the tongue can be out of control at times. At this moment, both Yang Radiance Buddha and Myriad-armed King, the 2 strongest ancestors, didn't say anything. No one was truly fearless in face of death. Plus, the feud wasn't at an irreconcilable level, not to mention that their lives were in Li Qiye's hands. They had no advantage and leverage to speak of. There was no choice but to acquiesce. I'm sure everyone here won't fight to the death over a misunderstanding caused by the 3 insane blood gods. This hasn't escalated to the point of no return. He continued, Insane Court has killed the remnants of the past, so the matter of the heretical blood art is over. Why the need to keep on fighting and killing each other? I agree with Light. The Pill King chimed in, now that we know what's going on, let's not throw our lives away. Anger is the issue here, right? Take one step back and bask in the immensity of the heaven and earth. Being alive is the best. The Alliance exchanged glances. The Buddha eventually spoke with a serious tone, I'm the leader of the Alliance this time, so I'm responsible for bringing everyone back. If the heretic dregs are dead, I trust in Light Ancestor's guarantee and agree to a truce. What about all of you? There was no doubt the Buddha and the King were the strongest and most prestigious in the group. Plus, the former came from Yang Radiance, one of the strongest sects in myriad lineage. If he had accepted his defeat, then others could do so without losing too much face. He also felt responsible for bringing as many people back as possible, so this was a necessary move in his mind. The problem here was that these ancestors were big shots who cared too much about their reputation and pride. If the strongest one had conceded for a true, then they could also accept it as well. Ultimately, as long as the circumstances allowed, being alive was still the best course of action. I have no objection. My Vermilion Martial Court agrees to a truce with Insane Court. An extremely powerful ancestor with great status from this sect also spoke. This was also another top 3 power in Myriad lineage, not necessarily weaker than Yang Radiance. Chapter 2205, My Lastingness Kingdom also accept this remediation. A different ancestor spoke. Same with me. The other ancestors chimed in. However, Myriad-Armed King scowled, even if we accept this truce, our several thousand disciples can't die in vain. So, our disciples who have died to your alliance can. Li Qiye smiled and countered. You need to at least give us and our systems a reasonable answer if we're going back like this. Myriad-Armed King didn't wish to give up and was ready to lose his head over it. This particular sentiment struck a chord. Though they have conceded and agreed to a truce, Insane Court still needed to give an official response. Otherwise, they would have nothing to say after coming back. Perhaps it's possible to send an official note to all your sections. Light Ancestor hesitated for a moment before requesting. Want more communication? That's fine, I'll take a trip to your systems then, might be a good stroll. Li Qiye smiled. Forefather, we can't bother you with that. Li Qian was scared out of his mind, let me go for something so trivial instead of wasting your time. He wasn't worried about Li Qiye's safety but rather the other systems since no one could stop Li Qiye. What if he went there and start a massacre? Blood would run like rivers. It's fine, I have nothing else to do anyway. Don't worry, I'll give you all a good response, is that showing enough sincerity? Li Qiye chuckled. Li Qian became even more horrified but he didn't dare to oppose the will of the forefather. The ancestors of the alliance glanced at each other, feeling a bit unsure. They could see that Li Qiye had control of Insane Court, a very important man since he could control the Tao source. It meant that he was untouchable in this region. No one else would want to go to a different playground. Not only would he lose his home court, but the other systems would be able to use their Tao source to suppress him. It was fine for Li Qian, the leader of the protectors, to go instead. This was enough to give the other systems a good answer for their dead combatants. He was prestigious enough to take on this role. But now, Li Qiye offered to go himself. This illogical action perplexed the ancestors and made them quite skeptical. I'll be a guarantor then. Bright Ancestor stepped up again and clapped his chest. If necessary, I'll be one too. The Pill King voiced his support. What else could be said right now? Li Qiye's trip seemed to be set in stone. I have no objection then. Myriad-Armed King acquiesced since he wasn't in a position to make demands. Nevertheless, if this guy were to leave Insane Court, they would have more options in the future. What guarantee will you all give me then? Li Qiye said with a smile. The alliance didn't know how to respond while Light Ancestor didn't wish to speak on their behalf. After a while, young Radiance Buddha made up his mind and spoke solemnly, we can guarantee that there will not be any future conflict, such as a sudden attack like today, and the old agreement will continue. If you don't believe me, I'm willing to be a hostage. However, you must let everyone else go. He was a tough man, willing to take responsibility after leading this charge. No, leave me behind, let me be the hostage. The Pill King jumped up and said, I'm willing to stay in Insane Court. People were speechless. He sounded as if it was so nice being a hostage. Of course, they were aware that he was completely mesmerized by Li Qiye's alchemy. Nice try, staying behind to steal my alchemy. Scram back to your home. Li Qiye laughed after seeing the excited guy. Let me. The old ancestor from Vermilion Martial Court spoke. Long Radiance Buddha is the leader and pillar of this alliance. It's not suitable for him to be the hostage. Let me stay behind. If another alliance attacks later on, cut off my head then. He was both logical and heroic. Rendering a leader down to a hostage didn't look good at all. No other ancestors stepped up because being a hostage was quite humiliating. Plus, if their systems were to launch another attack, the hostage would be the first to die. No, let me. The female ambusher earlier said, I'm willing to be the hostage instead of my ancestor. He immediately refused, no, you're still young, go back. Ancestor, you're grievously wounded and need to recuperate or there will be future trouble. The girl said. Many ancestors agreed with this after suffering the heavy blow. If they didn't come back to recover, these wounds could become permanent and greatly affect them later on. No, it is not your turn to represent Vermilion, go back. The ancestor refused. Let her then. Li Qiye smiled and said while pointing at the girl, she'll be the hostage. The ancestor became uneasy after a girl was picked to be the hostage. Don't worry, what am I going to do to her? I'll take her back when I visit your system. Li Qiye said, of course, I also welcome another attack but unfortunately for her, she'll be the sacrifice to the battle right. It would be sad for so many systems to let down a cute junior like this. And I'm sure Insane Court won't bully the young lady. Bright Ancestor told the rest, let's go with this then. He wanted to settle the issue so Li Qiye wouldn't have the chance to change his mind. Otherwise, all of their efforts so far would have been in vain. All right. The ancestor from Vermilion gave up. Li Qian, see our guests off. Li Qiye gently waved his hand and the primordial laws uncoiled, freeing the ancestors. Despite being freed, none dared to do anything to Li Qiye. This match has been decided the moment Li Qiye controlled the Tao source. It would be suicidal to even try. Senior, I still want to be a hostage. It'll be better for Insane Court to have multiple ace cards. The Pill King offered himself again. Scram already. Li Qiye laughed, Insane Court won't feed anyone for free. Everyone, follow me. Li Qian heaved a sigh of relief. This storm was finally over. The ancestors were happy to see Li Qiye not doing anything else to them and quickly followed Li Qian. Only the Pill King left unwillingly, wanting to see Li Qiye's alchemy again to learn. Chapter 2206, After Li Qian took the ancestors away, Li Qiye casually raised his hand. The primordial laws also left the girl, restoring her freedom. She was quite surprised and stared at him in a daze, not believing that he would do something like this. Sijing, prepare a place and treat her like a guest. Li Qiye told Sijing behind him. Nevertheless, the girl didn't lose her caution. What do you want? What can I do? Eat you. Can't exactly do much to a hostage. Li Qiye said with a smile. Who knows what you want to do? The girl snorted, perhaps you have some devious plans, heretics like you can't be trusted. He stared up then down at her, what plans? In terms of beauty, you're only average, barely qualified to be a bed warmer. I'm not staring enough to eat just anything. You. Her face turned red, eyes nearly spewing fire. All girls worried about their looks, let alone someone as beautiful as her. Though not the prettiest in myriad lineage, she was still the number one at Vermilion. So many men would be willing to kneel before her. She was certainly confident in terms of appearance, so now, she certainly wasn't fond of his comment to say the least, and definitely not his current attitude, seemingly can't stand her. Do you know that your mouth stinks? She gritted her teeth and retorted. If she wasn't a captive right now, she would rush forward and break that foul mouth of his. Wait, you tasted it before, that's why you know. Well, do you want a taste? He smiled and teased. Pervert. Her face became as red as rouge as she quivered with rage. Li Qie was quite amused. Even if I was a pervert, I wouldn't do anything to you since I'm a very picky eater. Nevertheless, he looked at her again in an intrusive manner, seemingly wanting to pick out the best part. She grew frightened and felt naked before his penetrating gaze, causing her to turn away. Zhu Xijing smiled while watching the teasing session. All right, no more playing around. Li Qie waved his sleeve and said, "Tell the disciples to take care of our esteemed guest." "Miss, follow me," Xijing told Bingning. Bingning scowled and gave him a glare. One needed to bow their head when in someone else's home, otherwise, she would definitely try and fight this pervert. "Wait, I forgot." Li Qie added, "Don't think about causing trouble or escaping or I'll strip you naked and hang you outside of royal court. Be a good girl now." She answered the threat with another scowl before leaving with Xijing. After sending the ancestors away, Li Qian returned to see Li Qie. "I'll leave after a couple of days." Li Qie said, "The future of Insane Court is up to you all." "You're leaving, forefather?" Li Qian was surprised. "Yes, it is time." Li Qie chuckled while staring at the horizon. He didn't come to 3 immortals because of Insane Court. This trip here was a touch of fate, ending the karma between him and the old man. Li Qian spoke softly, "If that's the case, I'll go in your stead and give an apology to the other systems." Li Qie smiled, "Are you worried about me or the other systems?" Being exposed left Li Qian awkward. He coughed and said, "I'm just willing to work hard for you, forefather. I know what you're thinking but I'm not going to the other systems just to give them an answer. I have other businesses." Li Qie waved his sleeve and said, "May I ask where you are going to? Which system first?" Li Qian asked for clarification. "Longevity Valley, their pills are considered the best in myriad lineage so I wish to take a look." Li Qie answered. Li Qian misunderstood, thinking that all ancestors after reaching a certain level would be interested in longevity pills. Who could resist the temptation of eternal life? Alas, Li Qie was only looking for the mysteries behind immortality. "May I ask when you will return?" Li Qian asked. "You want me to stay here?" Li Qie glanced at him and said. "Not just me, but everyone in the system wishes for you to stay. As long as you're here, we're completely united." Li Qian said. This was indeed the truth. No one had a higher status than Li Qie at the moment. He could give order to everyone. Solidarity was important for revitalization. Everyone has their own path, same with a system. Li Qie said, "Insane Court is no longer a child that needs help every step of the way. But if this is the case, it will never mature beyond being a decorative flower inside the house, unable to face the storm outside. Because of this, my departure is a test for the system on top of being an opportunity. I have done what I can and left behind what I should. Your future must be carved by you, that's the only way to truly strengthen the system. I'll forever keep your teaching in mind, forefather." Li Qian bowed deeply and said. "Insane Court still has a long way to go. You all have much to do." Li Qie continued. Li Qian gently sighed, aware that their path wasn't going to be easy. Nevertheless, Li Qie had carved a path for them, much better than before. "Where are you going, forefather? To immortal lineage or somewhere even farther away?" Li Qian asked. "You want to ask about the final destination?" Li Qie said. Li Qian told the truth, "I'm simply curious about the end path of true emperors and progenitors. Please enlighten me." In fact, he wasn't the only one curious about this matter because after each era, these beings would eventually disappear. No one knew where they went. Some believed they died from old age while others said they went to a faraway place. There was one bolder speculation, a world named Everlasting. These beings would eventually go there and live forever. What's the point in knowing before reaching the right level, it would only vex you. Just take it one step at a time, you'll be qualified to find out more as an eternal. Li Qiye smiled. Due to his massive memories and own research from ancient scrolls, he had a clear outline of the final destination in 3 immortals. Yes, forefather. Li Qian bowed his head and said, if you could see the progenitor, please tell him that his descendants in Insane Court wish him good health. You think Insane Ancestor is still alive? Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. We can't speculate anything about the great beings. Li Qian coughed. No one knew where the progenitors went, some true emperors have searched as well. The only thing was that Insane Ancestor told his descendants that he would one day reborn and ascend to become an immortal. This was why many people in Insane Court believed he was still alive. Li Qiye only smiled instead of revealing Insane Ancestor's current whereabouts. Chapter 2207, Wu Bingning didn't feel like a hostage while being stuck here in Insane Court. She was treated well from the very first day, freed from shackles or any outfit resembling a prisoner. In fact, she had complete freedom without any supervision or people making it difficult for her. This was a treatment of a guest, not a hostage. She began to think that Li Qiye had some plans or ideas about her. But after a careful musing, this wasn't the case. She was a true prisoner. If Li Qiye wanted to do something, he would have done it long ago, no need to wait so pointlessly. At the same time, she felt that this guy was too confident, leaving an enemy to roam freely in his system. She had too much peace and free time in the next several days, not needing to worry about a single thing. Meals and clothes came to her, a time to enjoy life. She thought that her time here wasn't inferior to her time back at Vermilion at all. Perhaps staying was the right choice. As the successor of Vermilion Martial Court, she enjoyed love and adoration everywhere. However, the recent days haven't gone as well, so she didn't mind staying here. Because of this, she never thought about trying to escape. She was no fool, understanding that Li Qiye had absolute power in Insane Court due to his control over its Dao source. Trying to escape or anything else under his watch would be unwise. Provoking a pervert might lead to him doing some perverted things. As the days went by, she became a bit unhappy despite her favorable circumstances. It was because Li Qiye was nowhere to be found and no one from Insane Court came to talk to her. It was as if she was being forgotten. One of her titles was Vermilion Goddess, so despite her good nature, there was still a bit of pride and arrogance. Despite being served quite well, she still felt uncomfortable about not being treated like a big shot. This feeling was gone today because Li Qiye had finally summoned her. Upon hearing the call, she snorted, seemingly dissatisfied, but in her mind, she felt quite good about the whole thing. She walked into the main hall only to find him half lying on his chair, very comfortable and leisure. To be more exact, he was enjoying a lap pillow from Wang Han, who was peeling and feeding him fruits. Each time she bent down, her voluptuous breasts would brush on his cheek, nearly burying his head. Meanwhile, Zhu Xijing was massaging his legs in a very gentle and sincere manner. Chu Qingling was also present, holding on to a historical book and carefully reading it to him. Each word and page were articulated with a great rhythm. No one would want to break this enjoyable atmosphere. His eyes were closed, but he was certainly awake, eating fruits and listening to old stories. Wang Han was the current emperor and Chu Qingling was the grand marshal. Only he would have this treatment in the entire court. Wu Bingning didn't appreciate this debaucherous scene. She snorted and quietly muttered, "Show off." Despite her arrival, he still seemed to be asleep and no one dared to disturb him. She obediently sat down, vexed but unable to change the situation. He was a supreme existence lying in rest, all before him were ants. After Qingling finished another story, he finally opened his eyes to look at Bingning. "Little girl, how has your stay been so far? Any complaint?" Li Qiye asked with a smile. "My name is not little girl. She coldly responded. Oh. My mistake for forgetting to ask for your name, my lady. Li Qie smirked. Humph, a disciple of Vermilion Martial Court, Wu Bingning. She declared. Oh wow, so you are Miss Wu, your fame precedes you, please forgive me, forgive me. Li Qie said with no ounce of sincerity. She clenched her fists at his appearance. If this wasn't insane court, she would want to break that smirk off his face. The girls nearby chuckled, even Chu Qingling. They understood his personality after staying with him recently. Our beautiful Miss Wu, forgive us for the last couple of days. I am formally telling you the good news, tomorrow, you'll be leaving insane court with me and can go home whenever. He revealed. Got it. She gave a rather cold response, not excited as one would be after being released from captivity. For some unknown reasons, she didn't want to go back to Vermilion due to all the annoyances back there. It was better being free here. However, our beautiful Miss Wu, I have a question for you. He continued. Humph, fart if you must, no need to waste time. The arrogant girl replied. All in all, she still had a very bad impression of him. His eyes flashed with amusement. What are you running from? I'm not running from anything. She became cautious and took one step back, eyes fixated on him. She had become less vigilant during her stay here because of the freedom. Really? Then why did you want to become the hostage? He inquired. All disciples should toil for their sections. She chose her words more carefully. Li Qie smiled, not in my eyes. Your ancestor was very worried when I picked you, it looks like your value far outweighs your status as a successor. Not true. She denied at once. Even if you are talented, there are plenty of other potential successors lining up in a system. Losing one is just fine. Li Qie leisurely said before smirking, but I believe that your value is far more than that. What do you want? She shuddered with an ominous feeling. Nothing, just curious about your lack of excitement about going back home. Very well, if you don't want to go back, I shall recruit you. Who told you I didn't want to go back to Vermilion? I'm quite happy about it. Her expression slightly changed. She was startled with her thoughts being read by him. It was as if nothing could evade his gaze. Li Qie continued, all right, I'll be a good guy then and take you back to Vermilion first. Sigh, this is such a bad trait, being too nice to girls. Bingning was caught off guard. Her leisure days so far left her unprepared to return to Vermilion. Chapter 2208, Wu Bingning took a deep breath for composure before speaking straight at Li Qie, I won't bother you as an escort. I'll just return by myself once I've healed. Oh. Li Qie was certainly entertained. What if something happens to you, what am I going to tell Vermilion? I have to take you there myself to be at ease. Humph, certainly up to something. She scowled at him. Li Qie smiled in response, just playing with you. However, Vermilion is in the top 2 of myriad lineage, so it's certainly strong. It's quite interesting that you would want to be a hostage here. Your imagination is too rich and can come up with anything. She denied once more. His eyes became serious. Little girl, I don't like others lying in front of me. She snorted, not wanting to respond. He continued, I'm more than willing to listen to other people's trouble. Go ahead, tell me what's on your mind, little girl. I have nothing to say, you can do whatever you want since I'm a hostage. She remained prideful. If I want others to speak the truth, I have countless methods in my arsenal. In fact, I can make you submit to me forever. He smiled, alas, I dislike using violent methods, but it's best you know that I can make you speak. Egomaniac. She didn't believe him. If he didn't like violence, who else did? He massacred thousands right away, only an idiot would believe him. I can also erase everything, turning you into a slave. Li Qiye's eyes became serious. Do your worst. If I frown in the slightest, I'll stop being a disciple from Vermilion. She arched her chest and declared. Very well, little arrogant girl, this shall be quite fun. He raised his hand. Buzz. She wanted to resist but it was too late. His palm had sealed everything with its majestic grand Tao power. It would be futile to resist. She suddenly floated and landed in front of him in a crouching position. Standing up was impossible. Look at me. He spoke with an unquestionable charisma. She uncontrollably looked up and saw his eyes turning extremely profound with an intense drawn. Her soul was being pulled in like moths heading for the flame. Boom! Her sea of consciousness and memories exploded at this moment. She was entering his world, seemingly melting, unable to tell if she was actually in there or he was only showing her things in the river of time. Waves and colorful radiance existed in this world only for a brief moment, replaced by apocalyptic changes and explosions. Everything disappeared, gods and emperors died leaving behind a lonely figure. This person alone walked to the end of the world and faced the blackest darkness. The world was drowned with blood while the gods trembled. Even ninth-level emperors began to fall but the solitary figure continued forward, destroying everything in the way. Madness, killing, blood, brutality, the world was overwhelmed with dreadful despair. No. She tried to scream but nothing came out of her mouth, a feeling of helplessness. After a while, he finally released her. She dropped to the ground, drenched with sweat and an empty gaze. Young noble, you frightened the little miss. Wang Han felt quite bad looking at the soaked girl. I simply let her see the most terrible things about this world. If I actually wanted to scare her, she would be dead right now. He smiled. Bingning was still in a daze, frozen on the ground. Poor girl. He gently touched her forehead and softly said, Don't be frightened, the world is still full of beauties. Allow me to show you. He raised her chin and focused his gaze, exuding an incomparable radiance. This was the opening of a new world heralded by a pair of black wings spreading, perhaps from a crow. The world found serenity and warmth under the protection of the wings while darkness was blocked outside. A girl trekked forward in the rain and wind, protected by the wings above her. She jumped like a carp towards the sky and turned into an ethereal figure in the mist, but the crow continued to follow her. The scene shifted to a boy wrestling with the void to open a new era with a crow on top of his shoulder. Spring came and the flowers bloomed, this was a world full of love, protected by a crow. Many tales and legends came about. Bingning was fixated on the rotation of figures and the crow. This bird flew all over the 9 firmaments, staying at the apex to look at the future. It seemed to be the ruler of this world, the protector of what's to come. The warmness beneath his wings was worth longing for. People couldn't help but trace its footsteps, wanting to follow it despite the arduous journey. Its eyes aimed where the heart of the people did, yearning for an even more distant place. Meanwhile, Li Qiye traced his finger down her pretty face. Her snow-white skin was soft and impeccably clear. His finger was moving elegantly as if he was composing a tune. She felt warmth coursing through her body, as comfortable as sleeping on a cloud, a transcending sensation. She was lost in the legends and music as if she was the main character, that it was her past and future. On the path ahead, she was still as beautiful as before with him as her companion. The journey itself was unforgettable. Her cheek pushed closer into his palm while her hand grabbed and kept it there. The callus there seemed so comfortable and gave a feeling of security. Everything seemed to be wonderful like the coming of spring or the melting of winter. She was completely immersed at this moment. Some time had passed before she slowly regained her wits. When she opened her eyes again, the first thing she saw was his ordinary face. But now, it was worth remembering. Did you brainwash me? She glared at him but now, there was a tinge of playful coquettishness, accentuating her already charming self even more. People wouldn't be able to help themselves from wanting to embrace her right now. If that was the case, you wouldn't even remember who you are right now, only thinking that you're my slave, but no, right? I simply showed you a new world and future, one with so much more potential. Chapter 2209, Wu Bingning paused for a moment before looking straight at him. This is still brainwashing me. She sounded angry on the surface, but it was more of a playful pout by this point. You can think of it as brainwashing, but you know you love it. Li Qiye said with a smile. Humph. She scowled, but the warm feeling in her heart betrayed her. Her arrogance was being melted away by the legendary tales earlier. They were beautiful enough to draw people in and trap them within. The world is tough and your path is long, but I'm sure you can do it. He gently stroked her forehead. She nodded, and before she knew it, she became much more optimistic. All the troubles plaguing her seemed so trivial and dispersed. This made her much more hopeful about the future. I'm willing to work for it. She clenched her fist with determination after getting a clearer view of life. Because she knew exactly what she wanted, she was willing to face the incoming pressure and trials in life on top of following this man. Even immortal lineage world is nothing. As long as you can take the next step, you'll see just how vast this world is. With me around, those wills and commands are nothing. He smiled. I understand. Nothing could daunt her now, evident by her fierce stare. You're being unfair, young noble. Wang Han peeled another fruit and fed it to him before pouting. Sister Qingling has plenty of potential too. You can train her. She was helping Chu Qingling. All of them could see that he wanted to groom Wu Bingning, so Wang Han wanted to speak for the sake of Insane Court. After all, as the number one genius in Insane Court, Qingling's talents were unquestionable. More importantly, she always had a great relationship with Wang Han despite being from Chu camp. More often than not, she even stood by Wang Han on many issues. The two of them shared a common view on the upcoming path of the system. Ultimately, even if Qingling were to become a true emperor later on, the path was still long, especially if she wanted to become a progenitor. Thus, she needed the help of the forefather. The stronger Qingling became, the more help Wang Han would get in the future for the system's revitalization. Qingling blushed and lowered her head, pretending to read the ancient book. Li Qiye smiled and looked at her while shaking his head. I'm not being unfair. Qingling's future is also very bright, but it's a bit different from Bingning. Qingling can develop here with what insane ancestor had left behind. Perhaps she won't be able to surpass him, but reaching the apex is not an impossibility. This isn't the case for Bingning. She has no control over certain matters, but the two of you working together will certainly bring a new golden age to Insane Court. When that day comes and Qingling is at the top, she can come to me for guidance. I'll be waiting for it. But today, she doesn't need my help to continue the path of insane. She lifted her head and looked at him with a gentle stare. I won't let you down and will work even harder, young noble. I'm sure. He smiled. Go get ready, it's time to leave Insane Court. He finally told Wu Bingning. She acknowledged and quickly left. Her steps were now freed of burden just like her mind. No one in Insane Court wanted him to leave, but they knew that this tiny place wasn't meant for a soaring dragon. The small temple couldn't hold on to a great Buddha. Young noble, will we see you again? Zhu Xijing was the most emotional one and came up to hug him. The one that had changed the most was her. She was only a regular disciple at Grand Sword and would have stopped there due to her being a mutebane. Her fate changed completely after following him. He gave her treasures and guidance on cultivation. As being one of his confidants, her status rose in this system as well. Without him, she would have been an expert at best in the system. Thus, Li Qiye gave her everything, a second parent even. So now, she didn't want him to leave the most. Alas, she was aware that they weren't from the same world. This could be their last moment together. Silly girl, it's not goodbye forever, no need to be sad. We'll meet again if it is meant to be. He hugged her back and said, perhaps on that day, you'll already be a phoenix soaring above the 9 firmaments. I will work hard too. Sijing shuddered and made a bold decision. His phrase alone would be a guiding lamp for the rest of her life. She had a lofty goal now, one that she would have never dreamed of before. Goodbye. He waved goodbye to the rest and entered a portal with Wu Qingning to leave Insane Court. Myriad lineage had plenty of Dao systems. Perhaps not quite 10,000, but certainly more than enough. Some believed there was around 1,000 or so systems and countless clans below. The majority of them were connected via portals and welcome visitors, unlike Insane Court's previous isolation policy. He arrived at Longevity Valley. Despite the name, it wasn't just a valley but consisted of a large territory. Of course, the main sect itself was located in a valley, but they didn't overimpose on their subjects. It was created by progenitor Alchemy Immortal. There were plenty of legends about him. Some considered him to have everlasting life. His longevity pills could be respected as the best in history. One particular tale stood out from the rest about his ascension. Rumor has it that during his youth, he fell into a cave and found the alchemy scripture of Emperor Nong. That started his path of becoming the greatest alchemist. After becoming a progenitor, he used his longevity scripture to create this particular system. Because of the alchemy scripture from Emperor Nong, Alchemy Immortal's longevity pills were magical, the topic of conversation for future generations. Emperor Nong, Emperor Sui, and Emperor Shi were legends in 3 immortals. Their existence was hotly debated despite never being seen before. Chapter 22:10 Emperor Nong's alchemy scripture made others think that the 3 emperors were real, not just fabricated tales. If this was the case, then it would to another question, immortals. Many believed they were actually immortals because the legend said so. They had become true immortals, but such beings couldn't be found in any other place in this world. If immortals existed, then they were certainly at this level. Of course, a few believed that Alchemy Immortal simply used the story of the scripture to propel his own fame. All in all, Alchemy Immortal was definitely excellent in crafting longevity pills. When he was in this world, so many people asked him for pills, including progenitors. In terms of fighting potential, Alchemy Immortal was no match against many other progenitors. However, his status was great among his peers due to these longevity pills. They also propelled the system into the spotlight in myriad lineage. It was certainly weaker than sects such as Young Radiance or Vermilion, but the overall status was similar. His first destination was actually the fire source, not the valley itself. He smiled and told her after entering the new territory, "You are free now after leaving Insane Court and may return to Vermilion." "Why should I?" She was a bit dissatisfied because she didn't want to go back to Vermilion and he knew this too. "I won't force you, but you need to let your ancestors know or they'll think that Insane Court had mistreated a hostage later." She pondered for a bit, knowing that the ancestors would certainly want her back after finding this out. It wasn't that Vermilion didn't treat her well. In fact, the ancestors doted on her and had high hopes. Nevertheless, a successor of Vermilion had a heavy responsibility. Certain things are inevitable. Face it instead of running away. Li Qie played with her soft hair and said, "Plus, you're my follower right now, and I can bear the sky falling down, what do you have to be afraid of?" "I, Li Qie, do not allow for anyone to hurt my followers, or death to them." Bingning appreciated the sentiment and support from this seemingly ordinary man. He was her biggest backing now and would shoulder the falling sky for her sake. "I will let the ancestors know." She gently nodded, feeling even more determined than previously. She found everything to be much brighter and simpler. "But I want to see the fire source first." She looked at him and coquettishly asked. He chuckled and said before leading the way, "Very well, just taking a look is fine." The location of the fire source was very important in this system. It related to many secrets. Some believed Alchemy Immortal picked this location for his system precisely for this area. Rumor has it that it was already around before the inception of the system, just floating around in a different dimension. Later on, Alchemy Immortal refined the boundaries and Tao Foundation then dragged the fire source location to this place, adding it to his system. Perhaps this land of fire had something to do with the fire tribe. Some even believed that even Alchemy Immortal who was from this tribe didn't understand this fire source completely. Strangely enough, despite the importance of this area, Longevity Valley wasn't built here and didn't guard it at all. Any visitor was allowed to enter. Thus, many cultivators in the system and even those outside would come to see the land of the fire source. The cultivators and alchemists from the fire tribe loved it. They could find the best fire seeds here, most suitable for pill refinement. The fire tribe was a major race in 3 Immortals. There were plenty of races and tribes, but not many were considered major. Fire tribe, humans, heavenly Buddhas, 8-armed tribe, these were the major races. Another common belief was that the fire tribe was the descendant of Emperor Sui. Thus, they considered themselves to be a main branch in 3 Immortals. Some cultivators came here to strengthen themselves by refining their physiques and power. Members of the fire tribe were born in flame, so this place was certainly the best for them to temper their physical constitution. One could feel the high temperature while standing at the border. It felt like an ocean of fire with endless heat waves. This was unbearable, especially for mortals. It was as if they would be rendered to ashes after taking a step inside. There were mountains as far as the eyes can see, all gathering together to form the shape of a dragon resting. This was the land of the fire source, not completely barren. On the contrary, vegetation and foliage were growing quite well here, even lusher than other places. Old trees grew in the massive forests. However, they were different. Instead of a green shade, they had a red color. The leaves here looked like red gemstones. Some places were covered in surging flame. A few valleys were filled with lava. The heat here was ready to burn all intruders, but not the beasts, birds, and fish already living here. Fire hawks were soaring in the sky while ember leopards roamed below. Here was a place with many scenes unavailable in the outside world. Whoosh! The winds were ripped by a beast galloping towards a deep, narrow valley. It looked like a water buffalo, only that it was made from lava, still melting and flowing around. One wouldn't be surprised to see it living in a volcano. Let's go. We can't let it hide into the lava or we'll never see it again. An old man shouted and led a group of disciples over to pursue the beast. Li Qiye and Bingning moved on and climbed up a peak. They saw a young cultivator standing below a tree on the next peak over. This red tree had a piece of bark removed, revealing that it consisted of fiery crystals inside, similar to a clam holding a pearl. The youth instantly tried to take the crystals out, but a fiery spark came from the tree. It coiled around him like a chain of fire. Ah! He screamed and got turned to ashes in the next second. The chain then put the crystals back into the trunk and the cracked bark closed once more. Chapter 22:11. These shocking scenes happened every day in the land of the fire source. Treasure seeking was another popular event here, outside of alchemy and physical augmentation. This scorching place gave birth to many lives and treasures. It was a peerless precious ground, yet Longevity Valley didn't try to monopolize it. Many admired this decision from Alchemy Immortal and the valley for keeping this up. Other systems might not be able to do this. Wu Bingning looked at Li Qiye and asked, "Why are we here?" "Treasures. Just a stroll, is that okay with you?" He smiled in response. She glared and retorted with a rather cute, nearly flirtatious tone, "Who would believe you? Only an idiot. I just enjoy seeing certain amazing things." He chuckled. She inquired again, don't tell me you're here for the supreme treasure. That's poking at a beehive. A rumor stated that there was a supreme item in this location, the reason why alchemy immortals spent so much effort to drag the entire land into his system. Specific details remained a mystery. Even people from the valley had no idea what it was. However, some progenitors were certain of its existence, further validating the rumor. Nevertheless, no one had any idea about it, not even true emperors. A lack of knowledge was one thing, people didn't want to mess with Longevity Valley. This supreme item was inside Longevity Valley, so this system owned it. Anyone who tried to do anything would be considered an enemy of the system, not a wise decision. Longevity Valley was weaker than behemoths like Young Radiance and Vermilion Martial Court, but few would actually dare to antagonize it. The reason was very simple. Too many people in 3 immortals owed it a favor, ranging from true gods to progenitors. Thus, it just needed to say the word and many masters would show their support. Provoking it was the same as poking a beehive. If I actually want a treasure, there's no beehive in this world I don't dare to poke. Li Qiye smiled. Bingning stared at him and spoke with a serious tone, mess with Longevity Valley and I'm not exaggerating, there will be no place for you to stay in Myriad lineage. You're worrying about me. He teased. In your dream. She gave him the side eye, it's best if someone were to kill a wicked demon like you. Her tone certainly didn't carry the same harshness as her words. Li Qiye only smiled and took out the Myriad cauldron. He gave it a soft touch and it turned back into its original form, a creature resembling a frog. He patted its head. The little one seemed to enjoy it and ribbited back at him. He then looked over at Bingning, we can't go back empty-handed. What do you want? Thank you for your kind intent, but I don't need anything. She spoke with some pride. She wasn't being shy, but due to her background and role as a successor, she had plenty of treasures unavailable to others. That's why she didn't care much about items. You have a world-concealing grass, right? He revealed with a smile. How did you know? She stared at him in astonishment. This was a secret only known by the ancestors in her system, but he was able to figure it out upon their first meeting. She didn't have an amazing stealth technique, only an amazing and rare blade of grass capable of hiding everything. She rarely used it normally but chose to do so during the invasion. That's how she was able to deliver a sneak attack when the Alliance was in trouble. He chuckled in response, just calculated with my fingers, not hard at all. It's just a world-concealing grass, not a longevity grass. Stop trying to act cool. She didn't believe him at all and became curious. What was that tree of yours, how did it break my grass? She wasn't being overconfident. It was easier said than done to defeat the concealment method since it wasn't a merit law or technique. However, Li Qiye's primordial tree could instantly sweep through the concealment, something that her ancestors couldn't do. It's just an insignificant tree. He casually responded. Fine, don't tell me then. She scowled, seemingly annoyed. You can follow my Myriad cauldron, perhaps you'll be pleasantly surprised by what you can get. It can be beneficial for your grass too. Li Qiye commented. I don't want any treasure of yours. She pouted. He smiled and patted his cauldron before releasing it. Go now, this is a good location with many fire seeds. They can be good appetizers. Rib bit. The frog jumped out of his palm and hopped a short distance before stopping, seemingly waiting for Bingning. Okay, stop pouting, go now. He gently patted her hair and smiled. You're not using this chance to ditch me, right? She looked at him inquisitively. Don't worry, even if I want to ditch you, I wouldn't abandon my cauldron. It is one and only in history and will lead the way for you. He said. Bingning was unhappy to hear that a frog was more valuable than her. She stomped on his foot in response. Nevertheless, she still obediently followed the cauldron. He watched the two of them disappear before going to do his own thing. This cauldron was a supreme item that had eaten so many fire seeds and immortal grass in this world. This was a good chance for it to feast in the land of the fire source. He wasn't in a hurry and took his time traversing the mountains and valleys. There was a faint flame on his body, seemingly catching on fire. Others would certainly mistake him as being a member of the fire tribe. Of course, this flame wasn't because of the high temperature here. He was devouring the flame here while leaving his seal each step of the way. He came with a plan because the mysterious old man had dug a pit for him, one that he had no choice but to jump down. The land of the fire source had something he needed. Others were not aware of this item's existence, but it was indeed located in this place. Outside of being recorded in many ancient scrolls, the memories of the old man from Immortal Demon Grotto also contained information about it. Because of this, Li Qiye knew this place quite well despite it being his first visit. He also had a treasure that could aid him in searching for this elusive item, Heaven Reckon.00. Chapter 22:12, Our leisure fella headed deeper into this land. More and more flames jumped on his body so he looked exactly like a member of the fire tribe, also known as a firekin. He met others along the way, alchemists, firekins, and treasure seekers. While crossing a valley, he saw a grassy field spanning for some length. The grasses here were also on fire and completely red in color. They swayed with the wind, resembling a forest on fire. A crowd was forming here. One youth occupied a large area with his fellow disciples. With an imposing aura and an expensive robe, he commanded the disciples while yelling at the others in the valley, "Stand outside this boundary right now, all of these firehawk grass belong to the everlasting kingdom." The cultivators were naturally unhappy. Some glared and one even retorted, "That's too greedy. We even have disciples from Longevity Valley in the crowd, how can you be so unreasonable?" "Because we are the everlasting kingdom." The youth remained arrogant and aggressive, not giving a damn about the furious crowd. "We're the strongest sect in this system, isn't that enough? Plus, it's not like I'm not leaving areas for you all. Look over there." Having said that, he pointed at a corner with a very, very tiny grassy plain with a pitiful number of firehawk grass. "That's way too sparse for the winter fire insects to nest." One person complained. "That's your problem, not mine." The youth waved his hand and said, go now, don't bother us." The crowd was infuriated yet helpless. Everlasting was indeed the strongest sect in the system. In fact, they were even overshadowing Longevity Valley. Furthermore, this youth came from the Wu, a clan very close to the royal family. No one wanted to mess with a noble from there. Those who do not obey, kill. Wu Lian's eyes turned fierce as he threatened those who didn't want to leave. "Did you hear our young lord? Back off." His fellow disciples began chasing the crowd away. The other cultivators had no choice but to acquiesce. They were here for the winter fire insect, not to die. There was no need to antagonize Everlasting or lose their lives over these insects. "Are you deaf? Did you not hear our young lord's command? Scram now." One disciple began pushing a youth who was just standing there. His gray robe indicated his shabby background. His face turned red from being pushed back. Young Lord Wu, I'm from the Song, also a clan in Everlasting, so I'm your fellow disciple." The embarrassed youth struggled to speak, showing his inexperience. "You? That Song Yuhao from the Falling Clan?" Wu Lian glanced at the youth and said. Yes, I'm Song Yuhao. My ancestors once contributed greatly to the kingdom." The youth named Song Yuhao hurriedly nodded, thinking that Wu Lian was accepting a fellow countryman. "That's a very long time ago." Wu Lian said with contempt, "Not just any random dog or cat can represent Everlasting. Your Song clan only has a few people left, not qualified to call yourselves members of Everlasting. Scram to the side." Yuhao was insulted to the point of being frozen. Get going already. The disciple who pushed him earlier became more aggressive. Yu Hao woke up from his daze and hastily shouted, "Young Lord Wu, my mother is very ill and bedridden, requiring the insects to save her. Just let me stay, give me a chance since I only need a few, the rest is yours." "Not my problem. Leave or leave your head behind." Wu Yen uttered coldly. Yu Hao was on the verge of tears, completely lost on what to do. Scram! The disciple continued pushing him out of the boundary. I only need a few to save my mother." Tears formed in his eyes. Men didn't cry for no reasons, but he was nearly doing so because of his mother's grave situation. Many cultivators sympathized, but they didn't wish to offend the Wu clan and Everlasting. "Don't worry, finding winter fire insects aren't hard." A calm voice came behind him. He turned around and saw a very ordinary-looking guy. Right, but only this place has firehawk grass, the insects will only show up where they are." Yu Hao appreciated the consolation, but his mind was on fire, wishing to save his mother. Li Qiye pointed at the other side and said, "There are some over there. But there are so few of them, those insects won't come." Yu Hao said weakly. "Who told you that?" Li Qiye chuckled, "There is an exception to everything, the world is known to surprise people. Just wait and see." Having said that, he dragged the youth over and slightly kicked the sparse grasses with his foot. "That's impossible." One spectator shook his head, "Those insects love firehawk grass because they get to eat the flame essence and make nests below. There aren't enough over there to attract them." Everyone felt that Li Qiye was only trying to make the boy feel better. I'll just buy a few from young Lord Wu in a bit." Yu Hao was pessimistic. He was willing to go bankrupt over just a few blades of grass if Wu Yen were willing to sell. He would pay any price to save his mother instead of just watching her die. Li Qiye smirked, "If I say they are here, they will be. Just wait a sec. As for that group over there, they won't find a single one." Wu Qian immediately heard and snorted, "Bold prediction, huh? If your few blades of grass over there can attract the insects, then the sky would fall." Li Qiye ignored him and took out an old tree, the one beneath Ivory Gap. It looked unwilling to follow his orders, but he stroked it with his finger. It had no choice but to take roots in this particular field. "Don't worry, when the grasses begin to burn, all the insects here will be yours, as many as you want." Li Qiye told Song Yu Hao. "In your dream." Wu Qian said with disdain, "If you can dig insects out of that place, I'll swallow all the soil here." Li Qiye grinned after hearing this and said, "Are you sure?" "Of course." Wu Yen haughtily responded, "A few blades like that can't attract any insect, in fact, just one is enough for me to eat the soil here. But on the other hand, you too would need to start eating if there isn't any." "Good, no problem." Li Qiye smirked. The crowd exchanged glances. Everyone felt that Li Qiye was being too confident because they agreed with Wu Yen's opinion. Yu Hao was speechless. He got dragged into this bet by Li Qiye before he knew it. Chapter 22:13, All eyes were on the firehawk grasses. One took note of the time, it's almost the time for the grasses to burn, poof. Sure enough, the fresh grasses ignited with smoke and fire. The smoke rose to the sky. It was similar to hay being burned. The fire crazily intensified and seemed impossible to extinguish. Everyone held their breath, aware that this was the time when the insects would come out. This was a harvest season of sorts, just not their harvest. The grasses would burn every once in a while. During this process, the winter fire insects hiding deep below would come out and devour the fire essences of the grasses to empower themselves. That would be the best time to capture them. It didn't take long before the grasses all became ashes, leaving behind only the soil. "This is it," someone murmured. "Start digging." Wu Yan ordered the disciples from his clan. They instantly started digging up the ground in order to find the insects. "You're not starting." Wu Yan looked around and sneered at Li Qiye and Song Yuhao. "No rush, you first." Li Qiye smiled back. Wu Yan grinned and coldly said, "Enjoy this moment because a bit later, you'll be eating all the mud here." "We'll just see about that." Li chuckled. Wu Yan was quite annoyed at the constant rebuttal and glared angrily at Li Qiye. Yuhao was horrified and pulled Li Qiye's sleeve, signaling him to back down. "Faster, I want to see them swallow the mud." Wu Yan shouted at his group. Loud rustling noises continued as they dug out the whole area, but not a single insect could be found. "Young lord, there's none," a disciple reported. Wu Yan's expression changed as he yelled, "How can this be? You all didn't dig deep enough then, keep going, flip the ground over and bring me these insects." The disciples had no choice but to keep going. The pits grew larger and deeper but no insects could be found. "This doesn't make sense." The spectators were perplexed. One said, "Just 3 inches should be enough to see them," but they went much deeper now and found none. This has never happened before, to the crowd's astonishment. These insects would always come up to devour the fire essences of the grasses. Wu Yan seized the entire field but couldn't obtain a single one. "Keep going then, 3,000 feet or whatever, get me those damn insects." His expression turned unsightly as he screamed off the top of his lung. He had made a strong bet earlier, so there was no backing down. "Our turn," Li Qiye leisurely said after seeing the failure of the other group. The crowd's attention darted towards him. They didn't believe that he could find the insects since Wu Yan's field was hundreds of times bigger versus their corner plot and its few blades of grasses. There was no way the insects would ignore the large field for these random grasses on this side. Wu Yan scowled, "My several hundred plots got nothing, so stop daydreaming. Start eating now and I'll spare you from eating the entire field after we find some." "Don't be so sure now." Li Qiye remained nonchalant, "We'll see who will be the last one smiling." He pointed at the old tree after saying this, sending it back to his fate palace. The tree had begrudgingly obeyed while thinking that it was a waste of its talents, so it didn't wish to stay out any longer. The incomplete tree was completely inconspicuous. No one recognized it either in this place. The truth was that in all of 3 immortals, few could understand its magical properties. Even regular ancestors couldn't recognize it, let alone these ordinary experts. After recalling the tree, he told Yuhao, "Start digging. We're really doing it." Yuhao lacked confidence after seeing no insect in that entire field. Their tiny plot shouldn't have attracted any insect, just like Wu Yan had said. "Do what I say," Li Qiye demanded. Yuhao had no choice but to pick up a hoe and started digging. He could already see himself eating the mud, feeling quite sorry for being dragged into this mess, but it was too late to do anything about it. Ignorant fools. Wu Yan saw Yuhao still trying to dig and said, "Wait till I find some, I'll make you swallow all the soil here." His eyes flashed with a frightening murderous intent. No one was allowed to disrespect their everlasting kingdom in this system. A while after Yuhao's effort, a spark came out of the ground, as bright as a hidden treasure. He seemed to be struck by lightning, jolted and drowned with excitement as he started digging even harder. "What is that?" The fiery spark attracted everyone's attention. He finished digging a large pit, finding fiery balls the size of a face-washing basin within, and picked one up. Upon careful inspections, they were actually fiery insects resembling silkworms, just much longer. They squeezed together and formed circles as if something was attracting them. That's why they looked like fiery balls at first sight. That's winter fire insects," someone shouted. "So many, must be more than 1,000. Another guessed. "I can't believe it." The spectators were amazed. It was impossible for so many insects to gather at this small plot. Even this entire field can't produce so many winter fire insects. An experienced alchemist chimed in, it's almost a miracle to find so many below that small plot. The crowd looked at Li Qiye with strange gazes, wondering how he knew there were insects below. Chapter 22:14. The people here naturally didn't know that the old tree was a peerless immortal medicine. Wherever it was, it could definitely attract a bunch of winter fire insects, causing them to squeeze together. Thus, the real attraction in the small plot was the tree, not the sparse firehawk grasses. Yes, they're really winter fire insects, my mother is saved. Song Yuhao held the ball of insects with both hands while emotionally trembling with tears. He gathered his wits and picked out a few insects before leaving the ball in front of Li Qiye. Young noble, I only ask for 6 to prolong my mother's life, the rest is yours. Li Qiye didn't bother looking at the insects, consider it a gift, I have no use for them. What? No, I can't take them, they're too precious, Yuhao stuttered, still not fully composed. Just do what I say. Li Qiye asserted. This event came too sudden for Yuhao, so he was left in a daze. He risked his life to come to this area for these insects in order to save his mother. Just obtaining a few was more than he could ask for, but this guy had just given him more than 1,000. Others felt the same way. Li Qiye was being too generous. These insects were relatively pricey, and 1,000 of them was a fair amount of money. Plus, he was giving it to a stranger on top of that without any hesitation. Truly unbelievable. Young noble, I will forever remember your kindness and will work like an ox for you. Tears finally streamed down his cheeks as he kneeled and bowed his head. Li Qiye accepted the grand gesture before waving his sleeve, stand up. Yuhao got up and stood to the side, carving this act of generosity into his memories. Wu Lian, on the other hand, had an unsightly expression. They still couldn't find a single one, but Li Qiye's group found so many. The winner of the bet was as clear as day. Time to eat all the soil here, right? Li Qiye casually remarked while staring at Wu Lian. Wu Lian turned red then white, completely awkward. He decided to go tough, we're not done digging yet, what's the hurry? Okay, I'm a patient man anyway, but remember to do it in a bit or I'll force it down your throat. Li Qiye said with a smile. Go, dig everywhere, find these insects for me. Wu Lian shouted at his fellow disciples. Everyone could see who was the winner. Even if Wu Lian were to dig 3,000 feet below, he wouldn't be able to find as many as Li Qiye. The disciples tried and tried, completely futile. Not even a shadow of one could be found. The only thing clearly visible was the ugly expression on Wu Lian's face. It's over. A spectator murmured. Right, at least lose with grace when you're betting. This is throwing away the reputation of everlasting. Some were already unhappy with him, so they started jeering and sneering. Wu Lian was certainly affected, but there was no way to get out of this. It's about time, eat up already. Li Qiye demanded again. The Wu disciples had dug out a huge pit, so the soil taken from the ground was the size of a small mountain now. Wu Lian retorted and decided to play dirty. Time. We didn't specify the time. It can be 1 day, 1 year, or even 100 years. Our bet isn't over until I see some insects. Just be straight and say that you can't handle losing such a little bet. A loser like you still dare to call yourself a disciple of everlasting? You're throwing away its reputation, but I guess this reputation is crap already anyway since it grooms someone like you. Li Qiye sneered. Wu Lian angrily shouted back, brat, you can insult me, but not our kingdom. Doing so will end in an irreconcilable feud. Everyone knew that he wanted to change the topic and push a crime onto Li Qiye. All eyes were on Li Qiye now. A wise person would know to back off because this particular crime was indeed a big deal. No one wanted to antagonize a behemoth in everlasting. Nothing good would come of it. So what if I'm insulting everlasting? Li Qiye didn't damn a damn, it can't be that great if it produced someone like you. Song Yuhao was startled and pulled on Li Qiye's sleeve again, telling him that he was playing with fire. Ignorant fool. Wu Lian's eyes turned cold and ferocious as he uttered, "Death to those who insult our kingdom." He would never miss this chance to take care of the guy in order to renege on his bet. People would focus on the new topic instead while he had a perfect reason to kill the guy, taking down 2 birds with 1 stone. You and what army? Li Qiye didn't bother glancing at the group. Many quietly shook their head. This was not a wise move because Wu Lian could continue on this path now. Li Qiye was putting himself in danger. I see, looks like you won't apologize. Death it is. Wu Lian aggressively went on, go, capture him alive, I want him to taste a fate worse than death to know the consequence of insulting our kingdom. The Wu disciples put down their hoe and other tools. They surrounded Li Qiye with their weapons unsheathed, eyes brimming with brutality. Die, brat! They slashed and hacked, channeling all of their prior indignation and anger on him, seemingly wanting to dismember the guy. Li Qiye simply waved his hand and all of the disciples got blown flying. He laughed and started walking towards Wu Lian, dogs like you dare to prance around in front of me? Die! Wu Lian remained calm and took out a gigantic cauldron. It poured down endless flame towards Li Qiye, wishing to burn him alive. Li Qiye didn't bat an eye and casually pointed straight forward. The entire cauldron crumbled and its flame extinguished. Wu Lian realized that he had met a master and tried to flee. Alas, the moment he turned around, Li Qiye picked him up like a little chicken. The spectators glanced at each other. They didn't expect Li Qiye to be so powerful due to his ordinary appearance. They felt that he was just a nobody, but a nobody couldn't subdue the Wu young lord so easily. Even if Wu Lian was a domineering idiot, he was still a strong cultivator. You're not leaving until you swallow all the soil here. Li Qiye smiled deviously. You brat! Touch a hair of mine and our Wu clan will never forgive you. Everlasting will cut you to pieces. Wu Lian was scared out of his mind and billowed threats. Chapter 22:15, Undaunted by the threat, Li Qiye smiled and said, Everlasting is nothing in my eyes, not worth mentioning. Offend me and even if you're the son of a true immortal, I'll eradicate you. Come on now, be a good boy and start eating. This was definitely a declaration of war towards Everlasting, at least in the eyes of the crowd. If his words were heard by a big shot from Everlasting, that kingdom would never be able to swallow this anger. Li Qiye grabbed the youth's hair and sealed his body before forcing his mouth open. He then lowered the youth's head to the ground and started going in a circle around the mud with him, treating his teeth like a plow. Of course, his teeth weren't as tough as a plow, so after a full round, his front teeth were broken. Blood and mud filled his mouth. A man takes responsibility for his words. Since you have lost, I must force you to have your fill. Li Qiye dropped him and picked up a handful of soil and stuffed it into his mouth. He was forceful enough to cause the boy's eyes to go white, unable to breathe. He finally stopped when it was completely filled and patted his hands. All right, this is enough. I'll spare your dog life for now. Provoke me again and I'll flay you. Wu Lian was unable to speak and could only glare back while panting. The spectators were dumbstruck by this scene, thinking that this youth was so ruthless. This public humiliation was worse than just killing the boy. All right, the show is over, time to go. Li Qiye wiped his hands clean and tidied his clothes before leaving. Song Yuhao had the wits to follow Li Qiye and shouted, Benefactor, please let me have your name. No big deal, don't worry about it. Li Qiye left too quickly and Yuhao couldn't catch up. He stood there in a daze. After a long time, he realized something and quickly left. His mother was still waiting for him back home. Meanwhile, the disciples from Wu took a while before removing all the mud and soil from his mouth and throat. Useless idiots. He slapped these disciples, deciding to vent his rage on them instead. Little animal. I swear to never share the same sky with you. I won't forgive you for this. Wu Lian stared towards the direction of Li Qiye and roared. His eyes were engulfed with hatred, wanting nothing more than to tear the guy to pieces. The spectators realized that a feud had been created on this day. Li Qiye continued for the deeper regions. The flame from the source became stronger and stronger, nearly to an unbearable level. Because of this, fewer people were around along the way. After reaching a certain depth, even a true god could be burnt to ashes. He was holding something now, Heaven-Reckon Ruler, the one he got from the Golden Shrine. This was a heaven-defying treasure from its own epoch and had an amazing origin. It wasn't meant for combat but was magical enough, capable of measuring the heaven and earth, the past and future, even the wills of the heaven. The tip was glowing and pointing towards a particular direction and kept on making adjustment as he walked around. It bent to his whim, capable of pointing him towards his desired destination. Just like that, he was heading for the hiding location of the treasure in the land of the fire source. Few items in this world could hide from the calculation of this ruler as long as the user wished so. It meant that it could provide an answer to the location of any treasure or secret. The flame on his body still intensified. At this point, one could no longer see his features, only that he was a walking flame. The ruler eventually led him to a place with an ocean of surging magma. The heat here made intruders feel as if they could be rendered to ashes at any moment. It was hot enough to instantly melt the weapon at the true god level. Li Qiye didn't think twice before jumping into the magma and was submerged. Though the heat was impressive, it had no effect on him. Remember, Li Qiye had experienced the Sea of Tribulation before and its terrifying lightning currents. This was nothing to him. He continued to sink towards the seemingly bottomless ocean. After a while, he eventually reached a layer of pure water. Splash! A refreshing and cool feeling permeated throughout his body. It was quite unbelievable to find such clear water beneath the ocean of magma above. During this comfortable descent, he found many creatures living beneath. Some fish swam around him, water plants and other vegetation could be seen, spiral shells and conch were playing. This was an incredible world existing beneath the all-melting magma, a paradise for aquatic life. The temperature of this water gradually decreased. The cool temperature turned chilling then freezing. Once it reached a serious level, Li Qiye turned ablaze. It was the flame he has been gathering ever since he came to this land. It danced around his body like a playful spirit and chased away the coldness to protect him. The colder the water, the more powerful and bigger the flame. The intense drop of temperature wasn't enough to extinguish the flame on his body. The two of them cancelled out each other. Just like that, his feet eventually made contact with the bottom. The glow on the ruler became brighter as if the item he was searching for was right here. Whoosh! The flame on his body surged like a tsunami into the ground. It seemed excited and happy as if it was coming home. Strange enough, he didn't feel cold this time around despite the flame leaving him. Chapter 22:16. The muddy layer eventually cracked with something coming out a while after the flame went inside. It looked like a silk string but definitely not made out of silk. No, this was a river of stars condensed into the size of a silk string. Upon careful inspection, stars and other celestial bodies floated around this string. Scorching suns exuded powerful heat. These suns were actually made from the flame protecting Li Qiye earlier. These suns were the things illuminating this galaxy, resembling decorative rubies of sorts. The string started circulating around Li Qiye's hand as if it had its own life. The rays touched his skin like little tentacles. Just the slightest movement could scare them. Finally, the string itself obediently coiled around his hand like layers of bandages. Next, they ignited into flame in entirety. Strangely enough, this flame didn't hurt him at all. Instead of an unbearable feeling, it was a feeling of warmth like water running through his hand. It ended with the string of stars being burned completely. The suns also dispersed, leaving behind tiny silver threads. Small they might be, they were the most essential outlines for an entire universe. This framework of thread continued to play around, seemingly creating time and space. It was silver in shade and had a fiery glow, looking quite animated and lively. It wove together into a spark that kept on changing shape. Perhaps it was deriving something amazing. Finally, the silver spark exploded like the end of a sun and turned back into silver threads. These threads shot towards all 8 directions and disappeared into the water. Who knows where they were going? Li Qiye didn't give chase and only smiled with a comment, "A fine item indeed." He then looked at his ruler before putting it away. There was no need to worry about treasures with this thing in his possession. Poof! Another flame once again completely covered him, allowing him to float towards the surface. Meanwhile, the land of the fire source became quite lively. A fire lotus was about to bloom, so this attracted many experts, especially from the fire tribe. This was a godsend opportunity for them. The fire lotus in this land was a unique and precious flower. Though it wasn't a material for alchemy, the moment when it started to bloom, it would release a type of flame that could refine a cultivator's body and remove impurities. Thus, it would increase the physical constitution on top of lowering the chance of chi deviation. Firekins were close to fire at birth. They loved using these lotus flames to purify their body. The effectiveness was much higher for them versus the other races. More and more people poured in with circulating rumors and news. "I saw the martial goddess from Vermilion, so beautiful," a young male disciple excitedly told his friends. "She's also here." The young guys were naturally ecstatic to hear this. "It's true. I saw her crossing a magma river yesterday. She's really strong and crossed it so easily. You know, a grand true god once carelessly fell down there and got melted. She, on the other hand, looked like she was taking a stroll. That's why she's the most amazing female genius in myriad lineage, worthy of her title as the martial goddess." The young fella elaborated. "Vermilion martial goddess is indeed amazing. She's on the same level as the 3 young nobles." Someone else agreed with this sentiment. Wu Bingning was known as Vermilion martial goddess. Not only was her upbringing prestigious, but her talents were also amazing enough to let her become a true god at such a young age. Her system had high hopes for their strongest genius. Furthermore, she was also a kingdom-toppling beauty. So many people in myriad lineage lost their mind over her. I heard she followed the alliance to attack insane court system. Looks like she contributed greatly this time. An older cultivator said. That's for sure. The alliance suffered heavy losses, nearly 10,000 elites died, only the ancestors came back alive. The fact that she could come back too showed what she was capable of during that expedition. An elder from Vermilion stated. Everyone knew about the result of this battle at this moment. However, they have obtained their goal. The 3 insane blood gods were dead while Insane Court had to sign another agreement. This was a win to some of the systems. Of course, they have only heard this from the words of the surviving ancestors. They publicly announced that it was a hard victory, but they successfully killed the mastermind behind it all, forcing Insane Court to sign another agreement. The ancestors certainly chose their words, but they weren't exactly lying. The insane blood gods were dead, it didn't matter who had actually killed him. Furthermore, Insane Court was still following the same agreement. It didn't matter which side actually forced the truce. Only the upper echelons were privy to this knowledge. Wu Bingning being a hostage wasn't announced just yet. After all, it would shame the alliance and have detrimental results for both Vermilion and Wu Bingning herself, hurting their prestige and reputation. Thus, everyone in myriad lineage thought she came back triumphantly with the ancestors. Many felt nothing but respect and admiration for her feat. They knew that insane court had sealed its gates and was on alert. Attacking this system was the same as invading a tiger's lair. It required a lot of courage for her to join the ancestors on the battlefield. Women are just as amazing as men. The martial goddess is an exemplary model for our young generation. In fact, I think she's definitely better than the three young nobles in this aspect. Her courage puts men to shame. Chapter 22:17, Miracle Young Noble is also in the land of the fire source right now. Someone brought this up after a comparison was drawn between the goddess and the three young nobles. Really? Some became excited right away. Is he here to refine a batch? Or for some treasures? Who knows? A disciple from a great power in this region said, I saw him walking to the Lotus Pond accompanied by several famous members of Longevity Valley. Only someone like him can go with the big shots. Someone said with envy. It's not strange that he can go there because he should be on the same level as a true god. Plus, his alchemy is peerless. His source boost and longevity pills are the best right now. Both the young and old want to ask him for help, so he'll have a good chance of becoming a true emperor on top of being an amazing alchemist, a chance to catch up to Alchemy Immortal. A disciple from Everlasting was proud of Miracle Young Noble. Everyone glanced at each other after hearing such high praises. No one refused this because he was indeed quite exceptional. This was a great genius from Everlasting, rumored to be a grand true god. Some even believed that he was so close to being half-step true emperor. Who knows if this was true or not? The date when he took the reign of Everlasting drew closer. All of this made him one of the three young nobles in myriad lineage. The three were, Miracle, Dragon, and Conqueror. They were the three most promising candidates to become emperor. Miracle might not be the most talented or the strongest among the three, but his cultivation soared like crazy. In the beginning, he was inferior compared to the other two and almost had zero chance to be considered part of the trio. Later on, his cultivation speed became as swift as the wind and caught up to these two, maybe even surpassing them. The group of two became the group of three afterward. The reason for his success in cultivation was obvious, his source boost and longevity pills. Coming from Everlasting, he had an innate advantage in alchemy, not something the other two could compare to. This was the most powerful kingdom in Longevity System. Their power could even be greater than Longevity Valley. Moreover, their alchemy and knowledge of medicine were top-notch. Miracle inherited all of these legacies. Even the Pill King highly praised him before. Many true gods asked him for help with longevity pills and gave him handsome payments. On the other hand, his source boost pills increased his cultivation as well. This allowed him to be on the same level as the other two young nobles despite being less talented in terms of cultivation. His arrival here caused quite a stir. Many youths were willing to follow him, even big shots and true gods from the last generation due to his alchemy abilities. The young ones wished for the source boost pills while the old wanted the longevity pills. Thus, he was always a welcome sight wherever he went. The crowd was very envious that he was qualified to enter the Lotus Pond. This was a place only meant for elders and ancestors, usually sealed off to everyone else. Fire lotuses were everywhere, but the best ones were in this pond, far more valuable than the rest. The pond was actually a valley of lava. Standing at the top and looking down, one would see the valley resembling a lake spanning for 100 miles with extremely hot lava. This lava was as hot as a branding iron while violent bubbling was occurring on the surface. The weak couldn't come close at all since that would be a suicidal endeavor. Strange enough, lotus flowers were actually growing in this terrible temperature. The main difference between the ones here and those outside was the red hue from the heat. They varied in size with the ones closer to the center being larger, especially the buds. The ones here also had a faint golden border as a unique characteristic. Not all of them were red, however. The two lotus flowers in the very center were the biggest on top of possessing a different color, one was yellow and the other silver. The big one had stems the size of an arm. When the bud fully blossomed, it would be as big as a palm as well. This one looked as if it was made from pure gold. The other one was slightly smaller, seemingly cast from silver. That's the Lotus King and Lotus Queen. Even the big shots from the last generation were coveting these two flowers due to their benefits. Miracle Young Noble and the older great characters have entered the valley. Other geniuses also followed them. Wu Lian and his peers were the next to enter. They sealed the entrance and stopped everyone else from coming. Get back! Get back! Wu Lian was as aggressive as ever and shouted at the crowd, "The pond is full now, only successors and elders can enter. If you're not anyone important, stand to the side. There are more lotus flowers over there." Having said that, he pointed at a small stream near the valley's entrance. There was indeed a stream of lava flowing out from the pond with many lotus flowers growing there. Of course, these ones were inferior to those in the pond. A few older cultivators were quite annoyed at his imperious action. Most could accept this monopolistic tradition. Ordinary cultivators couldn't get close to that pond at all. It was a world where the strong takes all. The problem was Wu Lian's contemptuous attitude, offending everyone present. So fierce, huh? Wasn't that fierce when he was eating dirt? Someone else quietly murmured. Wu Lian heard this and his expression soured. Who? Get the hell out here. The speaker wasn't stupid enough to stand out and had already hidden in the crowd. Wu Lian was trembling with rage now. Being forced to eat dirt and soil was too humiliating. He had regained some confidence with Miracle as his backing now but was still embarrassed after someone brought this up. Humph. Tell that animal that I'm waiting at the lotus pond for him. Come here if he dares. I'll dip him slowly in the lava, melting him inch by inch. He vented with a twisted expression. Chapter 22:18. Such brutal words from Wu Lian actually pleased the crowd. They have known of the previous humiliation event, so his fury now was a sight for sore eyes. Wu Lian felt quite good about the silent crowd, unaware of their schadenfreude. Sooner or later, he would have his revenge, letting Li Qie taste a fate worse than death. That would be the time for him to blow off steam. Why would he be afraid of Li Qie now that his young lord, Miracle, was around? He didn't give a damn about the experts from all the clans. After being quite content with himself chasing away the others, he entered the valley and stood next to Miracle like a servant. The fox was exploiting the tiger's might to the chagrin of the crowd. Alas, they couldn't do anything outside of scowling. They didn't want to provoke him because his background was indeed mighty. Plus, Miracle was here too. No point in provoking such a petty and prideful man. Elders, gentlemen, please pick your lotus flowers. Miracle was very respectful towards the big shots and geniuses here. The best ones were the golden and silver flowers. The latter was a bit inferior in comparison. Next were the ones closest to the center. Normally, seniority determined the first pick. No, young noble, you go ahead. A polite response came about. A few big shots here had a greater position and status than Miracle. Ultimately, he was still only a junior. However, these big shots who were ancestors wanted to ask him for help, coveting his rare longevity pills. Thus, they decided to flatter him. In my opinion, you should take the King Lotus. A genius like you deserves it. A minor true god said with a smile. Miracle certainly thought so too. However, he modestly answered, Senior, you're too kind. I am only a nobody, inferior to everyone here in terms of age and experience. I can't accept this. No way. Another big shot smiled, Young you may be, your accomplishments are still peerless. Last time around, the King Lotus was taken by Longevity Master. Now, you're also qualified to take it. I don't dare, how can I shamelessly compare myself to Longevity Master? Miracle remained humble. Longevity Master was the current sect master of Longevity Valley. Her status was much higher than the Emperor of Everlasting on top of being exceedingly gifted. Her reclusiveness didn't deter her world-renowned fame at all. Despite knowing that the big shot was only flattering him with this comparison, Miracle still felt quite good inside. In this system, Everlasting had strong military prowess and claimed to be on the same level as Coiling Dragon system. Alas, they were still only a sect below Longevity Valley, still not a system. Longevity Valley was still the main branch, so even if they were stronger, they couldn't replace the valley. No need to be so humble, young noble. This King Lotus should be yours. A different ancestor added, I heard the martial goddess is also here, so please excuse me for this bold suggestion, let her have the Queen Lotus. Good idea. The minor true god busily agreed, she's another incredible genius, so right, the Queen Lotus should be hers. I agree. Miracle responded instantly with a beaming smile, the future looked quite bright right now for him. Vermilion Martial Goddess was a great beauty and genius with so many fans in myriad lineage. Miracle was no exception. He believed that he was a good match for her. In fact, Everlasting once thought about asking Vermilion about a potential engagement. So now, when everyone here made this decision, they clearly tried to match the two of them together. This lowly one agrees. Wu Lian began flattering as well, young noble, you are the greatest genius in our kingdom, versed in both alchemy and cultivation, certainly a true emperor in the future. Meanwhile, the goddess is the prettiest with unbelievable innate gifts. The two of you are a match made in heaven, the King Lotus for you and the Queen Lotus for her. What a fitting decision. Watch your mouth now. Miracle scolded despite loving the statement in his mind. Nevertheless, keeping up a gentlemanly appearance was necessary. The big shots could read him like a book but didn't say anything else. Though they wanted to flatter him, they didn't wish to make such blatant comments about the goddess. She was a big deal as well. Brother Wu is right. A young genius had no qualm, young noble, you and the goddess are perfect for each other, crafted by the heaven and earth. This guy truly wanted the finest ranked source boost pills from Miracle. Of course, some of the geniuses here didn't like it too much since they were fans of the goddess too. The elated Miracle responded, please, these comments are not very proper. It wouldn't be good if the goddess were to hear this. Spring had come for him. He could already see this unfolding into reality, the scene of him embracing the beauty. I've seen shameless people before, but to this extent. Quite rare. Someone sarcastically clapped and interrupted the joyous atmosphere. Everyone looked over and saw an ordinary youth standing outside of the valley with a grin on his face. It was naturally Li Qiye who had just returned from underground. He heard these sycophants and didn't give them any face. It's him. Someone recognized him right away. Not long ago, Li Qiye had forced Wu Lian to eat dirt. Now he had offended everyone here. It made everyone curious about his identity, what made him so bold and not give a damn about offending Miracle. This was definitely a verbal slap, so Miracle's expression became unsightly. You! Wu Lian's eyes flashed with fury. He gritted his teeth, wanting nothing more than to mince the guy to pieces. Fellow Taoist, please stop. No outsiders are allowed past this point. A disciple from Everlasting stopped Li Qiye from entering the valley. Bam! Li Qiye waved his hand and all the disciples got blown flying. He didn't look at them twice before making his entry. Everlasting was playing the role of a host to the big shots and geniuses here from various sects and system. Miracle was the one in charge of this reception, so there was no way he would take such disrespect in stride. Chapter 22:19, it didn't take long before Li Qie made it to the pond. He gave the lotus flowers a quick glance, not giving a damn about the rest of the people present. "Little animal, you dare to come here?" Wu Yan shouted at him before turning towards Miracle. "Young noble, he's the one who insulted our kingdom." He didn't mention about their feud or that he was forced to eat dirt, only the matter of reputation and face. The goal was to turn Li Qie into an enemy of the kingdom. Miracle young noble slightly grimaced while looking at him. "Your action is out of line. Not to mention whatever happened in the past, your disturbance today is rude towards the ancestors and heroes who are here to participate in the lotus selection." He was far more eloquent than Wu Yan. Not only did he represent his kingdom, he also brought the ancestors and big shots here into the mix. "Is that so?" Li Qie smiled. "This isn't your house. I can come and leave whenever I want on top of teaching a lesson to those who try and stop me." The direct and domineering response made the spectators outside the valley feel quite good. Miracle and his group's monopoly of the pond had antagonized the crowd. It's just that they were too afraid to say anything. Thus, Li Qie's fierce intrusion was naturally a crowd-pleaser. Miracle's expression soured as he slowly said, "The fire lotus flowers are limited so the ancestors have a priority for their Tao enlightenment. This has been the tradition for millions of years." Li Qie interrupted him and smiled. "Rules or not, I don't give a damn. My words are the laws, so today, this pond is mine." Miracle was shocked to hear this, same with the ancestors and big shots. If he were to take over the pond, would they get their share at all? "So arrogant, who do you think you are?" An easily provoked genius yelled at him. "Ignorant fool, doing this in front of the ancestors and our young noble. Your death will not be a pleasant one." Wu Yan cried out. Miracle also glared at Li Qie and said, "You must be able to back up your words with skills if you want to monopolize the pond. It has always been an issue of seniority for the lotus flowers, so today, to put it frankly, you're not qualified to take some." He was being quite direct. Anywhere in the system was virtually Everlasting's territory, so he was afraid of no one, even if Li Qie was a master. It didn't matter how strong he might be, provoking Everlasting meant asking for trouble and potential death. If young noble Li isn't qualified, then who is? "You." A cold voice joined the fray. Despite its aggressive nature, the voice was still very pleasant. People followed the voice and saw a supreme beauty. She was unbelievably gorgeous, affecting people to the very core. "Vermilion martial goddess." A spectator shouted after seeing her. Everyone suddenly became excited, especially the young cultivators due to her beautiful appearance. Even those who have never seen her before have heard of her fame. Just like the rumor, she's not only powerful but is also as pretty as a goddess. One male cultivator couldn't help himself from admiration. Those who have seen her before were still smitten all the same. Some forgot about everything around them. Miracle himself fell into this trap. He had seen her before and fell in love at first sight. Martial goddess. Even the big shots from the last generation had respect for her, albeit for a different reason than the rest. It was because she represented the young generation in the assault on Insane Court. Treading deep into the enemy's territory was something difficult even for the war-hardened combatants, yet she still came along. This was worthy of respect. Miracle forgot about everything else and came forward to greet her. "Please excuse the late reception, Miss Bing." Miracle was all smiles, revealing his most handsome appearance. He himself thought that he was quite dashing right now. Alas, Bingning only gave him a quick glance before walking to Li Qie's side. Her attitude made it a bit awkward for him. He hastily said, "I have saved the Queen Lotus for you, it's very suitable for physical purification." Young noble Li wanted all of the fire lotuses, so let him divide them. She said flatly. With that, she held his arm, seemingly quite intimate and obedient. They walked together until they made it to the King Lotus. He didn't focus too much on the flowers, only on the actual water. The scene became quiet. Everyone exchanged confused glances with each other. The goddess in everyone's mind looked so docile standing next to Li Qie and even helped him up the King Lotus. It was as if she would listen to all of his commands and act as his strongest supporter. This was the beloved jewel of Vermilion Martial Court, a phoenix belonging to the 9 firmaments. Such nobility and prestige. However, she was showing so much love to an unknown junior. No one could accept this, so they instantly viewed Li Qie as an enemy. Miracle's expression kept on changing. He was jubilating before and thought about winning the beauty over. Now, he was overwhelmed with jealousy. He gave an eye signal towards Wu Lian. His hound instantly understood and shouted again, "Little animal, this is the territory of longevity system, not a place for you to do as you please. The pond is not yours, all the ancestors and clans will never allow such disrespect to happen. You must be tired of living." He couldn't finish before Li Qie grabbed and threw him into the lava. It instantly melted part of his body into ashes with smoke everywhere. "Young noble, save me." Wu Lian was scared out of his mind, not expecting Li Qie to attack before so many ancestors and Miracle. How impudent. You think Everlasting has no capable men? Miracle stepped up and took out a divine sword, pointing it straight at Li Qie. "Li, spare yourself from this mistake and let go of our kingdom's disciple, or we will never let this go, not until death. No one's afraid of your Everlasting." Bingning answered before Li Qie could, "I'll take you on if you want to fight, no need for the young noble to waste his time." She looked even more beautiful than before when stepping up, causing everyone's heart to beat faster. Chapter 22:20, Wu Bingning's sudden involvement shocked Miracle. He stood there frozen, not knowing what to do. His complexion kept on changing color. The guy didn't want to go all out against her because he thought there was still a chance for them in the future. Even if he was ready to drop all friendly pretension, he wasn't confident in winning. As a grand true god, he wasn't necessarily weaker than the other 2 young nobles. However, his talents were definitely the weakest, so he had to rely on pills for a strong cultivation. Thus, he had no advantage to speak of when going against her. Everlasting didn't focus on offensive Grand Tao and didn't possess that many primordial merit laws since it was only a kingdom in this system. This wasn't the case for Qingning. They were in charge of Vermilion system, the orthodox branch. She cultivated primordial laws since youth, so this was a great advantage. Moreover, their progenitor's title was Martial Ancestor. His fame was built on his might and martial arts with deadly techniques. Even if his cultivation was better, he might still lose in an actual fight. Thus, the situation became quite difficult for him. To help or not to help? The former might not be beneficial since it might create an enemy out of the goddess and Vermilion. As a kingdom, opposing a system required further deliberation. They definitely didn't have the upper hand. The spectators were pleased once more to see his struggling expression. They were annoyed at his happy attitude earlier. "Miss Bing, I do not wish to oppose you, but this guy is way out of line." Miracle told her before shouting at Li Qie, "Release our disciple already or become our kingdom's enemy forever." "I want to see that." Li Qie didn't look back and pushed down even more. "Ah!" Wu Lian's scream echoed across the valley as he was entirely submerged down the lava and became ashes. Miracle had no chance to save him even if he wanted to at that moment. "You!" He rushed up in rage, but Bingning blocked his path. "Miss Bing, you want to oppose us for the sake of a nobody? You think that's worth it?" He couldn't help raising his voice at her. "You think my Vermilion is afraid you're Everlasting?" Bingning coldly responded, "You should be happy that it is me fighting you. If it was young noble Li, you wouldn't even have a chance to resist." Miracle's face became unsightly. In his mind, she was looking down on him while praising Li Qie. Being shown such disdain by a crush left him trembling with rage. It sounded like an insult, but it was indeed the truth. If it was her, out of consideration for the alliance, she would show mercy towards him. Li Qie would kill the guy before he could blink again. Miracle was a genius indeed with few rivals in the same generation, but Li Qie could slaughter ascenders without any difficulty. The atmosphere grew tenser along with Miracle's fury. Poof! At this moment, the lotus flowers suddenly blossomed. The buds began to spread, revealing the petals. They exuded a tiny flame that carried a pleasant warmth like bathing in a hot spring. The two in the center were especially beautiful. The golden lotus was dazzling with golden rays. No one could look straight at it. This resembled a lotus seat beneath a Buddha. The silver lotus was amazing as well. The blazing flame oozed out like melting platinum, an incredible scene. It's happening! A spectator shouted. It's a rare chance, let's get started. The big shots near the pond began jumping onto the flowers, waiting for the flame to purify them. Miracle young noble, let's put his aside and talk after the process. One of them told him. This was out of goodwill, giving the young noble a chance to back off without losing too much face. Ultimately, Everlasting was an underdog compared to Vermilion. Miracle hesitated after hearing this, still thinking about the right move. After the petals have fully spread, the flame on each of the lotus intensified. They shot out crystallized rays of light that could pierce through everyone's body, washing away the impurities and imperfections. Now, some ancestors closed their eyes, waiting for this illumination process to refine their body. It was a very enjoyable and beneficial event. Poof! The lotus flame was going in full force like a volcanic eruption. People would never forget such a magnificent scene. The lucky ancestors waited and waited with their eyes closed. After a while, they felt that something was wrong. The flame on each of the lotus wasn't actually splashing on them. Some opened their eyes and saw that the flowers were indeed exuding flame, but these individual flame waves were being siphoned by someone else. They looked towards the direction of the flame streams and saw a frog-like creature. It opened its mouth and sucked in all the lotus flames. Rib bit. Its mouth was like a terrible black hole. The flame waves had no chance to escape. Of course, this ugly frog was naturally Li Qie's myriad cauldron. It was taking in the flames from the golden and silver lotuses as well. The ancestors were stunned to see this. Their rare opportunity was being stolen by this ugly frog. There was no word to describe their current feelings. Rib bit. After eating the last strand of flame, it jumped on Li Qie's shoulder and playfully stuck out its tongue as if it was still hungry. Chapter 22-21, The frog stole everyone's attention. No one knew where it came from. Belch. The cauldron was hiccuping, looking quite full. This purposely vexing appearance worked, everyone wanted to beat it up. All the flame here got taken by it to the chagrin of the crowd. Now everyone realized that when Li Qie said he wanted the entire pond, it wasn't actually for himself but rather this frog. The ancestors here were treated worse than a frog. They naturally became angry, hating the frog and also its master. A while ago, the big shots and ancestors didn't try to take any side. That was a feud between Miracle and Li Qie, so they didn't want to get involved. But now, his frog had taken their lotus flames. Their gaze at him was no longer as friendly as before. Some were extremely furious. Many were more than willing to fight Li Qie right now, perhaps kicking him several times to rid themselves of grievances. The spectators didn't feel the same way. As stated prior, they were annoyed at the monopoly of the pond by the big shots and clan members. So now, Li Qie's frog was making them feel better. Li, you have crossed the line. Do you not give a damn about the rest of the world? Miracle angrily shouted. You're right. Li Qie answered without looking at the guy, few in this world can get into my sight, and certainly not your group, so why should I give a damn? Both Miracle and numerous ancestors didn't take this comment in stride. Li, do you dare to come out and fight? I want to see how capable you are. Miracle cried out with an ugly expression. Challenging the young noble when you can't even take me on. You don't know your own limit. Bingning sneered at Miracle. Miracle's expression turned red. The young geniuses and ancestors here didn't express their attitude. She was saying that they must get past her before challenging him. Of course, they didn't feel that she was being arrogant. She was qualified to do so, strong enough to fight anyone among the three young nobles. Plus, her involvement in the alliance wasn't something everyone could do. Not all of the big shots or even the young nobles would dare to do so. All wanted to live instead of being buried with insane court. But this wasn't the case for Wu Bingning. She risked her promising future to march. This courage and confidence alone overshadowed those before her. Li Qiye ignored the group and casually raised his hand. The lava from the pond suddenly surged as if the whole place was exploding. Retreat. One ancestor was astonished and commanded, leaving the valley with haste. Everyone else also retreated right away. Even masters would fall after being submerged under this lava. They all knew the power of the lava here. Boom! The lava level continued to raise just like a volcanic eruption. There seemed to be no end in sight as they poured out of the ground. Buzz! A strange sound occurred. This monstrous lava was melting the sky itself and the temperature was rising. The lava from the depth was even hotter than the one on the surface. The slightest contact would melt the body instantly, leaving a big hole behind. This surging liquid instantly surrounded Li Qiye and Bingning, wishing to eradicate them completely. A flame emerged around Li Qiye, nullifying the heat from the lava completely. At the same time, a flower with a cold flame appeared beneath Bingning. This flame covered her completely and any lava that struck it became cold as well. The crowd was stunned at this sight, not knowing what the duo was up to. Are they suicidal? One big shot murmured. A flame was dancing around Li Qiye's palm. The lava was quite thick but it was being melted by this new flame. It didn't take long before a hole was melted out of the lava surrounding them. However, what they saw was not the outside world but rather a new dimension with extreme heat. He touched her forehead and his own flame covered both her and her flower. Let's go. They traveled through the hole in the lava and reached another place. Their disappearance made the endless lava fall down back to the pond. It was as if nothing had happened. Where are they? One clan disciple asked, are they ashes now? It's not that simple. Something is going on. A powerful ancestor became serious. Alas, he didn't know the exact answer. This related to a secret unbeknown to them. This was the reason why Alchemy Immortal dragged the land of the fire source down to his own system. People began to leave since the lotus flames were all taken. Some waited outside but the duo didn't appear again after a long time so they gave up as well, including the still furious Miracle. He was infuriated not only because Li Qiye killed Wu Lian and humiliated him in front of the crowd. The jealous struck him worse, his crush was actually so close to Li Qiye. His eyes flashed a murderous bloodthirst before leaving. He swore that he would kill Li Qiye sooner or later, regardless of the guy's identity. Who is that Li guy? His relationship with the goddess is special. One ancestor thought to himself. After all, any man who could earn Bingning's favor was definitely extraordinary. Alas, the older people here didn't recognize him. Meanwhile, the young crowd was overwhelmed with envy and jealousy so they didn't think about anything else. Chapter 22-22, The duo saw a world of torrential waves of lava just like a primordial beast. This was an ocean of lava, each wave assaulted like a flood of beasts. When the tide reached the highest point, it could reach the sky vault and melted through space. This seemed to be their world, the origin of all the lava. The liquid at the lotus pond seemed to have been leaked from this place. Alas, the liquid storm was unable to hurt the two of them shrouded with the flame. Perhaps this flame had the same origin as the lava, so they wouldn't hurt each other. Go! Li Qiye shouted, and his heaven reckon flew out. Buzz! It circled like a boomerang around the surface, creating ripples in its path and hitting one wave after another. After loud explosions, a large gap cracked from the ocean as if a monster was emerging. Splash! It was a bridge made out of crimson stones, not by men but perfectly crafted by the heaven and earth. It crossed straight to the sky, seemingly connecting to another place in the endless universe. Go now. The ruler had returned to Li Qiye. He gently took her hand as they took their first step on the bridge. Bingning was obedient and let him touch her own while following him. A sense of security permeated. There was no need for words. Li Qiye had won her trust and was more than reliable enough. Even if they were at the most perilous location in existence and the sky was falling down, she would still feel safe while holding his hand. What? Do you need me to carry you? He playfully whispered during her brief pause. She regained her wits and felt her face becoming hotter after hearing this. When she looked at his profound eyes, she found them fatally attractive, rendering others helpless. She immediately turned away, both bashful and angry at her own lack of self-control. She stomped on her foot and pouted, "Don't even think about taking advantage of me." For some unknown reason, she took solace and found the whole experience quite sweet, chasing away all of her troubles. Let's go, there is a long way to go. He smiled and ignored her permission. The shy girl let him do as he pleases, revealing a rare bashful appearance. She lowered her head and pink cheeks before following right behind him. Li Qiye walked towards the far horizon with the help of the bridge. They looked quite slow, but each step encompassed the distance of an entire world. Moreover, each step was quite calculative and deliberate. A Tao rune would appear at the bottom of their soul like rippling water. Space itself felt the same fluctuation. The truth was that the bridge was only acting as a spatial medium for them to travel a far distance. Along the way, she would steal glances at him before looking down. The normally fearless martial goddess was acting like a young girl. This resulted in a beautiful picture indescribable by words. Time flowed in this persisting atmosphere. She suddenly wanted time to last forever, hoping that this path would never end. You were quite lucky to find that wintry flame flower. He spoke and broke this magical yet slightly suffocating air. Your frog led me to a cave with it. Bingning answered. The magical flower that appeared earlier below her feet was named Wintry Flame. It was invaluable due to its cold flame, capable of nullifying other flames. It's not a frog, the name is Myriad, a unique cauldron capable of devouring all fire seeds and alchemy materials in the world. This is on top of being an extremely capable cauldron for refinement. Bingning was quite surprised, not expecting the ugly frog to be so amazing. However, she did find it quite amazing while following it. It traveled freely in the land of the fire source to locations feared by the true gods. It didn't give a damn at all, swimming through the scorching flame and lava. Where is this place? The journey so far was longer than she expected. They were far away from that ocean of lava, all the way up in the sky now. There were stars, suns, and moons all over the place. Shooting stars crazily sped through the silver galaxies, some in the shape of maelstrom, a moving scene indeed. We're here for an item. Li Qiye smiled and said, the land of the fire source has this name because the world is only seeing one side of it, the bare surface, the entrance, the mouth of the volcano. Its size is actually beyond imagination. He paused for a bit here. The world thought that the entire land has been connected to the system by alchemy immortal, but the reality is that a system can't accommodate something of this size. Thus, only the entrance is really known at longevity system. Wu Bingning was completely surprised, not knowing that there were more mysteries to the land of the fire source. After a while, she asked, "You're coming for the supreme treasure here?" There were rumors of an unbelievably amazing treasure in this place, but not even true emperors have seen it before. Yes and no. He gently shook his head. This fire source is very connected to the treasure. Taking it is not easy at all, that's why Alchemy Immortal couldn't do anything despite knowing a little bit about it. Then how do you know all of this? She took a good look at him and became skeptical. His knowledge seemed to be much greater than that of an ancestor from Insane Court. There aren't that many things I don't know in this world. For example, I know that your martial ancestor has planted something in your system, not wanting the public to know. He smiled and revealed. How do you know? She became startled. This was indeed true, existing only in the records. She wasn't qualified to know this classified date until after she became the successor. He replied, "Nothing is new under the sky to me because I've read many books. As long as one is knowledgeable enough, they can figure out anything. Seeing a single spot and know that it's a leopard. It's just part of deducting." She stared at him, not believing that he had read their system's ancient scrolls at all. They were stored in a private library blocked off from all outsiders. Chapter 22-23, Li Qiye smiled and went on while Bingning was still taken aback, "If I ever enter your system, I can take over it too." She didn't believe him at all. "Impossible, you're an ancestor from Insane Court, so you have cultivated its merit laws and scriptures, how can you take over Vermilion?" "Humph, maybe by force, only by seizing the Vermilion's nest, but I would be the first to stop you if it ever goes there." She protested coquettishly with a glare and a touch of worries. Her distrust was reasonable since Li Qiye was not a disciple of her system, so how could he take over them? Just his background alone as an ancestor from Insane Court prevented him from doing so. "Who says I cultivate merit laws from Insane Court?" He smiled, ready to tease the girl some more. "Aren't you an ancestor there?" she said with a flash of surprise in her eyes. He went on, "An ancestor from Insane Court must cultivate its merit laws. It's only a position. Don't tell me you're a fake." She wondered but quickly let go of this thought because he could control the Tao source from Insane Court. Ultimately, there was something off about him, that he didn't seem to be from this world at all. "I'm the real thing." He chuckled, "But let's shift the topic. Your martial ancestor is considered unbeatable in terms of physical combat, but how many people know about the origin of your system and his martial arts abilities, such as the 12 variations?" Her eyes turned bright after hearing about the 12 variations. The 12 variations were the apex techniques of Vermilion, the ultimate merit laws of their progenitor. They encompassed mental meditation and cultivation methods, not just physical moves. Rumor has it that they represented and were the culmination of his lifelong learnings. Later on, it is said that he passed them down to 12 disciples, one each. Because of this, these disciples were called the 12 ancestors by their descendants. For a multitude of reasons, later on, the majority of the variations was lost, leaving behind only 5. Some in Myriad lineage believed that if they could regain the 12 variations, perhaps the Vermilion Martial Court would become the strongest system in this world, surpassing Yang Radiance. You have learned 3 moves but unfortunately, unable to exert their real power. Wait until you become a true emperor, you will be able to connect the 3. Li Qiye glanced at her and assessed. "How do you know all of this?" She had no lack of astonishment while speaking with him. Only 3 out of the 5 variations that they still had were connected, not the other 2. Thus, it was either to do the independent ones or to do the 3 connected ones. The connected ones were quite powerful, requiring a massive amount of energy to empower them. Due to the incomplete nature of what was left behind, training in these variations resulted in all types of deficiencies. For example, Bingning chose the connected 3, relying on her innate gifts and willpower for a successful cultivation. However, when actually using them, her energy right now couldn't finish the entire move, stopping at the first variation. Back during the ambush, she didn't have a chance to use them before being subdued by Li Qie. Just one glance makes it apparent. Li Qie said, "Both your talents and Dao heart are capable enough. Since you were able to cultivate these incomplete versions, there is a chance in the future to actually finish all 12 after a redo." "What do you mean?" Her eyes batted, instantly understanding the implication. "The future is full of possibilities." He smiled. She didn't relent. "You know the 12 variations of the martial ancestors. You actually have them?" Nevertheless, she was still skeptical because how could he have their system's lost techniques? But from what he was saying, it sounded as if he had them all. "You'll know in the future." He gently stroked her hair and said. "Spill it already." No longer caring about her image of a cold goddess or a nice girl, she pinched him and continued with a fierce expression, "I'm taking some meat off if you don't tell me." She wasn't as shy and cold as before, resulting in a cuter look. Okay, little girl, I concede." Li Qie raised both hands in the air, "When the time is right, I will train you in finishing the 12 variations." She immediately let go, standing there petrified from shock. Despite being mentally prepared, the confirmation still astounded her. Even the greatest ancestors in Vermilion would be dumbstruck after hearing this, let alone her. The Vermilion court has been weakened after losing the 12 variations. Though they had no lack of merit laws, some from martial ancestor himself, these laws were no match for the complete version of the 12 variations. It would be earth-shattering if they could find these techniques again. Really? She became excited. This was the truth, it would be a piece of news worth jubilating over. He continued playing with her hair and smiled, "Others might lie to you, but I take my words very seriously. They are more precious than anything else." "Humph, you're only good at praising yourself." She glared at him, looking attractive enough to cause souls to flutter to the clouds. He smiled and continued moving forward. "How do you have our 12 variations?" She pulled his hand back and forth, wanting to find the answer. "Be honest, did you stole it from us?" This cat-and-mouse game went on for a bit during the journey. They eventually made it to the end of the stone bridge. The scene here was magnificent, catching Bingning off guard. A majestic sun was before them. No, it couldn't be due to a lack of heat. Anyone this close to a sun would be rendered to ashes. It was a star looking much more beautiful than any unchanging sun. It also exuded fire, consisting of numerous fire seeds. Some seeds were the size of a torch, some were erupting in an endless manner. Another was a vast ocean with waves of fire. Others had the shape of a glacier, freezing an entire direction. It looked as if all the fire seeds in this world were born on this star. She finally understood why this place was called the land of the fire source. This was perhaps their birthplace, quite a shocking realization. Chapter 22-24, Chapter 22-24, Fireseed Star. Wu Bingning was shocked to see this massive star. No one would worry about not finding the right fire seed when this thing was around. The fire seeds were very important during a refinement process for alchemists. The good ones were exceedingly rare. This star ahead had virtually all of them. The only problem was not thinking of the right one instead of not being able to find it. If an alchemist could come here, they would become ecstatic, being able to get any fire seed they want. Rib bit. The myriad cauldron came out of nowhere and jumped into the star. It opened its mouth and began to devour all the fire seeds. This was a glutton dealing with an endless feast before him and instantly went all out. 2 hands weren't enough in this case. Li Qie smiled and reached forward, creating a flame in his palm. This resonated with the star right away. Numerous seeds became excited and jumped up to the sky with silver strings right behind them. Upon careful inspection, one would find that these were the strings Li Qie got underground a while ago. They scattered away, but who would have thought that all were here right now? The flame jumping on his palm became excited, seemingly summoning all of its friends. The fires from the seeds and the silver strings rushed for his palm. They condensed together to form a larger one. It seemed to have an irresistible temptation, leading the flames from the seeds towards Li Qia's palm. The silver flame became bigger and bigger. After fusing in the thousands of seeds, its color started to change, sometimes as resplendent as crystal, or red like dragonfire, or pure like chill fire. The shape and form were changing as well, flowing like water or spinning around like a spirit, or as mad as a storm. Once this flame was strong enough, the seeds stopped sending their fire. All of them calmed down and returned to their initial position. The star itself looked as if nothing had happened here. Wu Bingning stared at his flame and asked, "Are you collecting the flames from the different types of seeds?" There was no doubt that his flame encompassed virtually all types of fire affinities now. It could change to whatever it wanted. Right and wrong. Li Qia smiled. It does contain the essences of fire, capable of changing into any type, but it's not here to collect. In fact, it is also a type of fire seed, existing in all of its brethren. I'm simply reverting it back to its original form. Existing in all the seeds. She was surprised, unaware of this particular seed. It is called Myriad Flame, quite ancient and rare, hiding in all the other seeds. In order to grasp it, one must gather them together in this place. Otherwise, it would only be in an incomplete form. Li Qia chuckled. This was all new to her. An ancient type of flame that could change to any other type, the dream of many alchemists, truly a priceless treasure. Come. Li Qia gestured at the cauldron. It bellowed and begrudgingly flew back into his palm. Nevertheless, it still turned back one last time for another gulp, sucking in more flames till its mouth was completely full. Bingning didn't know whether to laugh or cry after seeing this greedy frog. Before leaving, she still looked up at the star one last time and realized something. So, the supreme treasure of this land is this star. That's right. Li Qia smiled, this is it. Coming here would allow one to find whatever fire type they want. Of course, they would need to be strong enough to do so first and understand the prerequisite mysteries. All fire seeds are part of this star. One can take away some seeds but never the star itself. She quietly listened and understood. So it turned out that Alchemy Immortal understood the place well enough, it was just that this supreme treasure couldn't be taken away. Li Qia led her back to the land of the fire source. She sighed after taking in her adventure just now to a different world. Where are you going now? She asked. Taking a trip to Longevity Valley. He stared towards the horizon. Oh. I heard there are beauties everywhere there. Don't tell me that's what you're salivating for. She glared at him with this guess. You're completely right, beauties left and right, that's how to enjoy life. Go die. She stomped his foot and that wasn't enough, so she stomped it again while gritting her teeth. Our martial goddess is definitely jealous. He teased, still as pretty as ever while jealous, my heart is beating so fast right now. No one is getting jealous because of you, stop daydreaming. She rushed ahead to hide the redness on her cheeks. Li Qia chuckled and took his time following her. They didn't get far before hearing loud commotions. A cavalry flew and stopped before them. Their aura was fierce, clearly a powerful group. The word, martial, carved on their banners was especially intimidating. Anyone who recognized this symbol would certainly back off. Vermilion. Some bystanders recognized this and understood the meaning behind a cavalry like this, an ancestor from that system was here. Some believed this famous sect was much more powerful than Coiling Dragon and should be similar to Yang Radiance, placing it in the top 3 in myriad lineage. Thus, its ancestor being here was quite a frightening matter. However, they saw it stopping in front of Wu Bingning and felt much better because she was the successor who could lead a battalion. It wasn't strange for more troops to be here with her. Otherwise, it would be quite a big deal for soldiers and disciples to come here in Longevity Valley. Chapter 22-25, My Lord. The cavalry kneeled on the ground and shouted in unison. Wu Bingning slightly frowned and asked, General Wu, why were you waiting here? My lord, we are here to escort you back to the system. The leader respectfully said. Her expression soured. After arriving here, she had sent back news of her whereabouts to Vermilion, that she was safe. She didn't expect for the troops to come here so early. She took a deep breath and said, General Wu, I will come back when the time is right, no need to worry. The kneeling general opened his mouth but hesitated. Binger, it is dangerous outside. Come back and recuperate for now. An elderly voice came about. Disciples carried a palanquin forward with an old man sitting inside. This was a true god with a pale expression and withering vitality. Nevertheless, his eyes were still as bright as ever. Ancestor. Bingning was surprised to see him. This particular ancestor was the one who attacked Insane Court a while ago. I'm here to welcome you back after hearing about your new situation. The ancestor heaved a sigh of relief. Despite returning with his life, he was grievously wounded. In fact, all the other ancestors suffered in the same manner. They rushed back to recover in order to avoid lasting damages. Nevertheless, he still left his isolated session early in order to see Wu Bingning. She made a sacrifice so that they could leave. Thus, he returned the gesture by personally coming here. Alas, she thought that the time had come. Certain things were inevitable. She composed herself and said, I am ashamed of myself for making you go this far. It's just that I'm currently busy and will return later. The ancestor hastily responded, I don't think that's a good choice. The system needs you, just go back with me lest there are further complications. She didn't answer and truly didn't want to go back to Vermilion due to the worries and problems back there. Is this a kidnapping? Li Qiye, who was behind her, finally came up, you need my permission first. The other disciples naturally didn't recognize him, but the old ancestor remembered the person who nearly killed him very well. It's you. His already pale face turned snow-white as if meeting a great enemy. He raised his hand and the disciples unsheathed their weapons, entering a state of war. They surrounded Li Qiye with haste. One must praise them for being well trained with impeccable reaction time, worthy of being from a top sect. Want to fight? I'm always ready. Li Qiye smirked while looking at the troops. The jolted ancestor had seen Li Qiye's domineering style and ruthless means before, killing without batting an eye. He eventually gestured again to tell the disciples to back off. He knew that ordinary experts were no match for this man. Sir, I am only here to welcome a disciple back. I'm sure you are a man of your words as well. He took a deep breath and said. He was aware that fighting Li Qiye now wouldn't solve anything. Plus, he wasn't that confident in winning. I do not forbid this as long as she wants to come back herself. But if she doesn't, then whoever forces her hand would need my permission first. Li Qiye smiled and said. The ancestor was in a tough spot and looked over at Wu Bingning. A fight was inevitable if they were to force her back. I'll return to the system with the ancestor. She finally made up her mind. The ancestor felt much better after hearing this, no longer anxious. Little girl, if you don't want to come back, then don't. No one can force you to do anything when I'm around. Li Qiye stroked her hair. I know. She met his gaze and nodded, running is not the answer, I will deal with it. She wanted to return to Vermilion and deal with this inevitable problem instead of running away. Very well, go then. He said, we'll meet again soon. I am everywhere when you need me. With that, he touched her forehead and it glowed with a buzzing sound. He had left behind a mark. As long as she wanted or was in danger, he would know instantly. She stared deeply at him while tightly holding his rugged hand. Who knows when they would meet again? I'm going. She bit her teeth and turned to join the cavalry. Go. She jumped on a horse and gave the command without looking back. The disciples quickly followed her. The ancestor cupped his fist towards Li Qie and said, "We had misunderstandings in the past, today, all the enmity is gone. We welcome you to visit Vermilion if you have time in the future." Of course, this was only a polite exchange, quite empty in sincerity. "I also want to visit Vermilion one day, but you all should start to pray now that I will be there for a drink, not for a massacre, because no one in your system will be able to stop me then." Li Qie threatened, still with a smile. The ancestor's expression darkened after hearing this. He had no strong rebuttal against this fierce man because his retort would be even fiercer. "I don't condone violence that often." Li Qie continued nonchalantly, "I only want you to know that she is under my protection. I don't give a damn about your system's business, but since she chooses to go back, I want to see her perfectly fine the next time around. If she is hurt or was wronged, then don't blame me for not giving you a warning. My wrath can make the world sob and the ghosts howl. Watch yourselves now." The disciples next to the ancestor were furious. Their system had never been threatened like this. Of course, they didn't know how frightening Li Qie was. The ancestor took a deep breath and said, "I'll remember your words, sir. Then scram before I change my mind and not let anyone leave this place." Li Qie posed with both hands behind his back, exuding an intimidating aura. The ancestor cupped his fist again and hastily left with his disciples. After they left, he stood there and gazed at the horizon before sighing. In his mind, her problem was not a big deal since he could easily deal with it. Alas, this depended on whether she wanted to take care of it via force, to go all out against her seniors. In the end, he set off for Longevity Valley to accomplish another goal, not for the beauties like Bingming had said. When Alchemy Immortal dared to use the word longevity to name his sect, it wasn't only because of his expertise at crafting these pills. The word longevity here had a deeper meaning with more mysteries behind it. Li Qie was coming for these mysteries. The pills alone weren't enough to win his interest. Chapter 22-26. As Li Qie left the land of the fire source on his way to Longevity Valley, he met a female Taoist. She was rather beautiful, around the age of 30. She wore a loose robe fluttering with the wind, but this didn't deter others from seeing her wondrous curves. The winds pushed back and forth and they began to show, the shy, rolling hills. This hidden jewel made others want to carefully appreciate it even more. One could see her 100 times without becoming bored. She certainly looked heroic and had the graceful temperament of a Taoist. Her complexion was as bright as the moon and eyes as dazzling like the stars and willowy eyebrows. One wouldn't be shocked seeing her for the first time, but her beauty required time and patience. Each time seeing her again, people would find something new. The Taoist placed her palms together after seeing him and greeted, "Blessed be the Supreme. Nice to meet you." Li Qie couldn't help but smile, also placing his palms together, "O merciful Buddha, it is excellent to meet you." A third party would definitely think that Li Qie was messing around. Buddhism and Taoism were at odds and he was certainly not a Buddhist disciple, yet he still performed their rite. What could it be outside of deliberate teasing? However, the woman didn't mind at all. She smiled in a natural manner, "Benefactor, fate connects the two of us." Her smile was like the return of spring, capable of melting the heart. He smiled back, "Taoist, indeed we are, why don't we make something of this? Go on." The woman had an amicable flow to her. "How about a wife? Will you be my Tao companion?" He placed his palms together and asked. The sudden request would make others think that he was insane. This woman had an incredible identity and a prestigious status right now. Talking to her like this meant being tired of living. You're quite straightforward, benefactor. She wasn't angry at all. That's who I am. Li Qie smiled. If we are connected by fate, then as the adage goes, we'll meet wherever we go. If that's the case, then let's not be sticklers to formalities. Come with me, I'm in need of a wife. Then why must I go with you and not the other way around? Since you claim to not like adhering to conventional ways, follow me back to Longevity Valley. Her autumn eyes were gentle. Just a wink was charming beyond words. He smiled while rubbing his chin and taking a good look at the Taoist. She nonchalantly met his gaze, her own full of elegance and insight. That's not a bad idea. He concluded, what's in it for me? Does your valley have many beauties? As many as there are clouds in the sky. The moment you are there, you'll be the moon surrounded by the star, it'll be an amazing time. She had a good sense of humor. An outside listener would be astounded again because her attitude and tone right now weren't matching her actual status, more like a madam of a brothel finding customers. My heart is beating fast now, looks like we're connected by fate indeed. Li Qie placed his palms together again, similar people do walk on the same path. The Taoist returned the gesture, my title is Longevity Sage, our fate is proven by our meeting despite the sea of people. This was an awe-inspiring title, the Lord of Longevity Valley, the ruler of Longevity System, one of the two great Taoist sages in myriad lineage. The Emperor of Insane Court was no match in comparison because it had fallen. She was famous alongside the other sage, the sect master of Yang Radiance with the title of Untethered. Her cultivation was unfathomable. She was well respected and the valley continued to grow under her leadership. Right now, Li Qie was teasing someone of this level, he truly possessed the gall of a tiger. Nevertheless, she remained in a good mood and continued to humor him. Not everyone could do this, not after obtaining a high status. Li Qie continued on, let me add on to this fateful connection. I was actually planning on joining your valley in the first place, not expecting to meet you here, sage. Looks like our meeting was destined, will you fulfill it by walking with me, hand in hand? Perhaps, if it is meant to be. She dodged the request without being impolite. One could stare at her beautiful smile for an eternity. She continued on, wait until I understand the world, then I'll think about accompanying you. Then you're not going to the valley with me? What business is worthy of your attention? He asked. Mundane matters for the sake of benefits and fame, truly vexing. She replied, a spectator watches the mundane world from afar while an impatient person is pressed with urgency and desires. This applies to me so I must go take a look. Do you want me to come along? I am a good cheerleader and will be more than happy to accompany someone who is connected with me through fate. He joked. Benefactor, your desires are not mundane matters, what you spectate is the light above us all. Trivial matters are not your concern, I shall go alone. She smiled and said. Very well, but if you need me, just say the word. I will bear the world with you. He half-jokingly said. I appreciate your kind thoughts. She continued, you should go rest at Longevity Valley first and meet the disciples there. I'll return later to discuss the Tao with you. Is that all right? He looked at her and asked, what role will you give me to enter? Maybe as your Tao companion. She chuckled in response, a bit early for that, benefactor. We have a spot open for a chief disciple, are you interested? Of course, you can go there first and see for yourself before making a decision. Anyone else would be slack-jawed after hearing this. The chief disciple role of Longevity Valley was certainly prestigious, similar to a successor. This person would eventually become the ruler of the valley one day. Such a role should be reserved for their own disciple after intense deliberation. But now, she was giving this role to an outsider. She seemed to be quite at ease as if this position wasn't important at all, like she was recruiting a regular disciple. Chief disciple. He mused and said, a romance between master and disciple, quite exciting indeed. I'm itching to experience it. Then you agree, benefactor? She smiled. How could I say no? The world is fleeting and ephemeral, so I need to make the most of it. I'll be your chief disciple and take a look at the beautiful sceneries of your valley. She wrote a letter before handing it over to Li Qie. Take this to the valley and someone will receive you. Wait until I come back and we can talk about anything. He smiled. Good, it sounds like you have no problem with me womanizing over there. If you are capable, go for it. She smiled. Li Qie smiled back, his eyes suddenly became resplendent and gazed frighteningly straight at her. Is immortality possible? 1. There's no direct English translation for these two expressions, as far as I know. She is using the Taoist version, Miao Zai, while Li Qie is using the Buddhist version, Shan Zai. Although, I haven't seen the Taoist version that often while the Buddhist one is everywhere. Chapter 22-27, She looked straight at his profound radiance and placed her palms together. Blessed be the Supreme, immortality only exists in the desire of men. Is that so? Li Qie replied, then what's the point of Longevity Valley? Alchemy Immortal didn't only plan to make longevity pills. It is limited to speculations. She smiled. For example, why are you so sure that there is a path towards immortality? Li Qie said, it's quite hard for such a thing to exist under my stringent requirements. But your Longevity Valley, no, our Longevity Valley has a particular item. No need to hide it from me since we'll be Tao companions later on. Will you show more trust? So you are here for immortality. She said. I'm here because of fate and you found me because of fate. He smiled mysteriously. Excellent, excellent. Her smile brought the spring back. If this originated from fate, then let it end with fate. We need to treat it with sincerity and cherish it. Fate comes and go, so we need to do more than that. The word, fate, requires effort. Li Qie said, only through hard work by the two of us would this fate be able to withstand the test of time. Otherwise, this so-called fate will only be calculated schemes under a flowery guise, don't you think? She gave him a long stare before answering, everything happens for a reason. If you are here for longevity until immortality, you will search for it. This is already made up in your mind. Not necessarily. Li Qie shook his head, I might be here for longevity, but which one? You are also longevity, so perhaps I am here for you. She replied after thinking, well, no rush if you want to live forever. How about staying at Longevity Valley for a while? Li Qie smiled, that's fine, I can wait that bit more. Well, come for longevity, maybe I'll leave with longevity too. She didn't answer, not minding his joke. Alright, I'll go ahead then. He went on towards Longevity Valley. She watched as he left before withdrawing her gaze and gesturing again, excellent, excellent. Afterward, she focused on a different direction and started walking. The valley was the main branch of the system and had full authority. It was the lineage of the progenitor, so it possessed numerous scrolls from him. No other sects could match it in this regard. This was a system with many powerful players, too many to count. The strongest were everlasting and 100 pills, influential across myriad lineage. Some even believed that in terms of military, everlasting had surpassed Longevity Valley. A few disciples from there claimed their sect to be the greatest in the system. From this, one could speculate about its strength and ambition. On the other hand, the main branch seemed to be keeping a low profile. It was flourishing under the rule of Longevity Sage, it maintained its focus on alchemy. A few believed that later on in this generation, the valley could monopolize the alchemy scene completely in myriad lineage. All in all, they worked on alchemy and rarely got involved in territorial and political disputes. This wasn't the case for Everlasting. Their military might was renowned and continued to expand both their troops and territories. Ultimately, both Everlasting and 100 Pills couldn't take the top spot from Longevity Valley. For many eras now, there have been numerous sects like Everlasting. They eventually turned to ashes while the valley stood tall. Everlasting's ambition to replace Longevity Valley was as clear as day, but this was easier said than done. The sect wasn't actually a valley but rather a massive mountain range. It was full of life like a green dragon laying on the ground. One could smell the faint medicinal fragrance even before reaching the valley. This was perhaps slightly exaggerated, but one must admit that the valley had the most materials and ingredients in myriad lineage. Their gardens were simply superior. The wild materials were one thing, their cultivated seeds were the finest. An estimation stated that more than half of all the ingredients on the market came from the valley. A massive city was right outside with people coming and going in their carriages, cultivators and experts from all over the place. Some came on vacation and to widen their horizon. Others focused on business, a few got here to ask the valley for medicines. The famous longevity pills here rarely made it to the open market. Only big shots could buy it since it wasn't an issue of money. On the contrary, their medicinal prowess was open to everyone. This art of theirs was on the same level as their alchemy and pill refinement. Famous tyrants, unknown juniors, and even mortals journeyed here for health reasons. The valley possessed the hand of an omnipotent god and the heart of a kind human. To a large extent, they would not refuse anyone who came searching for a cure, and the success rate was high. This only boosted their reputation, so many people owed the valley their lives. Thus, a few experts believed that the thing maintaining the valley's position was not their alchemy, but rather their medical prowess. When Wuxia got to this mountain range, he saw buildings and people all over the place. He climbed the stone steps for the entrance. This wasn't open to the public since beyond the gate was the actual territory of Longevity Valley, the place for cultivation and gardens. He was naturally stopped by the guard disciples. He smiled and gave the letter from Longevity Sage. The disciples recognized the seal and became respectful. "Young noble, please follow me. You'll be staying at 100 Flowers." They quickly prepared a place for him to stay after receiving the command from the sect master. One could feel the richness of life wafting in the air, quite pleasant and comfortable. It swept away fatigue and refilled vigor. This was the most amazing thing about this area. Due to the high concentration of plants and ingredients here, the valley possessed a massive life force. 100 Flowers was spring year-round. Flowers bloomed in full swing. One would never want to leave this place. It was a very famous palace in Longevity Valley. In myriad lineage, just bringing up this name alone could stir the crowd, especially the young male cultivators. It had 3 things in abundance. First, flowers; second, talents; third, beauties. This was the gathering place of the most exceptional and beautiful disciples in the valley. The most gifted ones were all here. It never had a male disciple until now with Wuxia. Longevity Sage certainly kept her promise. You guys just need to watch a Chinese drama with a monk to visualize this. They also do this, using Shan Zai whenever possible while placing their palms together. When someone commits suicide, Shan Zai; during a redemption moment, Shan Zai. You guys get my drift too. I shouldn't even use excellent for this because it wouldn't make sense. In this particular scenario, she is being pensive/reflective about the event just now, or even thinking about the future consequence, not being literal. Chapter 22-28, The perpetual spring season here filled the place with life. Foliage, plants, willow trees, all inviting people to come. One could open their eyes anywhere and see a variety of beauties. A man would definitely forget his way back home. A cold and prideful lady like the winter apricot was watering a flower pot, a smiling girl was chasing after a deer, a gentlewoman was picking some medicines. The climate was perfect but the population even better. His appearance here attracted many gazes. Some bashfully smiled at him while the colder ladies only glared. A few were friendly enough to nod their head cheerfully as a greeting. This was an assault on one's vision. Any other man would abandon his lover in this new scenery, but Wuxia leisurely strolled and perused the landscapes instead. A man in 100 Flowers was a curious matter, but not just any man, he was a chief disciple. After this news was known, more female disciples came to take a look. The majority kept a distance with an expression of surprise and shyness on their face. After all, few male disciples could even visit this place. The curious ones continued to steal glances while the bolder ladies pointed at him while quietly discussing with their best friends. He was a monkey in a cage, on full display for all the ladies. Of course, he didn't mind at all and maintained a natural expression. This nonchalant style of his attracted even more attention. This was indeed a special case. More importantly, this chief disciple was ignoring them. Normally, a chief disciple was a successor, the future leader of Longevity Valley and the system in the future. The problem was that Longevity Sage was still young on top of being quite powerful. It wasn't the right time to appoint a successor. Because of this, the position of chief disciple has been left alone until now. If it wasn't for the letter from the sect master, everyone would certainly think that he was a fake. However, the seal couldn't be faked, so this chief disciple was the real thing. He looked more like a new groom visiting the bride's family. The ladies were watching and smiling at him. His skin was thick enough to ignore all of this while feasting with his eyes. What a brazen man. One disciple didn't approve of his blatant gaze towards the girls. She was right. His eyes showed no restraint, whether it be the beautiful sceneries or the pretty ladies. He would stop and took his time appreciating their charm. The girls here didn't have the same shamelessness. No one could withstand his invasive gaze, they felt naked and began to realize something about this new male disciple while quietly muttering one word, pervert. Most didn't know his name, so pervert became his moniker. Nevertheless, complaints and coquettish protest were still very pleasant to the ears. Of course, one would need to be shameless enough to handle being called a pervert so many times. Wuxia was such a guy, evident by the natural smile on his face. The girls became increasingly vexed while his smile became increasingly brighter. The cute cries and murmurs from the girls actually livened up the place. Because he was the only male disciple, he couldn't stay at the same place with the rest of the female disciples. They prepared a courtyard in a remote location. He was satisfied with this arrangement. He didn't go outside and meditated about the Grand Tao instead. This place full of life was incredible for cultivation. A session would be filled with this refreshing affinity. Someone came to visit him right away, a great beauty at that. Shapely brows, big and round eyes spirited enough to tell a tale. They also flashed with a crafty glint just like a little fox. Her complexion resembled the peach blossom, skin tender and white. More importantly, her bright smile was irresistible, causing others to feel close to her right away. She wore a light pink dress with a skirt draping down to the ground. It accentuated her beauty even more. Though her face and figure weren't on the same level as Wu Bingning or Longevity Sage, she was still very attractive in a more approachable manner. This little sister's name is Fan Miaozhen, nice to meet you, first brother. She didn't act like a stranger and bowed to greet him, a perfect first impression. So this was the first sister of 100 Flowers, a genius at alchemy. Wuxia assessed her carefully as if wanting to see everything. She was much bolder compared to the other girls. She stood before him and waited until he was almost done before smiling. No wonder why the sisters are saying that first brother is a pervert. No girl can handle such a blatant stare. But you can. Wuxia remained seated, nonchalant yet imposing. Because I'm the first sister. If I act shy, then no one in 100 Flowers will come and take care of you. Gotta grow some thick skin to come here. She winked with her wavy eyes. He chuckled, who knows? Maybe I have a special taste, preferring blushing girls over a bolder one that will scare me away. Any other girl would become quite embarrassed after hearing this comment. One that can scare you away must be quite bold, I'm afraid I can't do it. She smiled. He continued staring at her without any reservation. It was both out of line yet so natural. I'll be uncomfortable if you keep staring, first brother. She finally pouted. As the adage goes, like master, like disciple. Longevity Sage's disciple is quite extraordinary. He praised with a smile. No, first brother, your comment is about the wrong person. It should be aimed at you, not me. Only a visionary like master would pick a disciple like you. We sisters will surely need to keep our eyes wide open for the future. I myself will require your guidance later on. She said with delight. She finally squatted down but still managed to keep a graceful appearance. You're here to test me? He asked, amused. Of course not, I'm simply telling the truth. A playful glint flashed in her eyes, plus, we sisters would never dare to test you, first brother, given your great abilities. Testing me indeed. Don't bring your sisters into this, it's just you wanting to figure me out. He shook his head in response. Chapter 22-29, First Brother, you said it, not me. Her cute eyes looked quite pitiful as if she was innocent. He was completely immune to this cute act of her and smiled, don't make me hit your butt on the first day. She was scared and took one step back, looking for some sympathy, even if you're the first brother, you can't pick on a weak little girl. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't respond. The playful girl had another idea and tilted her head to look adorable. I've never heard about master taking in a first disciple, may I ask where have you been all this time? Still trying? Or are you questioning me in your master's stead? Li Qiye asked. Of course not, I do not dare to do so. You misunderstood my intention, first brother. If master heard this, she'll definitely yell at me but I'm only curious right now. She pouted and said. What a little girl, only learned wily stuff. Li Qiye shook his head, it's fine to tell you. In the past, I was a monster, nothing was too evil for me and lives were trash, but I've grown old and it is time to retire, that's why I will be your first disciple at Longevity Valley. Wow, so you had such a glorious past, first brother. She wasn't afraid at all but had the expression of a fan. Her eyes wanted to learn more, so you reigned across myriad lineage at one point. This fangirl nearly salivated from the fandom, only 1 point short of hugging his thigh and worshipping him. Myriad lineage is nothing, only another spot in the wide world. Li Qiye nonchalantly said something that would be considered a boast by most people, the moment I join the fray, I can sweep through the myriad worlds, completely invincible for an eternity. True emperors and progenitors can't reach the apex in comparison. First brother, if you're really that amazing, doesn't that mean I can parade around like a crab? If anyone dares to touch a hair of mine, I'll just say your name and they'll piss their pants. The excited girl made lively gestures. Pop! He interrupted her by slapping her well-rounded buttocks. What are you doing? She leaped back, dropped the act, and stared at him with caution. She was still a grown-up girl so it would be strange if she didn't react in this manner. Not really an idiot, I see. Li Qiye smiled while rubbing his hands, you got some meat on your bones, quite soft. You're the idiot. She glared at him with a red complexion, feeling quite annoyed. If you have kept up the act, I would have stripped you naked on top and see how long you can keep it up. Li Qiye smiled. She retorted, no wonder why the sisters said that you were a big pervert, they're completely right. How shameless. Yes, and you should be afraid of me too like the rest. Li Qiye chuckled. The facade stopped as she changed her expression again and smiled, first brother, please excuse my rudeness earlier. Having said that, she bowed as an apology. She indeed came to figure him out, especially his origin. This was her responsibility as the first sister of 100 Flowers. Miaojin was confident in her master's abilities, and that she wouldn't let just anyone be the first disciple of their sect. That's why Miaojin became curious about what Li Qiye could do to win her master over. Li Qiye sat there calmly and accepted the apology. "First brother, we're all very curious about you, wanting to see your display of heroism and impeccable techniques." She quickly became casual again. "I'm a bit tired, another day." He closed his eyes and waved his sleeve. He had given the command, so she bowed again. "Please rest well, first brother, I'll be back to see you later." She left saying this. Despite her playful nature, she was smart enough to know when to back off, on top of being very attentive and considerate. Li Qiye seemed to be sleeping, lost in meditation. He absorbed energy in this seemingly vast expanse not located in Longevity Valley or Hundred Flowers. Everything seemed to have disappeared. His primordial tree was growing quite well, not to a sky-piercing level just yet, but it was full of leaves now. The rustling of leaves would be everywhere with a breeze. Of course, it could eventually reach the sky. A particular flower was growing on it now, a nameless type of a fair size. It didn't look special in any way at first, but upon closer inspection, one would see its stamen absorbing faint Tao light. It was made out of the tiniest laws of the Grand Tao. Nevertheless, there were so many of these laws. They were profound, just one alone encompassed many different types of Tao. Just one could make someone spend an entire lifetime and still wouldn't be able to understand it completely. The blooming process was only the beginning, part of him creating a new Tao. This won't be the only grand Tao, so Li Qiye still had a long way to go before creating a new system. The blooming flower contained a massive amount of primordial energy. All laws and Tao seemed to be born in this place. Once it bloomed fully, this grand Tao would ripe. Li Qiye continued his breathing and became one with heaven and earth. No, it looked as if he was the one creating everything. He was the source of space and time and even the myriad realms. Longevity Valley always enjoyed quiet and peace. The majority of its disciples loved alchemy, so it didn't have a violent nature. This was doubly true for Hundred Flowers. The girls here either went outside to learn more about the Tao, or spent their time reading medicinal and alchemy texts. Li Qiye's stay was a peaceful one. Though Fan Miaojin often came to see him, she kept the perfect amount of propriety and didn't interrupt his meditation. She even ordered disciples to not come close. Today, he finally returned from his mental pilgrimage and came out for a walk. The female disciples here have accepted his presence, but some still smiled and blushed upon seeing him. The bold ones still gossiped among themselves. There was no lack of curiosity about him. However, they couldn't find out anything before the Valley Lord returned. Li Qiye didn't act like a stranger during his stroll, treating the place like his own courtyard. Hundred Flowers, like the rest of the sect, had plenty of rare herbs and grasses. Some extremely precious ones were left growing among the crevices and gaps. He was now in a deeper location with a lake, a very unique one. It was almost a hectare of space. One half was ice with a chilling energy while the other half was surging lava and smoke. This was indeed a rare sight, a combination of yin and yang, ice and fire. In the very center where the two affinities joined together was a spring. Chapter 2230, The hot spring had its water, clearly defined from the rest of the lake with water vapor obscuring visibility. Such a place was very inviting. However, it wasn't meant for people. A water plant was actually growing there with tiny branches, crooked. An unbloomed flower was growing on it. Its long stamen were growing quite well, draping downward almost like a beard or a waterfall. Watching from afar, it looked like this flower was the thing pouring out the spring water, quite a magnificent spectacle. Alas, when looking closely, one would find that this flower looked a bit weak, on the verge of withering at any moment. A girl was sitting on the lava side, resting her chin on both hands while staring at the flower in a daze. She wore a green dress and had peculiar features. Her eyes were full of energy, her features innocent and elegant, transcending, even. Not quite a goddess just yet, but if she were to walk around this valley with her long skirt, one would certainly mistake her for a goddess. Icefire plant, quite rare. He sat down next to her and casually said. She was still distracted and replied without looking at him. Li Qiye didn't mind and continued on, the young bud will have a hard time growing. It will die after leaving this ice-fire spring, so that's why someone spent a lot of effort moving the entire spring to this place in order to plant the flower. Right, a senior took several thousand years just to plant it here. The girl nodded, her gaze didn't move from the plant. It's sick. You see it too? She finally turned around to look at him with a flash in her eyes. It's as clear as day. He chuckled. You know alchemy? She became interested right away. He looked back at her and smiled, just a little bit from reading random books. This was a humble answer because few in this world knew more about alchemy than him. He had spent generations learning this field. He asked, do you like alchemy? Yes. The girl hastily answered, I started studying alchemy at a young age, and a senior asked me to take care of this plant. It has been growing very well until recently, it became sick for some reasons. I can't figure out the cause. She felt defeated after saying this. Despite her considerable knowledge on alchemy, this plant still managed to vex her. She scoured through the books but couldn't come up with the illness. It's not sick in that manner. Li Qiye chuckled and shook his head. She was a skeptic, then why does it look like it's on the verge of withering in the last several days? The problem is not the plant itself. He explained, you are focusing on this aspect, thinking that it's sick, failing to see the crux of the issue. What is it then? She wasn't quite convinced that someone around her age could be better than her. She was one of the top experts in Longevity Valley or even in all of Myriad lineage. Nevertheless, her gentle disposition balanced out her prestigious status. Anyone else in her shoes would have started arguing with him. The problem is inside the spring. He said. How can that be? The spring is the same as always, what's the problem with it? She became surprised. The spring is fine too, but there is a new guest there, a neighbor for the plant. He smiled. I've been taking care of the plant, never noticing any invader. She didn't believe him. You'll find out soon. He said, take 100 uses skin, stone root, cracking frozen terrain, grind them all to dust and throw it into the spring, then you will have your answer. Really? She hesitated for a moment. This formula was new to her and plus, she knew the effects of the individual ingredients. Just try and see. If you know alchemy, you know that these ingredients can't harm the spring anyway. He smiled. The girl pondered for a moment and agreed with this line. She decided to carry it out right away, I'll do it. After a while, she came back with the ingredients. Longevity Valley was the biggest medicinal treasury in Myriad lineage and the things he mentioned weren't that rare. She ground them down to dust before scattering them all over the spring, not missing a single corner. There was no reaction from the spring afterward. What's going on? She looked at him and asked. To which he responded, be patient, you'll get your results soon enough. More time passed. Eventually, the spring boiled with bubbles, and inside these bubbles were tiny worms. Their corpses were all around the surface, resulting in a chilling and nauseating scene. Some didn't die completely and would squirm around. The girl was scared as well. What are these things? Ash maggots. He revealed, after maturing, they will lay eggs beneath the lava. These eggs can survive for millions of years. One day, when the temperature is hot enough, they will suck in worldly energy. This is the reason for your plant sickness. Ah, I've heard of them before. The girl understood right away. She had read about these worms but haven't seen them before, that's why she couldn't connect the dot. No wonder why she failed to diagnose the plant. She then bowed deeply towards him. Thank you for the beneficial lesson. My name is Qin Xiaoyao, please continue to guide me in the future. The girl had a fascinating and unique air. When she bowed down, it still seemed so natural and beautiful, a sight for sore eyes. Li Qiye. Li Qiye stated his name with a smile. I know who you are, first brother, you're the only male here in Hundred Flowers. I just didn't expect for you to be an alchemist too, no wonder why master chose you. Looks like I have much to learn from you. This smile of her exposed all of her gentle charms. It's no big deal, I just know a little bit. He said. Your words are putting me to shame. If you only know a little bit, then I don't even know past the elementary level. She simpered before going on. I heard about you from senior sister a few days ago, but I didn't dare to disturb your isolated session. What a coincidence for you to be here and solve my problem. Chapter 2231, Oh my, I haven't introduced the two of you but the flirting has already begun. A voice suddenly interrupted the two. Fan Miaozhen came out of nowhere and teased the two, acting as if they were hiding something from the rest. Qin Xiaoyao wasn't as bold as the crafty Miaozhen, so her face blushed like the Red River and pouted, Senior sister, you're picking on me again. Miaozhen laughed and told Li Qiye, Xiaoyao is our Hundred Flowers' youngest sister, loved by people and flowers alike. Don't bully her, first brother, we simply won't allow it. Li Qiye couldn't do much against this eccentric girl and only shook his head. But Xiaoyao's alchemy skill is peerless in Longevity Valley, you need to spend more time with her, first brother. Miaozhen looked at the two of them with a strange expression. Xiaoyao was the youngest in Hundred Flowers, but she displayed amazing talents for alchemy. She was in charge of plant cultivation and medicinal formulas at the valley right now. You're doing it again, senior sister. Who doesn't know that you're actually the most talented here with your pill-making skills? The young girl turned red and quietly said. This was the truth as well. Because of her strange act, some forgot about her incredible talents. I'm feeling quite good to hear such praises. We, the three ladies, are incredible geniuses in myriad lineage, maybe our master really knows how to teach. Miaozhen cheerfully joked and was received quite well by the other two. I'm talking about me and little sister Xiaoyao, so you have met two of the three ladies. I can introduce you to the last one if you are interested. She continued on. So it turned out that Longevity Sage had three direct disciples. Miaozhen was the oldest and Xiaoyao was the youngest. The second one was named Mu Yalan. Why not? He smiled. Then let's go. Miaozhen smiled, I want your opinion on which of us three is the prettiest. I need to take care of the plant, the two of you can go ahead, senior brother and senior sister. Xiaoyao said, a bit afraid of her first sister's constant teasing. This was the case for everyone in Hundred Flowers. Alright, I'll let you off this time. Miaozhen smiled and started pulling Li Qiye away. She had no qualm about touching a male before marriage, just like a little girl. The two of them ran out of Hundred Flowers. When serious, she was a graceful lady. When acting crazy, she could cause a lot of headaches. There were plenty of buildings and houses outside of the valley, some temporary tents as well. This was a branch of the sect, Medicinal Hall. It took in all patients from around the world. The moment they got here, the scent of medicine was quite strong. This place was lively with cultivators and mortals needing help. Longevity Valley was unique in this sense. Normally, mortals were no different from ants. Cultivators wouldn't give a damn about them. Medicinal Hall didn't see it that way. They welcomed both cultivators and mortals. Plus, the price was very fair or even free for mortals. This added to the sect's good reputation. Moreover, some mortals chose to stay here to learn medicine as well. Doctors from this branch eventually spread out all over the places. Plenty of patients were waiting, wounded cultivators and mortals on the verge of death. Luckily, the place had enough doctors from both the valley itself and the students. She pulled him into a courtyard all the way inside to find a woman sitting down and reading a patient's case history. The woman wore a plain dress with her hair tied up high. Her brows were lightly drawn like the smoke over yonder the mountain. Her eyes were bright and animated. When she focused, they emitted a frightening glow and an imposing aura. She wasn't old, but her demeanor was the opposite of this. She was a lotus at first sight, noble and unreachable. However, upon closer inspection, a winter apricot flower was the more apt description, cold and keeping everyone away. This was one of the 3 ladies of Longevity Valley, the second sister, Mu Yalan. All 3 were experts at different things. The oldest was good at pill making, the youngest good at alchemy, the one in the middle was good at medicine, capable of bringing people back from the brink of death. Yalan, let me introduce you to a handsome fella. Miaojin dragged Li Qie inside while shouting, not giving a damn about her image. Yalan helplessly looked up and frowned. Is there something, senior sister? She resembled the first sister more than Miaojin. Miaojin tapped Li Qie's shoulder and said, what do you think about him, Yalan? A good match for you. With that, she elbowed Li Qie as if she just did him a favor, that they were the closest friends. Li Qie didn't know whether to laugh or to cry after seeing this. Yalan gave him a quick glance and said, sister, I have many patients waiting. She then went back to reading her chart. Just messing with you. Miaojin coughed and said seriously, this is our first brother, a direct disciple under master. I'm taking him here for an introduction, don't be arrogant now. When she wanted to be serious, she was imposing enough, worthy of her seniority. Yalan looked at him again and nodded for a greeting, first brother, your fame precedes you. Of course, this was only a polite speech. She had no idea who the hell he was beforehand. After the greeting, she went back to reading. She remained cold and distant to him as well. First brother is good at alchemy and pill making, oh, medicine too, a master at everything and had inherited master's legacies. Miaojin began boasting, you should be asking him to learn more about the mysteries of medicines. I will surely ask first brother for help when I have time. Yalan casually answered without looking up. Her response was actually out of respect for Miaojin. A first brother appearing out of nowhere wasn't worthy of respect. Well, why not today? Miaojin elbowed him again and blinked, seemingly wanting to play the role of a matchmaker. Li Qie smiled and felt that the cold girl wasn't as interesting to him as Miaojin. Sister, I actually have a lot of patients recently. Would another day be alright? There was no doubt that Yalan wanted the guests to leave and had no intention of talking to Li Qie. At this time, a disciple came in and reported, Hall Master, the Poison King is here. Having heard that, Yalan stood up right away, invite him in right away, I'll be right out. She then told Miaojin, sister, I have a patient requiring the help of Poison King. I need to go see him, please excuse me. She also nodded at Li Qie, a polite goodbye of sorts, before leaving. Chapter 2232, After Yalan left, Miaojin elbowed him for the 3rd time, first brother, time for you to shine. Shine what? He gave her the side eye. She smiled back, of course to capture our junior sister. Don't you see, that Poison King is here, he's in love with her for a long time now and was courting her for who knows how long. This is a good chance for him because she needs help. What does that have to do with me? Li Qie shook his head, not caring about the matter. She circled around him while blabbering, you can't put it like that. As the adage goes, keep the goodies within the family. Second sister is so pretty and talented on top of being kind, where else are you going to find a girl like her? How can we let that jerk from Everlasting win her? Li Qie looked at her and said, are you trying to protect your sister or just want to antagonize Everlasting? Both. Miaozhen wasn't embarrassed after being figured out and said, a girl like second sister should marry a genius in Longevity Valley, such as yourself, first brother. As for everlasting, I'm annoyed by those pretenders long ago. It's my responsibility to take them down a notch. She didn't try to hide it at all. Of course, this wasn't a personal feud of hers. Everlasting considered themselves the strongest lineage in the system and had wanted to take over Longevity Valley for a long time now. The ambition was there, the only thing stopping them was fear of the unknown. As the first sister and in spite of her playful demeanor, she had insight beyond her peers. That's why she was very cautious about this sect. That still has nothing to do with me. Li Qiye shook his head again. Who says? You're the first disciple of the valley, so you bear the responsibility of protecting it, am I wrong here? She glared at him and angrily said. Li Qiye rubbed his chin, that might be true, but I don't think flirting is part of the description. Of course, if you want to take everlasting down a notch, you need to give me something good. As the adage goes, money can buy anything. It's probably not that hard. Let me destroy that Poison King's morale, then if necessary, you'll win second sister over. Our jewel can't be given to an outsider. She said. Win her over. He smirked, I normally don't do something like this, unless it's a buy one get one. If I take your second sister, do I get the first sister too? In your dream. She blushed. A bold girl was still bashful when this type of topic came up. She scowled, you're quite greedy for wanting a harem, how lowly. If you want both of us sisters, you need to contribute first. If you destroy everlasting, not to mention just me, you can marry all three of us. This might be a joke, but she certainly considered everlasting to be a threat, hoping that her first brother would be able to do something. My heart is beating so fast now, hugging all three beauties together. Such romantic luck. He smiled. You can daydream once you take down everlasting. But before that, it'll only be a grand dream. She felt her face becoming hot and retorted. Looks like you think quite highly of me, confident that I can destroy everlasting. I didn't know I was so capable, I'm so overwhelmed from earning the love of a beauty. Li Qiye joked back. Of course, he didn't look overwhelmed at all. No need to talk so much. She said, not just anyone can be the first disciple of longevity. Master's wisdom is impossible to fathom. She declared it without any hesitation, showing her absolute confidence in her master. I feel like I'm walking on air now after all the praise. He smiled, however, if I'm truly so amazing, then I can't marry just anyone. Even princesses and goddesses can only be my feet-washing maids. No time to waste, the enemy is knocking on our doors already, go and break him already. She ignored whether he agrees or not before dragging him out again. Meanwhile, Mu Yalan was personally greeting the Poison King from Everlasting, Huang Quanwei. Senior brother Huang, thank you for taking the long journey. Yalan cupped her fist. Her attitude was polite yet distant. She always acted like this regardless of the situation, maintaining a distance with everyone else. It's perfectly fine, even if I was farther away, I would fly after hearing your invitation, junior sister Mu. All the troubles are nothing. He excitedly said with a pair of eyes filled with love and greed. He could stare at her forever without getting bored. Despite his grand title, he was still very young, looking quite dashing with his white robe just like a scholar. However, because he surrounded himself with poisonous creatures all year long, he had a sinister aura that makes others shudder uncontrollably. He was a disciple from Everlasting and the junior brother of Miracle. Nevertheless, their two paths were different. His research was on medicine, but this derailed into poisonous grasses and insects. His crush on Yalan was no secret. Moreover, he thought quite highly of himself and believed that he was a good match for her. Plus, his background from Everlasting meant that he was a proper groom for Longevity Valley. The seniors from Everlasting approved as well. If he could marry a genius from Longevity, it was all pros and no cons for their kingdom. I have a patient from a side branch of the sect. He accidentally got poisoned while finding some medicines in a ravine. This poison is quite fierce and I can't remove it completely. You are the best in this aspect, so please help. She said slowly. She was in charge of the hall and normally didn't participate in curing regular illnesses. However, this was an elder of a side branch. She tried several times and failed, only able to stabilize the wound and stop further spreading. She had no choice but to ask Huang Quanwei for help. Everlasting and Longevity are family, so I will help you with everything I got, even if it means jumping into a boiling cauldron. He said while his eyes couldn't avert from her beautiful face. I hope you will be able to cure the elder. She gently nodded. At this time, the duo of mischief made it in. Miaozhen smiled and said, we'll also see the elder and see how he is doing. Quanwei didn't dare to show any slight and cupped his fist after seeing her. Ah, senior sister Fan, long time no see. I'm sure your pill-making skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Miaozhen rarely left the valley but she enjoyed a great status in the system. No way comparable to your poison skill, junior brother Huang. Miaozhen was acting respectable and elegant right now, nothing can be better than your presence. Looks like the elder will be just fine, we were worrying for nothing. He quickly responded, you're too kind. As long as the elder is indeed poisoned, and I don't mean to brag, I will have an antidote. He arched his chest proudly after finishing the sentence. Of course, this was well deserved. No one in the young generation was on the same level as him, hence the reason why he was the Poison King. Good. Miaozhen nodded. I plan to ask first brother on checking it out, looks like there is no need to trouble him now. Yalan stared at Li Qiye for a bit. She didn't know whose idea it was. Perhaps Miaozhen was dragging him into this mess. After all, she was aware of Miaozhen's cautious attitude towards Everlasting. This gentleman is. Quanwei finally noticed Li Qiye. 1. Wanting a harem is a weird choice of an idiom from the author. A literal translation would be, wanting the happy fate of the man from Qi. This was a tale about a man who had a wife and a concubine, so it became an expression for a man wanting multiple loves, or a sarcastic/jealous retort, in this case. This would make sense in a modern city novel, where everyone is expected to know this tale. However, this is the Xianxia world Earth and the old dynasties from China and these tales do not exist. Using it here is acceptable to Chinese readers, because the expression transcended the historical accuracy and became part of the daily vernacular. For an English reader, this isn't the case and can be jarring/confusing. I changed it to harem for readability, but know the origin of the phrase and why I chose to change it too. Wow, another historical idiom. The literal translation would be, grand dream from spring and autumn. Spring and autumn was a period of 6 kingdoms before unification by Qin. The dreams here were the dreams of the rulers, wanting to be the strongest of the 6 and that's their goal. However, Qin's ruler had a much clearer goal, destroy the others to unite China. Thus, this expression is about having unrealistic ideas and dreams. 3. This guy has a super grand name. Huang equals king, Quanwei equals authority and prestige. Chapter 2233, a while ago, Huang Quanwei didn't pay any attention to Li Qiye because no matter how one looked at it, he was too ordinary, just a regular disciple at best. This is the first disciple of our sect, also our first brother. Fan Miaozhen introduced Li Qiye. First brother. Quanwei was surprised because he has never heard about this person before. He was under the impression that Miaozhen was in charge of the young generation. Oh, I see, your fame precedes you, first brother. Quanwei didn't dispute this and cupped his fist. Longevity Valley was the orthodox branch, so in theory, the first disciple of this sect was going to inherit Longevity Sage's role, a very prestigious position. However, Quan Wei didn't care too much. Li Qiye wasn't famous at all, let alone compared to the three ladies. Inferior to his own junior sisters, one could see that this first brother was in name only, most likely average in skills at best, just like his appearance. He probably got lucky from joining the sect early for that generation and becoming the first disciple before everyone else. Thus, Quan Wei felt superior to him still. Li Qiye only smiled back at the greeting. This annoyed Quan Wei, feeling that Li Qiye was putting up an act. He asked, "So you also understand poison, first brother?" He was one of the three most talented in Everlasting, well respected by many others. So now, this first disciple dared to treat him like this? Our first brother knows everything, pills, medicines, alchemy, poison, you name it. Miaozhen jumped in. Ah, I see, excuse me then. I would definitely like to learn from you, first brother. Quan Wei didn't believe this at all. In his mind, Miaozhen was only defending the valley's honor. If Li Qiye was actually this gifted, he wouldn't be an unknown character and would have been much more famous than their group of three in Everlasting. After all, she couldn't let others make fun of their first disciple. We can't wait any longer since the elder's wound is quite serious. Brother Huang, please show us your skill. Yalan slightly frowned before suggesting. She could tell that her senior sister was trying to use Li Qiye to take Quan Wei down. Of course, she wasn't protecting Quan Wei either and only interrupted out of worries for the elder's wound. The poison needed to be cured with haste. She also didn't know anything about this first disciple. Her nature was much simpler than Miaozhen, only focusing on medicine and not about the changes in the world or other struggles. Thus, she didn't think about this person as much as Miaozhen as well as the implications. It wasn't that she didn't believe Miaozhen's claim about Li Qiye, she just didn't wish to risk the life of a patient. Picking the renowned Poison King for this task was certainly the right choice over a guy she had only met for the first time just now. Sure thing. Quan Wei smiled, let me see the elder's poisonous wound, then I'll ask first disciple for help if I don't understand something. Another humble yet empty comment from Quan Wei, he didn't even bother looking at Li Qiye as he spoke. As long as the wound was actually a poisonous one, he wouldn't need any help, not from a nobody. This was his chance to perform in front of the beauty. Perhaps his supreme poison mastery could win her favor. Then what are we waiting for, let's go see the elder. Miaozhen pulled Li Qiye inside. The other scene was a striking contrast. Quan Wei bowed towards Yalan and gestured, junior sister, you first. This was no contest. In his eyes, a dashing genius like him was 1,000 times better than someone like Li Qiye. Brother Huang, please. She politely nodded and entered with him. On the wooden bed was an old man of a stout stature and a fierce pair of eyes, almost eagle-like. His appearance was certainly imposing, unlike his current state. He seemed to be in pain, tortured by the poison resulting in considerable weight loss. After seeing Li Qiye and Miaozhen, he barely sat up and said, Miss Fan, please forgive me for not being able to stand up to greet you. His last name was Yang, an elder from a side branch of Longevity. Even Yalan failed to cure the poison, only able to stop it from spreading. No need for such formality, Elder Yang, we're family. She spoke with the bearing of a first sister. Yalan and Quan Wei came as well. The elder quickly asked, Miss Mu, is there a way? This has been a test of his sanity, writhing in pain the entire time. He would have died if it wasn't for her, so now, he placed all of his hope on her since she still hasn't given up. Don't worry, elder, we will find a cure for your poison. She said before introducing, I have invited a famous doctor for you, this is Poison King Huang, I'm confident he can do it. Ah, virtuous nephew Huang, my pleasure. The elder became excited and quickly cupped his fist, your mastery of poison is matchless, looks like this old man is lucky enough to meet a true master. You're too kind, elder. Quan Wei remained humble but was feeling pretty good inside. He was winning a lot of face in front of his goddess, and soon, he'll be able to show off his skills. I'll leave it to you then. The elder heaved a sigh of relief. The title of Poison King was quite famous and his skills left no room for doubt. He would certainly have a way to cure this poison. Meanwhile, Miaozhen had been watching Li Qiye only. She smiled and said, "Elder Yang, our first brother is also a poison master." Li Qiye smiled after seeing the sudden recommendation. First brother? The elder didn't know who she was talking about. This is the first disciple of Longevity Valley, also our master's highest seniority disciple. Miaozhen pushed Li Qiye forward. Since when did the sage appoint one? The elder was surprised because this position has been left unfilled. He has never heard about this matter before. You will need to ask my master. Miaozhen smiled, our first brother is good at everything, alchemy, medicine, poison, whatever. He's the pride of our Longevity Valley. She sounded like an ant at a market praising her own merchandises. Li Qiye couldn't help but become amused. Good at everything. The elder became surprised again and was still skeptical. He was still an elder, albeit from a side branch, and should have heard of such a gifted disciple. If you don't mind, our first brother can give it a shot too. Miaozhen suggested. Yalan was feeling a bit helpless at her senior sister. Their relationship was quite good, but Miaozhen was frankly an eccentric little devil, a source of headache for everyone. Longevity system has many poison research, but how many are actually masters at this art? Quan Wei stepped up while proudly arching his chest. Chapter 2234, Quan Wei stared sharply at Li Qiye, even to the point of being aggressive. This was clearly a provocation. He wouldn't miss this chance of showing off in front of his crush, to let Yalan know that he alone is the best master of poison. He was completely confident that in the entire system, no one could surpass him in this regard. If he couldn't cure it, no one else could. Thus, he had no problem challenging this first disciple who got lucky enough to become Longevity Sage's student. Well, the elder hesitated. Though Miaozhen recommended Li Qiye and said that the guy was a master of everything, he had never heard of him, let alone seeing the guy's abilities. This wasn't the case for the Poison King who was world-renowned. Yalan was the one to speak. Brother Huang has learned about poison for several decades on top of traveling quite far to get here. I'm sure he can do it. She had no prejudice against Li Qiye, only thinking that this was the best route. One had evidence of his skill while she had never seen the other before. Risking the elder's life was too much to ask. Don't worry, junior sister, I will cure Elder Yang, he'll be up and jumping in no time. Quan Wei became excited after seeing Yalan picking him. Her recognition of his skill was the greatest boost of confidence. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could take the beauty home. That sounds amazing. Elder Yang said. He didn't want to risk his life and was very skeptical. Alas, he didn't dare to refuse out of consideration for Miaozhen. So now, Yalan had done him a huge favor. Meanwhile, Li Qiye stood there without expressing his attitude. Miaozhen glared and elbowed him. The guy didn't respond to her at all. Elder, let me have a look. Quan Wei was eager to get started. The elder opened his robe to reveal the wound on his chest. It was quite serious, the size of a palm with burn marks all around and a sulfuric scent. He had ointment applied but it was useless. The black marks on the wound were spreading, showing that the poison wanted to move on to the rest of the body. Fortunately, Yalan was talented enough to stop it for now. So strong. Quan Wei was surprised to see this wound. This is, even Li Qiye took another glance. Senior brother, you got a clue? Quan Wei noticed his interest and asked with an arrogant expression. It's not just poison. Li Qiye chuckled. Do you have an antidote? Miaozhen smiled and asked. Quan Wei sneered and said, I'm afraid you are misdiagnosing it. This is indeed poison, and a strong one at that, able to spread all over the body in the blink of an eye. Yes, yes. Elder Yang added, I was picking some medicine that day but something ambushed me, piercing me right on the chest. I turned black but I sealed all of my veins and meridians. Later on, Miss Mu forced the poison back to the chest and saved my life. Did you get a good look at the creature? Is it the size of a fist with sharp fangs, plated head, and a stinger? Quan Wei inquired. You're completely right, when I took it off my chest, my energy had killed it but its appearance is just as you described, you know what it is? The elder was excited. Senior brother, do you know what it is? Quan Wei didn't answer the elder but asked Li Qie instead. Li Qie only smiled and didn't care for the provocation. Looks like you don't know much about it. Quan Wei assumed that he didn't know anything and continued on, it's a devil claw louse, born in places with high temperature and humidity. I bet you were at the mouth of a volcano, or near one. Yes, completely right. Elder Yang knew that he had met a master. These lice hide in the dark, very good ambushers with lightning speed. Just one sting is usually fatal due to the fast-spreading poison. Quan Wei elaborated. No wonder why you're the current poison king, I'm definitely saved. The elder became ecstatic. Quan Wei looked over at Li Qie to show his superiority. This was his time to show off before Yalan. As for this so-called first brother, he was only a stepping stone. He carefully looked at the wound before concluding, it's a louse indeed, but the strange part is that the poison seems to be sealing you. Maybe when you sealed off your veins, the poison also sealed you off, or maybe too much time had passed and the poison had spread all over, or both. Yalan added, makes sense. When the elder called for help, despite sealing off his veins, the poison had already spread all over. Later on, I forced it back to his chest but probably not in entirety. This poison is sealing his true fate, resulting in this painful state. The elder smiled wryly and said, if it wasn't for the seal, I would have abandoned this flesh already. Please utilize your masterful ways and remove the poison. For cultivators, being poisoned was a difficult task, especially ancestors who were strong enough. They were virtually impervious to poisons. However, in the rare case of affliction, they could instantly abandon their flesh and destroy the body, running away with their true fate. As long as the true fate was around, they could rebuild their body. It would only be a great loss but no real threat to their lives. This wasn't the case for the elder. His true fate was sealed inside his own body by the poison, so a physical abandonment was out of the question. His true fate was bound to his body right now. Don't worry, this louse is fierce but it can't trouble me. I just need half a day to take care of this. Quan Wei was completely confident. Virtuous nephew, you're my savior. The elder was in a great mood. It's too early for a conclusion. Li Qie gently shook his head and reminded Quan Wei. You have a different perspective. I'm listening, senior brother. Quan Wei said impolitely. This poison is very strange, you need to rethink it again before making a decision. Li Qie repeated. That's probably the case for you, but I am the poison king. A devil claw louse is nothing, no need to waste time thinking. Quan Wei said. I'm confident in your abilities, please act fast to avoid further complications. Elder Yang agreed. Junior sister, what do you think about his opinion? Do you think we need more time thinking? Quan Wei wanted to show off and asked Yalan, ready to listen to whatever she says. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.